Pirates. After being exiled by Sengoku, I started building a city. Chapter 1. A Navy captain who was a weak warrior. Note: to avoid brain damage during the journey, please store your brain here first. Year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. Grand Line, Marineford. Navy Headquarters. Outside the Marshal's office, the Marines standing guard stood straight with a solemn look on their faces. Garb. The terrifying volume sounded instantly. Without any signs, the entire building seemed to have experienced an earthquake and trembled slightly. However, the Marines stood straight, and even their expressions did not change a bit. As if nothing had happened. As for the two people inside, if they didn't come here 1 or 2 times one day, there would be a real problem. In the room, Sengoku pointed at Garp on the sofa next to him, his face full of anger. I have already hidden the senbei, how did you find it? Haha, with your level of hiding things, it's either under the sofa or under the coffee table, nothing new. Garp didn't care about someone's anger and threw pieces of senbei into his mouth. Is that because you are smart? It's still the same kid. Sengoku, who was in the middle of his outburst, paused in the middle of his words. He sat back and sighed deeply. Garp, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, stopped showing off the senbei and also became quiet. Come to think of it, it's been a year, right? After 2 minutes, Garp finally broke the silence. I had no choice. After all, you know his situation. It's very dangerous to continue to let it go. Didn't you do that when you were young? This is different. Sengoku shook his head. That's right, his thoughts when he was young were actually very similar to that kid. But his strength is too weak. After a moment, Sengoku slowly uttered this sentence. In this world, people with strong strength still have some privileges. Well, as long as they don't touch the bottom line of the world government. Just like Garp. When he was young, Sengoku, who believed in justice that reigns over the world, was also like this. But now? The calligraphy of justice that reigns over the world on the wall has long disappeared, replaced by absolute justice. Just when Sengoku and Garp were silent. East China Sea, only 3 nautical miles away from the Calm Belt. Rhodes Island. This was originally a branch established by the Navy in the early days, with the purpose of early warning and interception. As for what to warn? Of course, it is possible that pirates enter the East China Sea through the Calm Belt. You know, the East China Sea is one of the most important money bags of the world government. But as time went by, the Navy found that this branch was really redundant. After all, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line basically don't have the strength to cross the Calm Belt. Even if they do, their goal is the second half, that is, the Grand Line. And the second half. Those big pirates do have such strength, but they can't enter the East China Sea directly. Instead, they must first enter the West Sea or the North Sea from the New World through the Calm Belt, and then re-enter the first half of the Grand Line through the inverted mountain, and finally cross the Calm Belt from the first half to enter the East China Sea. The first half of the Grand Line is the Navy's base camp. Even if there are really big pirates who want to run from the New World to the East China Sea, it is not the turn of the branch in the East China Sea to warn them. As early as when they enter the first half of the Grand Line, they will definitely be monitored by the headquarters. As for interception, if a big pirate really enters the East China Sea, how can a branch of the 4 seas stop him? I'm afraid that they will be killed by others before they can report the news. Therefore, the branch that originally had hundreds of Marines was cut again and again in the past few decades, and finally, only a few Marines were left to garrison. In the Navy, the 157th branch was also given many nicknames. For example, the Forgotten Branch. Another example is the Navy Nursing Home, etc. The reason for this is that in addition to not being able to play the original monitoring and interception role, it also has a lot to do with the terrain of the East China Sea. According to the original setting, the East China Sea can be roughly divided into two areas. One is the prosperous circle centered on the Medi Islands, radiating nearly 1,000 nautical miles. All the kingdoms and 99% of the islands are concentrated in this area. And the East China Sea areas that Luffy has visited after going to sea are all here. As for the other area, it is the direction of the doldrums in the East China Sea, covering a range of thousands of nautical miles. There are no kingdoms here, and there are not even a few islands, and most of them are small deserted islands. Even pirates are unwilling to visit. After all, no pirate is willing to sail thousands of miles to come to this place where there is no one to plunder, and it can be said that there is no one to live in. So, the answer is obvious. There are no big pirates across the doldrums, and even the pirates in the East China Sea cannot be seen in the sea area where they are located. I don't know what to do all day. If this is not a naval nursing home, what is it? Until a year ago, the 157th branch of the Navy has been in this state for decades. Yes, until a year ago. In the laboratory, Luolan stared at the syringe filled with an unknown blue liquid on the test bench. He showed a rare excitement. Beside him was a man with messy hair, his shirt buttoned wrongly, and a wrinkled white coat. "Silas, have you taken the test?" Taking a deep breath, Luolan finally spoke. 20 years. He had been a worthless fighter for 20 years. Even if he had trained his body to the limit, what was the result? 5 points of Dao power. You know, even an ordinary marine in the headquarters has about 10 points of Dao power. Even if you randomly pick an ordinary adult who has not been trained, he has 7 or 8 points. Himself. Perhaps, all this will come to an end today. How could Luolan not be excited? "Colonel, I have tested it with your cells, and the effect is perfect. However, since there is no second case in the world, it is impossible to conduct clinical trials on living people." "Yes." Luolan nodded. "There is no second case in the world?" "Of course, because he is not a native of the pirate world, but a time traveler." "A time traveler from Earth? Or the kind that wears clothes?" "Originally, wearing clothes is good, after all, it always feels a bit uncomfortable to wear other people's bodies. But the problem with wearing clothes is that your body is the body of a human on Earth. Have you ever seen an Earthling who can train his body to be like this in the pirate world? There is no way, there is a racial limit. This is also why Luolan has only 5 points of Taoism so far. It's not that he didn't work hard. On the contrary, when he was in the Navy headquarters, he practiced harder than anyone else, but the result was just inject it directly, right?" "Yes, Colonel, but be careful, the process will be very painful." Silas' eyes widened. Before he finished speaking, he saw Luolan had already pressed the syringe on his left arm and injected the azure liquid into his body bit by bit. This can't be blamed on Luolan, because he has been waiting for this day for too long. But this scared Silas next to him. Before he finished speaking, why did his colonel suddenly inject? The next second, an indescribable pain instantly filled Luolan's body. It was not the kind of pure physical pain, but an indescribable pain from a deeper level. It was as if the soul was torn apart. Even Luolan was a little unsteady at this moment, and knelt on one knee on the ground. His consciousness gradually began to become a little fuzzy. "Oh no, it has already begun. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up, put the colonel on the test bench, and then prepare the monitoring equipment. Hurry up!" Silas shouted anxiously. Chapter 2 Revolving Lantern. His consciousness began to fade. Luolan was in a very special state. In his mind, a large number of pictures kept flashing, just like a revolving lantern. 20 years ago, in the year 1498 of the Haiwan calendar, Luolan was lying on a piece of wooden wreckage of a ship, floating on the sea. The whole field of vision was occupied by a monster. It was a monster with obvious leopard features, and the part exposed above the sea alone was hundreds of meters long. In the state of a baby, it was difficult for me to move, let alone escape. Moreover, being in the middle of an endless ocean, even as an adult, is there any way to escape? All he could do was watch the monster open its bloody mouth and become increasingly larger in his sight. It was getting bigger and bigger. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the field of vision, blocking Luolan and the monster. Although compared to the monster, the figure was also small, but it was this extremely small figure that punched the hundreds-meter-long monster away, flying hundreds of meters away, and fell heavily into the sea. The sky. It started to rain scarlet blood. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Luolan was no longer a baby, and even began to train with adult marines. Zhangguo, Luolan's improvement is very fast. Yes, although his innate physique is very weak, I didn't expect that he would improve so quickly after starting to train. He has only been training for a month, and his Dao power value has increased from 2 points to 5 points. At this rate, in another month or two, he will not be weaker than the adult marines of the headquarters. The man smiled, which was rare. A few days ago, I heard that CP9 had a genius, who was said to be the strongest in 800 years, and he was only 13 years old. It was exaggerated, but in Zhangguo's opinion, how could Luolan's performance be as amazing? He improved from 2 points to 5 points in just 1 month. This is absolutely amazing for a child who just turned 5. If nothing unexpected happens, Luolan will definitely become the leader of the younger generation of the Navy in the future. However, if nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will happen. Another 3 months have passed. Although Luolan has not slacked off, but how could this happen? The man looked at the test results that Luolan had just conducted and was stunned. The Dao force value is still 5, without any improvement. In the following year, the man also thought of many ways, and even exchanged his military merits for a precious ancient species devil fruit. You know, the animal-type devil fruit can greatly improve the physical strength, and the ancient species is even better. But what is the result? It's useless. Even if he ate this precious ancient devil fruit, it would have no effect. Not to mention improving his physical fitness through this thing, even the devil fruit ability that he should have obtained seemed to be absorbed by a black hole and did not exist at all. Finally, the man gave up completely. The revolving lantern continued. Luolan was already 9 years old, and someone was rubbing his head with his hands at this moment. He showed a look of disgust. Luolan, brother is going to leave for a while, you have to take care of yourself. Brother, I don't know why, I always feel that you will never come back after you leave, can you not go? Luolan raised his head suddenly and said to the young man. I don't know why, but after the young man said that he was going to leave for a while, Luolan suddenly flashed a picture in his mind. In that picture, the young man was lying in the snow covered with blood, and he had closed his eyes and no longer had any life. Luolan didn't know why such a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't explain it. He could only beg this brother, who was not related to him by blood but was better than a brother, not to go. No, only I can do this, no one else can. The young man shook his head with a firm look. The picture changed again. A few years later. In a spacious office. Old man, can't you trust me once? Just because you have a bad premonition, you want me to change the whole deployment? Let your brother's efforts in the past few years go to waste? Come on. Take him out and put him in solitary confinement for 3 days. You stubborn old man, if something happens to my brother, I will never forgive you in this life. Luolan, who was dragged out by the marines, yelled wildly. 3 days later, when Luolan walked out of the confinement room, he heard the bad news. The brother who really raised him up with all his heart and soul finally got into trouble. It was on that day. Luo Lan recovered his memories of his past life and finally understood why some images that shouldn't have appeared often flashed through his mind. It's a pity that everything is too late. Time came to the 1517th year of the Haiwan calendar. Luo Lan is already 19 years old. Although he recovered his memories of his past life, and because of his 2 lives as a human, he also gained mental power and understanding far beyond others, but because Luo Lan is wearing a body of an earthling, he can never break through his own racial limit. As it was 14 years ago, his Dao power value is still only 5 points, and it can no longer be improved a little bit. Fortunately, although his strength is very poor, Luo Lan was still doing well in the general staff, and even his military rank was promoted to colonel because of his many fantastic and amazing combat plans. It can be said that he has reached the top. If he wants to rise further, it is not just a matter of military merit, but he must have the corresponding strength. A person with a Dao power of only 5 wants to join the ranks of generals in the headquarters? Sorry, don't even think about it. The location is still the familiar yet unfamiliar office. Luo Lan stood in front of the man again. If you still don't change those ideas, don't blame me. You are the marshal, if you want to punish me, just give the order. Looking at the man in front of him, Luo Lan responded lightly. There was not even any change in his expression. For 7 years, he would call Aunt He, Sister Jun, and Grandpa Garp, but only. He never called this man old man like he did 7 years ago. The faint word marshal made the man's heart very complicated. But after a moment, the man made up his mind. Okay, since you are like this, then go to branch 157 for me. If you still can't figure it out, you can retire there. Yes, I will leave the headquarters and work in branch 157. It was still a flat response. After Luo Lan saluted, he turned and left. Only the man was left at the desk, silent. Finally, the picture began to freeze. Luo Lan was standing in front of a dilapidated 2-story building with a luggage bag on his back. On the building, even one side of the plaque had fallen off, and the whole thing was hanging there diagonally. It says, Navy Branch 157. On the same day, Luo Lan activated the system. A system called Super City Builder. Chapter 3 Flame Fruit. Boom. The training ground was like being bombarded by heavy artillery. In addition to the terrifying loud noise, a large cloud of dust was stirred up, which finally dispersed after a full minute. And on the device placed in the center of the training ground, a large number was displayed. 128. Yes, this is Luo Lan's current Dao power value. In just half a month, he has improved from a 5 Dao power scum to 128. This speed of improvement would make even Garp drop his jaw. What Silas made is actually a genetic medicine, and its purpose is to unlock the genetic lock of humans. Note, it is humans. In other words, it is ineffective for the natives of the pirate world. According to the report of the Research Institute, humans have gene locks, while people in the pirate world do not, which leads to 2 different results. 1. People in the pirate world do not have gene locks, and although the initial upper limit is high, there is still a limit. 2. Humans have gene locks, and the upper limit is extremely low when they are not unlocked, but once unlocked, there is no upper limit at all. So, it is really difficult to judge which race is stronger. In addition, according to Silas, the devil fruit was also born due to genetic technology, and it is only for the natives of the pirate world, so it will be ineffective after Luo Lan eats it. Finally, according to Silas' latest report, he found that Luo Lan did not have only 1 gene lock, but 3. How to open the last 2, and what is the effect after opening? Silas needs time to study. As for time? Hard to say. Looking at the numbers on the device, Luo Lan frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Too slow. Although the progress was terrifying, he had to know that he had wasted 20 years. It was not easy to catch up with the progress within 1 or 2 years. No, he had to improve at a faster speed. Just then, a major came over and put a coat of justice on Luo Lan. "Is it Ian, you're back?" "Yes, I heard that you solved the problem as soon as I came back." "Congratulations." "Alas, it was just a solution, and it didn't bring me a direct improvement. I still can't see the back of those monsters." Luo Lan sighed slightly. Ian was a little confused. "Colonel, at your speed, I'm afraid you can become the top powerhouse in this sea in 5 years at most." "Why? Are you trying to say that I'm too anxious?" "Yes." Ian nodded. This is what he is confused about. 5 years is not a very long time. By then, Luo Lan will only be 25 years old. It's scary to be a peak warrior at such a young age. But looking at the colonel's appearance, it seems that he can't wait for 5 years? "Ian, do you believe it? In 2 years, the whole world will start to riot, and before that, I must get enough power." 5 years? By then, it will be too late. Looking up at the sky, Luo Lan said with a deep look on his face. This made Ian even more puzzled. However, even so, as a diehard who has followed Luo Lan since the beginning of the headquarters, and even reported to accompany Luo Lan to exile a year ago, Ian did not continue to ask. "By the way, how is the matter going?" After pretending to be cool, Luo Lan stopped looking at the sky and asked instead. As his adjutant, Ian is often not in the branch. Obviously, he went out to perform tasks. And the mission that requires his adjutant to go out and perform in person is definitely not a simple matter. It's done. This time we have a lot of gains, a total of more than 17 million Baileys, all of which have been stored. Hearing this, Luo Lan's eyes lit up. More than 17 million Baileys, this time the gains are not bad. "Colonel, I also brought back 2 other important news this time." What news?" Luo Lan's face straightened. He knew Ian's character too well. If he could make him say the word important, it must be something extraordinary. Immediately, he became serious. "The first news is that a natural devil fruit appeared in the East China Sea." "Natural, are you sure?" "Well, it's confirmed, and based on the news we got, plus the comparison of the devil fruit illustrations, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be natural, flame fruit." Before Ian finished speaking, Luo Lan had already spoken first. Ian was stunned for a moment. "I haven't said it yet, how did the colonel know it?" In fact, Luo Lan didn't react at first, but when he reviewed the content of the original work, although Luo Lan didn't know where this devil fruit was, it didn't prevent him from knowing which natural devil fruit existed in the East China Sea during this period. "Isn't it the one that Ace got, the natural flame fruit? Tell me the details, Ian." "Yes, Colonel. Fortunately, it seems that my colonel doesn't know everything, so I am still valuable." Ian breathed a sigh of relief and began to report. Initially, this devil fruit was obtained by Dolly, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Crick Pirates, by chance. Although he did not have a devil fruit encyclopedia and did not know much about devil fruits, it did not prevent him from knowing the rumors about the secret treasure of the sea. Obviously, after getting the devil fruit, he became ambitious and planned to secretly find a place to hide, and then study how to obtain this legendary power. But unfortunately, there were Crick's spies on his ship, and the news was leaked. As a last resort, Dolly had to take his men and flee all the way under Crick's pursuit. "Well, flee in our direction." Hearing this, Roland's mouth corners also slightly raised. This guy is not stupid. He knows to escape from the prosperous area as soon as possible. Once he enters this barren sea, it will be as difficult for Click to find him again as finding a needle in a haystack. Yes, as long as he can only eat the devil fruit and gain the power of nature, 10 clicks are not enough for him to kill. After listening to Luolan's analysis, Ian also agreed very much. However, he could not hear what Luolan was thinking at the moment. Eat this flame fruit. Although I don't know how Ace finally got it, one thing is certain, Dolly, that guy. He doesn't have this fate. Colonel, after Dolly escaped into the desolate sea, it was also very difficult for us to locate him. Next. There is a newcomer named Ace in the East China Sea. Do you know? Here it comes again. It's this feeling again. I was talking about one thing, and then suddenly I was dragged to another unrelated thing. Once again, he couldn't follow the colonel's train of thought. This new guy named Ace. Could he be related to this matter? Ian complained wildly in his heart. I know, according to the intelligence, his strength is very good, but he is still a commander without troops, and even his boat is a small raft. He is far from being a force to be reckoned with. Well, keep an eye on him, he will lead us to Dolly. Ah! I'm confused. Is there a connection between the two? But... Yes, Colonel, I know. Ian had already developed a habit when he was in the headquarters staff. No matter what Luolan said, no matter how outrageous it was, the first thing to do was not to question or inquire, but execute. Because in the end you will always find that all the orders issued by Luolan are as accurate as if they predicted the future. Nothing is redundant. Chapter 4: The Little Thief Who Brings Money to the Door. Luolan's Super City Builder system is a very expensive system. Because all functions require points to achieve, and the way to get points is to exchange with Baileys except for irregular tasks. The only way to get points is to exchange with Baileys. Every 10,000 Baileys is exchanged for 1 point. Simple and clear, but the problem is, Luolan has no money. Yes, when he came to the 157th branch, he only had 100,000 Baileys on him. Well, 10 points can't do anything. So, at the beginning, Luolan couldn't build anything except the 2 buildings in the novice gift package and Silas, an S-level researcher. So, a special department under the intelligence department of the 157th branch, controlled by Luolan behind the scenes and implemented by Ian, appeared. Its official name is the 157th Branch Intelligence Department 2, and its work content can be summed up in 2 words, that is, make money. Who is rich in the East China Sea? Is it the pirates? No, 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 the pirates in the East China Sea are very poor. If an ordinary pirate group can take out hundreds of thousands of Baileys, it is already quite good. If we talk about wealth, it has to be the nobles. Of course, as a navy, Luolan certainly can't just rob, so what should he do? At this time, the role of the Second Intelligence Department began to manifest. First, 2 suitable targets were selected. As for why there were 2, it was naturally a wealthy noble and an ambitious pirate group. When the target was selected, the Second Intelligence Department would indirectly provide intelligence to the pirate group in various ways, or even secretly help, to ensure the smoothness of its looting operations and maximize its profits. And after everything was over, the pirate group that took action would always disappear unknowingly. So much so that in the past year, many pirate groups were not only wanted by the Navy, but also some nobles offered high additional rewards. But the result? These pirate groups have not been caught yet. In just 1 year, the Second Intelligence Department has brought back more than 100 million Baileys for Luolan. Colonel, the second news is a bit troublesome. Our Second Intelligence Department's affairs have been discovered. What's going on? Luolan frowned deeply. This is not good news. If you don't handle it well, you will be in great trouble. Even if you are a time traveler, even if you have a system, you are still nothing if you don't grow up. It's like this. When we were dealing with those pirates for the last time, we found a letter on their ship. The content was, someone already knows everything we did. If you don't want the matter to be exposed, help him do one thing and kill the dragon pirates entrenched in Caucasia. As long as this can be done, the other party will not only keep it secret for us, but also give us 60 million baileys as a reward. This matter. Loyolan was a little speechless. Caucasia village. Dragon pirates. And 60 million reward. This is definitely Nami, right? Although he collected 100 million in the original work, that was 2 years later. So, now he has saved up 60 million? Interesting, very interesting. What contact information did she leave for you? Yes, there was a directional den mushi along with the letter. Oh, this little girl is willing to spend money, a pair of directional den mushi is not cheap. Little girl? Female? Colonel, do you know this person? Ian's brain was smoking again. Give me the den mushi. Yes, Colonel. Coming to his senses, Ian took out a den mushi from his arms. This is not an ordinary den mushi, but a directional den mushi, that is, only two matching den mushi can connect to each other. Although compared to ordinary den mushi, this kind of den mushi seems stupid. After all, ordinary den mushi can communicate with any den mushi, just dial a different number. However, this directional den mushi also has its own advantages. That is, it cannot be monitored. Taking the den mushi from Ian, Loyolan picked it up directly. Brew brew brew. Have you thought about it? After a moment, a voice came from the den mushi. Female, not very old. Ian made a judgment in an instant. As expected, it was just as the colonel said, a little girl. But how did the colonel know? Forget it, don't think about it, the more you think about it, the more your head hurts. On the side, Loyolan heard the voice from the den mushi, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. No problem, I can help you with the dragon pirates. But 60 million berries is not enough. Hey, don't go too far. Dragon is a powerful guy, but the bounties of all his people combined are not even 60 million berries. In that case, how about I send a message to Dragon later and tell him that Nami hired someone to kill him for 60 million? You, who are you? Loyolan's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding directly in Nami's mind. She panicked, really panicked. After a while, she finally calmed down a little. Then we will die together. You can tell Dragon, but I can also expose the fact that you used pirates to rob nobles. That's right, you have a weak spot in my hand, but so do I. After the words fell, Nami calmed down completely and became confident again. However, then go and expose it. Hey? What did you say? I said you should expose it, but I'm a little curious, who are you going to tell me about us? Nami was stunned for a moment. Yes, she discovered what they did by accident, and combined with several similar incidents in the past year, she basically guessed it. But the problem is, who are these people, and which organization do they belong to? You know nothing about it. What do you want? Didn't I just say that 60 million baileys is not enough as a reward? You must promise one more thing. What is it? Simple, after the matter is settled, you have to join our organization. Then you should at least tell me what organization you are. After a moment of silence, Nami spoke again. However, what she waited for was Loyolan's laughter. Nami, do you think I'm so stupid that I'll tell you this secret directly? Well, although I can't tell you explicitly, I can give you some hints. Your adoptive mother Belmir used to serve our organization. After saying this, Loyolan hung up the den mushi. On the other side, nearly 2,000 miles away, Nami, who had just turned 16, collapsed on the ground. Her eyes were completely blank. Belmir. Chapter 5 Justice reigning over the world. Okay, she will agree, you follow up on the rest. Yes, Colonel. Belmir. Who is this? Ian felt that his own colonel had stuffed several balls of paste into his head today. Forget it, don't think about it. Why bother thinking, just do what the colonel says. Came to a 3-story building. Completely different from the style of the pirate world, it is more like the modern office building in his previous life. Navy building, D-level. Special effect, when processing administrative documents, focus plus 50%. Just like AR augmented reality, when Luolan stared at the building, a series of information appeared in his vision. Yes, this building has special effects. Luolan built 2 such buildings in total, and the reason for choosing this one as the branch building is this special effect. As long as you process various administrative documents of the branch, you will get the effect of increased concentration, and it is not easy to make mistakes. Although it is not of much use to Luolan, Luolan is not the only one working in this building. As for the other building at the beginning, it got a special effect of plus 50% analysis ability when processing intelligence documents. There is no need to consider it at all, that building is directly allocated to the intelligence department. Came to the 3rd floor, opened the door and walked into a huge office. Just like the appearance of the building. It is out of tune with this world. It is a modern and minimalist decoration style. Especially the floor-to-ceiling glass on the whole wall, the visual effect is directly maximized. Through the huge glass, half of the branch is directly included in the field of vision. It is simply a modern small office park. 2 3-story buildings, 3 2-story buildings, 2 warehouses, a factory building, 2 dormitory buildings, a large parade ground, and an officer residential area consisting of several villas. This is everything on the ground. Of course, this is not all of branch 157, because under the basement of branch 157, there are 2 special buildings given by the novice gift pack. S-level building, Honeycomb Underground Comprehensive Scientific Research Center. A&D. S-level building, 800-meter underwater prison. As for personnel, there are currently 487 people in branch 157, including Luolan himself. In addition to the 150 Marines in the battle sequence, the rest are intelligence personnel, scientific researchers, logistics personnel, factory workers, etc. It's hard to imagine that there was only a 2-story dangerous building here a year ago. Well, it looks like it will collapse at any time. And 7 Marines. All of this is hidden inside Rhodes Island. In the center of the island, there is a large forest, which almost occupies 2/3 of the entire island. The former 157th branch was built outside this forest, only a few hundred meters away from the coast, and now it was built by leveling an area in the forest, and it can't be found unless it is looked down from the sky. As for the old branch building, it is still preserved. After all, the Navy will come to deliver supplies every 3 months. Of course, in addition to the people of the 157th branch, there are nearly 100 pirates on the island who are detained in the underwater prison. These are all brought back by the 2nd Intelligence Department. After completing each mission, the pirates whose hands were stained with the blood of the Navy or civilians were naturally sent to the calm belt to feed the Sea Kings, and their bodies were destroyed. As for those who had not harmed civilians or the Navy, Luolan still spared their lives and sent them to the underwater prison to serve their sentences. As for how long they would serve their sentences? In short, before the 157th branch was exposed, it was impossible to release them. Luolan took out a huge bundle. After opening it, it was a rolled-up copybook. With his right hand gently stroking it, a series of memories flashed through Luolan's mind. "Old man, why did you change that calligraphy?" Luolan, who was only 10 years old, pointed to the calligraphy that had been put away on the table and asked loudly. "Luolan, you are still young and don't understand many things." "I am young, but that doesn't mean I don't understand." "Absolute justice? Ha, that's a joke. I think it should be absolute obedience." Enough! Zhang Guo shouted. The room fell silent. What did Zhang Guo's calligraphy say? It said, "Justice reigning over the world." What does this mean? It means that justice is always at the highest position, that is, no matter who it is, even the celestial dragons cannot be above justice. Zhang Guo, when he was young, adhered to this concept. However, now that he has become a marshal, he has seen and come into contact with more people and things. Over time, his concept has changed. Justice reigning over the world is just an unrealistic ideal. If he continues to insist on such a view of justice, the world government can take him down at any time and replace him with an obedient person. Who can guarantee that the person who replaces him will also have justice in his heart? Maybe the entire navy will be completely transformed into a dark killing group completely controlled by the world government. When that time comes, let alone the justice that dominates the world, even the existence of justice will be questionable. Therefore, Sengoku's pursuit of justice gradually changed from the justice that dominates the world to limited justice. That is, while submitting to the world government, strive to maintain the remaining justice. In the pirate world, absolute justice can also be understood as absolute obedience. That is, obeying me represents justice, even if you have blood on your hands. If you oppose me, then you are a pirate, and you are evil. Therefore, in order to preserve that limited justice, Sengoku took down the original copybook and replaced it with that one. Absolute justice. In a sense, isn't Sengoku showing his loyalty to the world government? Since you have forgotten your original intention, then I will carry out this justice from now on. With a small body, he hugged the calligraphy in his arms and turned away. Only Zhang Guo was left, sitting there with silence. Recalling these, Luolan couldn't help but sigh. After recovering his memory, he could understand Zhang Guo's approach. After all, he was not the protagonist, he didn't have a system, he didn't have the foresight of a time traveler, and he didn't have the strength to dominate an era. It can be said that Zhang Guo had done quite well within his ability. And the reason why he hadn't taken out this copybook for a year after coming here was also because he knew that he didn't have the strength to do so before. But now, everything is different. It's time to hang this copybook again. Soon, the huge copybook on the empty wall was fully unfolded. There are 7 big characters written on it. Justice that reigns over the world. Kokozia Village. Nakago, do you think this is true or false? Did Belmere really serve this organization? If it's true, then what kind of organization is this? It's been a long time since she talked to Luolan, but she is still hesitant. I can only think of one organization that Belmere served, and that is, the Navy. After thinking for a while, Nakago spoke. Hearing this, Nami was stunned at first, but then she quickly began to shake her head. Impossible, how could it be the Navy? You know, this organization specializes in using pirates to rob nobles. Is this something the Navy would do? However, what Nakago said next made her. Nami, have you noticed that all the nobles who were robbed in the past year were the bad nobles, and after each incident, the pirate groups that took action disappeared without exception? It seems like a very bad incident, but in a year, the number of people who were harmed in these incidents. It was always only the nobles and pirates, and no civilians were involved. Even the workers and slaves on the ship were only a small number of people taken away afterwards, instead of being killed on the spot. Chapter 6 Roads 1518 Style. That night, Nami thought for a long time, a long time. It was not until late at night that Nami took out the special den mushi that cost millions of Baileys. Brew brew. Brew 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 brew. I say, Nami, don't you want to sleep? What time is it? The den mushi rang for almost a minute before it was finally connected. And someone's complaining words were also transmitted immediately. Even the den mushi imitated Luolan's unhappy expression. Nami, who was originally very nervous, almost laughed out loud. I just want to confirm one thing. After joining the organization, you won't let me do bad things, right? Don't worry, our organization pursues justice. If you dare to do bad things, be careful that I will spank you. Be serious. I am serious. Do you have anything else to ask? If not, I will hang up. Really, I just fell asleep for 10 minutes. Wait. Hearing this, Nami hurriedly spoke. Fearing that the guy on the other side would hang up the den mushi in the next second. My little aunt, what else? When can you take action? In a month. Why so long? I say Nami, do you think you and I are neighbors? Luolan said unhappily. Where is Rhodes Island? At the edge of the East China Sea, and close to the wind belt. Then, where is Kakosia village? Oh my goodness, it is on the side of the Jamita Islands, very close to the core of the East China Sea prosperity zone. The distance between the two is a full 1,000 or several hundred nautical miles. Next is transportation. What era is the pirate world in? The era of sailing ships. The speed of ordinary ships is only 7 or 8 knots. Even if they run at the maximum speed for a day, it is less than 200 nautical miles. Going from Rhodes Island to Kakosia village? Don't even think about it for at least 10 days. Not to mention, Luolan has to deal with Dolly and Ace's affairs before he can set off to Kakosia village. Therefore, 1 month should be a more reasonable estimate. But don't you have people here? Yes, but they can only deal with ordinary pirates. As for the dragon pirates, if I don't send people here to deal with them, do you think it will work? Okay, 1 month is enough. Nami gritted her teeth and nodded. If possible, she didn't want to wait even a day. But Luolan was right. If you want to kill the evil dragon, it's really not something that ordinary people can do. Because the evil dragon's gang always promotes that the natural strength of fish people is 10 times that of humans, or that fish people are a superior race, etc. In addition, there is a lack of information in the East China Sea, and this is even more so in Kakosia village. Including Nami, almost everyone has been brainwashed, and they have the impression that fish people are extremely powerful and even the navy can't beat them. So, he even thought of Luolan's words as, the people left in the East China Sea can't do this job, and they have to deploy real strong people from the Grand Line. Well, no matter how Nami understands it, it's almost the same. Because Luolan's place is only separated from the Grand Line by a doldrums, if you cross it, it doesn't even take a day. The time required to reach Kakosia village is indeed almost the same as that required to come from the Grand Line. The next day, after Luolan received a call from Silas, he rushed to the Underground Research Institute with his adjutant Ian. When the elevator door opened, Silas was already waiting there. Let's go and test it directly. Yes, Colonel, please follow me. Luolan waved his hand and spoke directly. Silas did not waste any words and immediately led the way. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a test range on the 3rd floor of the hive. The huge space and high ceiling made it difficult to imagine that this was located hundreds of meters underground. At this moment, there were already several white coats waiting in the shooting range, and next to them, there was a long flat box and a suitcase. Colonel, which one do you want to try first? Rifle. Okay. Silas nodded and then waved his hand. The 2 researchers immediately opened the long and flat box, which contained a rifle and 2 boxes of bullets. Luolan walked forward, but he did not take the gun first. Instead, he took out the box full of bullets from the box. He opened it and took out a yellow bullet from it. Luolan smiled. Yes, that's it. The bullet in his hand at this moment was not the spherical lead bullet that was originally in the pirate world, but a modern bullet. Yes, the modern ammunition from his previous life. On the side, Ian looked at the bullet in Loyal hand with curiosity in his eyes. The shape of this thing was. It was simply a shock to him. Shouldn't the bullet be a spherical lead bullet? How did it become like this? Silas, introduce it to me. Ian is almost dying of curiosity. Yes, Colonel. Silas nodded. He first picked up the gun in the box. We named this gun the Rhodes 1518 rifle. It is 1107 mm long, 600 mm long, and weighs 3.9 kg. Using the new 7.92 x 57 mm bullet in our innovative barrel rifling design, the effective range can reach 800 meters, and even the firing rate can reach about 15 rounds per minute. Of course, the premise is proficient use. Whether it is power, firing rate, or accuracy, it is far superior to the mainstream firearms in the world today. According to our calculations, within 100 meters, it can even injure a strong man with a DAO force value of less than 300 and who has already activated the 6-style iron block. Hiss! Ian was directly numb. 800 meters, or effective range. Are you serious? Ian knows too well what the standard firearms of the Navy are now. The effective range of a flintlock rifle using spherical lead bullets is generally only about 50 to 60 meters. Where the bullet will fly beyond 100 meters depends entirely on luck. Moreover, if you can fire 2 or 3 shots a minute, you are already a very skilled shooter. And you told me that this thing can fire 15 rounds a minute? The most important thing is that the DAO force value is below 300, and the iron block is activated. It can hurt within 100 meters? Are you sure? If this is true, then once the Navy is fully equipped. Let's not talk about those big pirates, the others. I'm afraid that ordinary Marines can absolutely suppress them, right? Ian, go and try it. Hey, can I? Of course, go. Hearing this, Ian excitedly snatched the Rhodes 1518 from Silas's hand, and then ran to the shooting position on the shooting range. This kid. He didn't even take the bullet. Someone, send him the bullets, and then teach him how to use the new gun and what to pay attention to. Yes, Colonel. One of the white coats immediately stepped out, picked up the 2 boxes of bullets and chased Ian. Loyal shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, this is not incomprehensible. After all, the Rhodes 1518 type is indeed a bit beyond the scope for people in the pirate world. Of course, the beyond the scope here only refers to ordinary firearms. Moreover, Ian himself is a gun lover, otherwise he would not have followed me so devotedly. The reason is because, although I am physically weak, I was also the best sharpshooter in the Navy back then, okay? Not only is it accurate, but it can also shoot in a curve, so cool. Silas, is the thing I want in this briefcase. Yes, Colonel. After nodding, Silas walked over and opened the briefcase. Suddenly, 2 oversized pistols appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 7 Casual and Jackal. Why is it oversized? First of all, compared with the one-handed flintlock rifles in this world, its shape is completely different. Secondly, although they are called pistols, the length of these 2 guns is very exaggerated. Even the slightly shorter white one is definitely more than 30 centimeters, and the other black one is probably close to 40 centimeters. And the bullets in the briefcase. There are also 2 specifications, one large and one small. Even the small one is much larger than the 7.92 caliber of the rifle just now. As for the other larger bullet, it looks almost twice as big as a rifle bullet, right? Colonel, these 2 guns are not easy to make. In order to fully meet your requirements, the laboratory spent a full 5 days to finally create them. There is no possibility of mass production at all. The white one is 35 centimeters long, uses 9 mm caliber bullets, has a loading capacity of 20 rounds, and an effective range of 200 meters. The advantage is the fast firing rate. And this black one is 39 centimeters long, uses 13 mm caliber bullets, has a loading capacity of only 6 rounds, and an effective range of 150 meters. Although it has a small loading capacity and a shorter range, its power. According to our estimation, within the effective range, even a strong man with a DAO force value of more than 500 can't withstand a shot with an iron block. In addition, we have also made a batch of special bullets made of sea stone. Since there is not much material and it is difficult to make, please use it sparingly, Colonel. As he said this, Silas took out a pure black 13 mm caliber bullet from the briefcase and handed it to Luolan. As he said, this thing is very troublesome to process. Of course, the trouble of processing has never been a problem. The most important thing is the raw materials. You know, sea stone is a strategic resource in the whole world. The annual output is basically taken away by the world government. Occasionally, some of it flows into the black market. It is also immediately bought at a high price. As for the bullets used in the laboratory now, it is still a sea stone weapon that he got from the headquarters. Otherwise, Silas would not even have the materials to make these bullets. Well, it doesn't really matter whether it is economical or not. After all, there are not many opportunities for him to use it at this stage. Take out 2 guns, one black and one white, from the suitcase, push 2 magazines full of bullets into each, turn on the safety, and then walk towards Ian. Click. Bang. Click. Bang. Click. Bang. Click. Bang. Awesome. Pull the bolt once, shoot once. The target is 800 meters away, but every shot hits 10 rings. Ian is so excited. Compared with the Rhodes 1518. The guns he used to play with are simply rubbish. Sure enough, our sharpshooters are the best. When he was in the headquarters, Luolan was the best sharpshooter, and Ian. Although he can't be said to be the second after Luolan, his shooting level can definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the entire headquarters. Now that he has a sharpshooter that can maintain accuracy at 800 meters, how can he not be excited? It feels like he dares to raise his gun and shoot even if the 4 emperors are in front of him. And at this moment, Ian, be quiet. Bang. Not far away, Luolan raised the black pistol with his left hand and pulled the trigger. It was completely different from the sound of Ian's rifle before, and much deeper. And 150 meters away, the entire target exploded instantly. Ian was stunned. He looked at the cool pistol in Luolan's hand, and then looked down at the rifle in his hand. It's not good anymore, it's not good at all. There were only 2 words written on his face. I want it. In the end, until he left the shooting range, Ian's resentful look had not disappeared. Can only 10 be produced every day? Well, it's enough for the time being. After all, there are only 150 Marines in the frontline combat sequence of the 157th branch, and they can be fully equipped in half a month. As for the future, after I upgrade to a sea-level city builder, I can build a more advanced factory to enhance production efficiency. Looking at the report submitted by the Research Institute, Luolan couldn't help but talk to himself. Then he signed his name silently. Although Ian had brought back 17 million Baileys, enough for Luolan to build another factory for production, Luolan gave up the idea after careful consideration. It's really unnecessary. After all, he is now accumulating points to upgrade the city builder level, so there is no need to lose the big picture for the small. Moreover, as Luolan said just now, for now, this output is enough. Otherwise, no matter how many guns there will not be enough people to use them. City Lord, Luolan. Level, D. Points, 4,980. Population, 477. In the right eye's field of vision, Luolan's basic status is now displayed. 4,980 points, in fact, is 49.8 million Baileys. Well, this already includes the 17 million that Ian brought back. To upgrade from a D-level city builder to a C-level, a full 30,000 points are required. And then, Luolan can get 60 million from Nami. As for the property in the Dragon Pirates, I'm afraid there are at least 100 million Baileys. Adding this up, I have almost 20,000 points. So, where will the remaining 10,000 points come from? Luolan has already had an idea about this. First of all, there is Lao Shu. This guy collects money from several pirate groups every year. Even if a large part of it is squandered or used to manage others, he still has at least tens of millions of Baileys in his hands. The second is Dolly. After all, he is also the third squad of the Click Pirates, so there must be a lot of Baileys on the ship. After all, the Click Pirates are really rich, otherwise they would not have gathered 50 warships to march into the Grand Line in 2 years. As for Ace, well, a poor guy who is still playing with a raft, there is no need to calculate. With this calculation, if you are lucky, you should have 30,000 points. If there is still something missing, there are still dragons and other fishman corpses with bounties, which can be taken to Smoker to exchange for Bailey. Of course, Luolan himself cannot go, but there are ways. Although it is a bit troublesome, and some Bailey will be lost in the process, it is safe enough. After processing all the documents, Luolan's eyes moved to the briefcase next to him again. Suddenly remembered something and showed a wicked smile. Picked up the Den Den Mushi on the table. Blue blue blue. I am Silas. It's me, Luolan. Colonel, what's the matter? Please have someone come to my place later and take back the 2 guns. Colonel, is there any problem? Hearing this, Silas' voice became a little anxious, fearing that there was something wrong with the 2 guns. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Don't worry, I just want you to engrave some words on the gun. Hey! Colonel, you almost scared me to death. No problem, what do you want to engrave? Well, I named the 2 guns respectively. The white one is called Casual and the black one is called Jackal. Just help me engrave the names on them. Yes, Colonel, I'll have someone come to get the guns. Chapter 8: The Traces of Ace and Dolly. A small merchant ship is sailing in the area between the prosperous area and the barren sea area of the East China Sea. The captain picked up the telescope and looked in all directions. Suddenly, as if he saw something, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he took out a Den Den Mushi. Bulo bulo bulo. Speak. This is number 7. 17 nautical miles east of the sea restaurant Barity, the target Porgas d'Ace was found. It is sailing towards the doldrums. Request for the next instruction. Very good, someone else will take over later. You have been exposed. Leave there immediately and don't alert him. Yes, Minister. Put down the Den Den Mushi. The captain waved his hand. Adjust the route and leave here. Yes. After a while, the merchant ship disappeared from Ace's visual range. Of course, Ace didn't care about this merchant ship he encountered by chance, because at this moment, he was sleeping soundly on the small raft, and he didn't even realize that he had sailed into the desolate waters of the East China Sea. On the other side, Ian also knocked on Luolan's office door. Colonel, we have found Ace's whereabouts. Where? Hearing this, Ian directly unfolded a map of the East China Sea and drew a circle at a certain location with a pen. This is, near the Barity restaurant on the sea, right? Yes, it's the restaurant at the junction of the prosperous area and the desolate sea area. The food there is quite good, cough cough. Halfway through, Ian seemed to realize something and turned his head mechanically, and the result was Luolan stared at him murderously. I heard that a meal there costs at least 100,000 or 200,000 Baileys. Colonel, I swear. That's the money I saved up in the past. Really? It's more real than pearls. I don't believe it, unless you treat me to a few meals in the future. No problem, Colonel. Seeing Luolan's mouth suddenly raised, Ian reacted. Is the Colonel setting a trap for him? And how many meals? Can I really afford it with my salary of hundreds of thousands of Baileys? As for that time, it was the small amount of money I had saved for a long time. I took the opportunity to go there while I was doing business in the prosperity circle. Okay, let's talk business. At this moment, Luolan interrupted Ian's resentment. According to his position en route, if there is no adjustment, he will eventually arrive near Rhodes Island, right? Yes, according to the speed, it should take about 12 days, after all, his small raft is not fast. Have you arranged the tracking? It has been arranged. Our people will form a surveillance circle 10 nautical miles around him. Even if he changes his course, he will definitely encounter a ship outside the surveillance circle, and his whereabouts will still be under control, but... Just what? Dolly has been missing for several days. Can we really find him by following Ace? Ian was very confused. Because from the intelligence point of view, there is no intersection between the two people at all. Moreover, the matter of Dolly was only passed on between the pirate groups and various intelligence forces. Ace, a commander without any troops. I am afraid that he does not know the news of the flame fruit at all. Now the intelligence department has mobilized most of its forces to keep an eye on Ace. Once the line of Ace is useless, it is very likely that it will be a waste of time. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Just trust me as you did before. Yes, Colonel, I understand. On the raft. Ace woke up slowly. Where is this? Forget it, no matter where it is, just keep moving forward. I hope I can find a navigator as a companion on an island, so I can relax, ha ha ha. Laughing heartlessly, Ace took out a bottle of wine from the package beside him. He drank it again. More than 200 nautical miles away, another sailing ship was also sailing towards the direction of the doldrums. The hull was damaged in many places, and even the sails had several holes of different sizes, which looked very miserable. Boss, the traitor has been found, it's him. Two pirates dragged a bloody guy all the way to the bow deck. Dolly, wearing a tattered captain's uniform and a pirate hat, turned around. It's you. Dolly was angry. After being accurately found by Click twice in a row, he realized that there must be Click's spies on his ship. But he never thought that this person was one of his confidants. And he was the one he trusted most among his confidants, because he had helped him block bullets. Why? Why betray me? Dolly almost roared these two sentences. No reason, I was sent by the Admiral to monitor you, as for when that incident in 2011 was just a play. Dolly, I advise you to go back and admit your mistake to Admiral Crick. Don't worry, with the devil fruit, the Admiral won't. Bang! Before the man finished speaking, the gunshot rang out. In Dolly's hand, a wisp of green smoke was coming out of the barrel. Since we have found the traitor, we will go deep into the desolate sea and find a place to hide temporarily. After I figure out how to get the power of the devil fruit. At that time, let alone Crick, the entire East China Sea will be at our mercy. Women, wealth, you will all get them, even more and better than those nobles have. Putting away the gun, Dolly shouted passionately. Not to mention, those little pirates fell for this trick, and they all screamed in an instant. Next, it's a question of where to go. Is anyone familiar with the desolate sea? Boss, I used to come from the desolate sea. Upon hearing Dolly's question, a little pirate immediately stood up excitedly. This is a chance to show up in front of the boss, so you must perform well. Oh? From the desolate sea, are you sure? Really, boss? Although there are few people in the desolate sea, there are still a few villages, and the village where I was born is located in the depths of this sea. Very good, then tell me, is there any good place to hide? Seeing the little pirate confirm, Dolly laughed, patted his shoulder and asked. Well, hiding place, this is really hard to say. No, I have it, boss, if it's only for a short period of time, I have a perfect hiding place. Hurry up and say it. In fact, there is also a naval branch in this sea area. There is also a naval branch here, you kid are talking nonsense. No, boss, believe me, I'm not talking nonsense. The little pirate was startled and quickly made a promise. Boss, there is indeed a naval branch near the doldrums, but that branch has less than 10 people stationed there. And the Navy will only send a batch of supplies every few months. If we take this place. Dolly's eyes lit up instantly. That's right, sneak onto the island and kill those Marines. Not only can we get a hiding place that no one would think of, but we will not be noticed by the Navy in a short time. Okay, that's great. Tell the navigator the location. Yes, boss. Chapter 9 Combat Test. 10 days later. A shabby pirate ship has come to a place less than 10 nautical miles away from Rhodes Island. Even after climbing up the towering mast and going up to the observation deck, we can already see the coast of Rhodes Island. Boss, this is Rhodes Island. Very good, let the brothers get ready, and we will sneak over at night. Understood. In Luolan's office. So, this guy arrived 2 days earlier than Ace, and is waiting for the night to launch a sneak attack. Yes, that's our analysis. Ian nodded. Rhodes Island is Luolan's base camp, how could there be no surveillance around it? In fact, Dolly was discovered when he was more than 30 nautical miles away from Rhodes Island. How was it discovered? Don't forget that the 157th branch has an 800-meter class underwater prison, which is located outside Rhodes Island, more than 600 meters deep. Submarine. It is naturally a supporting facility of this prison. Otherwise, how to send the prisoners down? When there is no transportation mission, the 2 submarines are used for patrolling the surrounding area. Even now, there is a submarine just a few hundred meters away from them, but Dolly knows nothing about it. Well, your analysis should be correct. It seems that Dolly has also worked hard and knows the situation of our 157th branch, but the information he knows seems to be a little outdated. Let's put them up at night and conduct a comprehensive practical test of the new rifle. Luolan stood up and waved his hand. Yes, Colonel. Soon, the whole branch began to get busy. After receiving combat ammunition, teams of Marines, led by their respective captains, entered the woods one after another. At this moment, there are still less than 2 hours before dark. More than 2 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the night, a pirate ship is heading towards Rhodes Island. Finally, anchored only 100 meters from the coast. Then, a small boat carrying several pirates quickly rowed to the shore. The leader was the little pirate who was born on a small island in the desolate sea and suggested that Dolly come here. The building in front should be the so-called Navy Branch 157, right? As soon as they landed, the 3 of them saw the dilapidated 2-story building. After all, it was not far from the coast. Let's go, don't make any noise, follow me. The little pirate waved his hand, and the other 2 followed quietly, fearing that the noise would alarm the Marines. However, 2 minutes later, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. This house. How many years has it not been repaired? After checking it out, they found no one, or any signs of people living here recently, so the 3 of them quickly retreated. They were afraid that the house would collapse in the next second due to disrepair. It seems that this naval branch has now been completely abolished. Let's go back and inform the boss that we can come up with confidence. The little pirate waved his hand again, and the 3 of them ran quickly to the shore. Little did they know. On a tree not far away, 2 people were watching their every move. "Colonel, they should have gone back to inform Dolly to come ashore, but it seems that they didn't notice anything. Let everyone get ready, and act immediately after confirming the devil fruit." "Understood." After a while, several small boats have come and gone several times, bringing batches of pirates and a large amount of supplies to the shore. On the shore of Rhodes Island, there are 77 figures standing behind Dolly. In fact, Dolly's second team originally had more than 100 people, but they were chased by Click twice some time ago, and many people died under the bombardment. That's why there are only so few people left. But even so, compared with ordinary pirate groups in the East China Sea, this is already a very large size. Soon, Dolly began to lead everyone and carry a large amount of supplies to the island. However, there was a small box, which he always held in his hand. Looking at the size and Dolly's cautiousness, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the natural flame fruit. When he came to the building outside the old 157th branch, Dolly also asked people to start building a temporary camp. And he himself sat on a stone nearby and opened the small box. Sure enough, there was a devil fruit inside, and its skin was like a ball of flames. What else could it be but the flame fruit? Dolly's knowledge of the devil fruit was only through some rumors. For example, the secret treasure of the sea, or the devil living in the fruit, etc. Although no matter what kind of rumor it is said that the devil fruit needs to be eaten. But without a safe environment, he really didn't dare to try it directly. Picking up the flame fruit, Dolly fell into deep thought again. Should I eat it myself, or not? If I eat it, if something goes wrong, will my subordinates really be fine? But if I don't eat it, won't I always get power? Thinking left and right, I still can't make a decision. Ace, I guess you must have hesitated for at least 2 days and didn't eat it, otherwise, how could I get my turn in the original work? And just at this moment, bang! A low gunshot cut through the night sky. What followed was a scream. Ah! My hand, my hand! The pirates who were setting up the camp realized that the right hand of their boss was broken. And the palm fell to the ground, and the devil fruit also rolled to the ground. Before they could come to their senses, a series of gunshots rang out again. One by one, the pirates fell down in the open space without any cover, like naked targets. When the gunshots stopped, at a glance, at least 30 pirates fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. But after all, they were all on the edge of a knife every day, and soon someone reacted. They are in the woods, hurry up while they are changing bullets. Ah! After firing a shot, it takes at least half a minute to reload, and that's the speed of a skilled shooter. If you're not skilled, it's not unusual to take a minute. Isn't this common sense? Although it only takes half a minute, it's not difficult for people in the pirate world to rush into the woods a few hundred meters away. After hearing his shout, the others also cried out. He rushed forward with a roar. But who could have thought that it would only take about 3 seconds? The sound of gunfire rang out again. Damn! Damn it! He ignored his right hand, which was bleeding madly. Dolly got up, took 2 steps forward, and stretched out his left hand. He was ready to pick up the devil fruit on the ground and eat it in one bite. There was no time to hesitate, life or death. It all depended on this moment. However, before his left hand touched the flame fruit, another gunshot rang out. Bang! The next second, his left wrist was also broken. He turned around and saw Luolan holding a black pistol in his left hand, standing not far from him. Behind Luolan, there were a large number of pirates who fell on the way to the charge. No one was alive. Dolly held back the movement of his hands and rushed directly to the flame fruit. I don't have hands, but I still have a mouth. He opened his mouth wide, ready to eat the devil fruit in one bite. But he was too naive. Bang! As the low gunshot sounded again, the whole island fell silent. Chapter 10 Ownership of the Flame Fruit. If anyone thinks that the big pirates are the ones who cause the most harm to civilians, they are totally wrong. You know, there are only a few people in the world who can be called big pirates. And most of these pirates have their own territories, and they are still operating like a kingdom. On the contrary, those middle-level and lowest-level pirate groups are the most serious threat. It's not how strong they are, but how many they are. There are simply too many of them. Even if the Navy has hundreds of thousands of people stationed all over the world, it can't handle it at all. This type of pirate is the one who is most keen on plundering and killing civilians. And this is also the greatest value of Rod 1518, because he can let the Marines completely crush the pirates of the same bottom level, thus suppressing the existence that is the greatest threat to civilians. Came to the place where Dolly fell, picked up the flame fruit on the ground. Is this the natural flame fruit? It's pretty beautiful. Looking at the fruit in his hand that looks like pieces of flame scales, Loyolan couldn't help but admire it. The only pity is, Loyolan himself can't use it. Otherwise, he really wants to eat it. Although in the original work, the performance of the flame fruit is a bit useless, and it is even completely suppressed by Akainu's lava fruit. But Loyolan always believes that it is Ace's wrong development route. How many degrees is lava? 700,1200 degrees, that is, the highest is 1200 degrees, right? What about flames? Indeed, ordinary flames are only 300 to 500 degrees, which is not enough in front of the lava fruit, but that's just an ordinary flame, okay. Obviously, Ace suffered from not going to school and lack of knowledge. Otherwise, if he had a bigger imagination, the flame fruit could be stronger. After all, flame actually has no upper temperature limit. The lava fruit is the superior of the flame fruit. Are you really so sure, Akainu? Ian, here you go. With a slight raise of the corner of his mouth, Loyolan threw the flame fruit directly. This really scared someone. After a flurry of activity, he finally caught it in his hand. Colonel, you are saying this flame fruit is given to me. At this moment, under the huge surprise, Ian couldn't even speak clearly. In fact, the impact of Loyolan's words just now was too great. This is a natural fruit. There are only 4 natural types in the entire Navy now, and 3 of them are admirals. It was Smoker who lowered the status of the natural type a little. But no matter what, there is a consensus on the natural type in this sea, that is, as long as you get the natural type devil fruit, even if you can't become the strongest in the future, you will definitely be a top-notch strongman. Unless you commit suicide and get killed before you grow up. And now, my colonel directly gave me the flame fruit? Nonsense, you know my physique, who else can I give it to except you? Hee, that's right, is this considered a bargain for me? What do you think? Loyolan glared at him unhappily. After a while, Ian took out a knife and recognized it. He really peeled off the skin of the flame fruit and cut the flesh into pieces. Finally, he took out a handkerchief from somewhere, opened it and stuffed it into his collar. Looking at this scene, Loyolan suspected. Loyolan was speechless, thinking. If this guy happened to have a knife and fork with him, he would definitely take it out. However, in the next second, Ian really took out a fork and put a piece of flesh into his mouth. It was numb. Loyolan was really numb. Although his adjutant usually eats more than himself, he has never been so exaggerated. It's just a devil fruit, is it necessary? Besides, you know that you only need to eat 1 bite of the devil fruit, but why did you eat 3 pieces in a row? No, he is still eating, and it is already the 4th piece. The most important thing is that this thing tastes like shit, but what does your intoxicated expression mean? Ian, this is a natural devil fruit, how can you eat it without a sense of ritual? As for the taste, it is indeed a bit so-so, but when you think about the natural devil fruit you are eating, even shit is sweet and delicious, okay. After 5 minutes, Ian finally finished eating all the flesh, stood up and wiped his mouth. The next moment, a flame shot up into the sky, directly enveloping Ian. Loyal moved closer and felt the temperature. He fell into deep thought. The temperature is not high, it is still in the range of ordinary flames. It seems that if you want to use the devil fruit well, you still have to learn math, physics, and chemistry first. Colonel, what do you think? The flames dissipated, and Ian asked excitedly. Loyal glanced at him. Too bad, starting tomorrow, you have to go to the research institute for 3 hours every day, and I will let Silas arrange someone to teach you. After saying that, without waiting for Ian to react, Loyal turned around and left. Someone is messy in the wind. Class? What the hell is this? The next day, Ian is reporting on what he gained last night. Colonel, we have completed all the inventory work. A total of 57.8 million Baileys in cash and about 25 million Baileys worth of property were seized from Dolly's ship. The only problem now is what to do with Dolly's body. After all, he has a bounty on him. In the past, Ian had done some jobs that were not bounties and had a low sense of presence, so he didn't have to consider the issue of collecting bounties. But Dolly is different. Although this guy is just so-so, he is the second captain of the Click Pirates and has a bounty of 4.8 million Baileys. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Apart from anything else, just going to the sea restaurant Barity is enough to be cool dozens of times, right? Ian doesn't want to waste it. Well, this is indeed a problem, but it is also quite troublesome to get this money. Colonel, why don't we go through the Bounty Hunter Guild? Ian suggested. Loyal was lost in thought. Of course he knew about the Bounty Hunter Guild. In fact, many people who were not convenient to collect the bounty after killing the wanted criminal would seek cooperation with the Bounty Hunter Guild. The method was also very direct. The Bounty Hunter Guild arranged for someone to collect the bounty, and everyone would split it 50-50 in the end. Everyone was happy, right? However, Loyal was a little reluctant to let someone else take away 50% for no reason. Secondly, Dolly was very special. After all the organizations or pirate groups with a little strength in the East China Sea now knew that this guy had a natural devil fruit. The Navy intelligence system also knew about it. It was hard to guarantee that the Bounty Hunter Guild would not be petty about this matter, especially the Navy. Once someone sent Dolly's body, do you think they would follow this line and investigate thoroughly? You know, that was a natural devil fruit. During the whole process, no matter how careful you are, you can't guarantee that nothing will be found out. We can cooperate with them on the matter of the evil dragon, but not with Dolly, it's only 4.8 million. Let's follow the old rules and send him to the doldrums with his ship. All the bodies of the pirates were transported to Dolly's pirate ship. Then the rudder was locked and the sails were raised. They headed towards the doldrums. 3 hours later, a sea king with a body length of hundreds of meters was coming out from under the sea. It was quickly approaching the pirate ship that had lost power and was stagnant due to the lack of wind. Ship. Chapter 11 Thought Re-Education Course. 58 million Baileys were charged into the system. Loyal city builder points reached points. As for the property worth 25 million Baileys, it would be a little troublesome. After all, the system only accepts Baileys. Therefore, these properties must be exchanged for Baileys first. Of course, although it is a bit troublesome, it is not a big problem. You must know that the intelligence department has done a lot of similar things in the past year. After all the property is split up, it is sold in multiple underground black market channels in multiple times and small quantities. Although the loss in the whole process may be as high as more than 30%, it is safe and secretive enough. This matter can be left to Ian, Loyal does not need to care too much. As for the next, how should I treat this guy Ace? In the office, Loyal put his right hand on the table and tapped it rhythmically. After a while, he suddenly laughed with a bad taste. Well, it's time for you to recall the days when I dominated you 7 years ago. In the vast sea, a wooden sail propped up a small sail. Although it was very bumpy, there was no sign of capsizing, and it moved forward quickly. And someone sleeping on this raft suddenly woke up, sweating all over. Damn, why did I dream about Loyal? Thinking of the guy who came to Windmill Village with Garp 7 years ago and abused him for 3 whole months, Ace couldn't help but shudder. No, I was too young at that time, so I was crushed by him with a broken gun. Now I am no longer afraid of him. Even if this guy's bullets can bend, but muskets are not up to standard at all. Ace raised his head and roared, as if he wanted to rely on this method to dispel the fear in his heart. However, oh, a musket is not good enough, right? Hearing this voice, although it was a little different from the previous one, Ace immediately recognized who was speaking. Like a robot, he turned his head little by little. I saw that behind the raft, a part of a huge metal object was exposed at some point. And Loyal. At this moment, he was sitting on the bulge above it, holding a black slender pistol in his left hand, and his coat of justice fluttering behind him. Loyal. Why are you here? Well, let's settle those accounts from 7 years ago at once today. Ace directly put on a posture that he wanted to fight Loyal to the death. Of course, if his legs were not shaking slightly, it would definitely be more convincing. But Loyal still sat there, lazily raised his left hand, and then swung it suddenly. Bang! After feeling it carefully, he made sure that there was no pain anywhere on his body. Ace let out a long breath. Humph, your shooting skills have regressed compared to 7 years ago. Did you really miss? Loyal's mouth corners slightly raised. At this time, Ace also found something wrong. There seemed to be some bad sounds behind him, and he turned around immediately. On the raft, the pillar holding up the sail was directly blasted with a big hole, and the surrounding cracks were densely packed, emitting bursts of unbearable wail. The next moment, it finally couldn't support it anymore and broke off completely. The place where it was hit was clearly behind me. Damn, it was another bullet that could turn. Fortunately, I thought it was off target, but it turned out that his target was not me at all, but my style on the raft. Damn it, damn it. Obviously not a devil fruit ability user, this guy Loyal. How did he do it? The most terrible thing is the speed of the bullet just now. He couldn't react. When did the speed and power of the musket bullet become so powerful? If you want to surrender, use this. As he said that, Loyal casually threw a signal gun over. He immediately took back the pistol, opened a heavy metal cover, and returned to the huge metal object. After a while, the cover closed, and the entire metal object quickly dived and disappeared. Ace looked at the signal gun in his hand and was dumbfounded. How could he not understand what Loyal was thinking? Without the sail, his raft directly lost the ability to sail, and a few days ago, the food he brought had already been eaten, and even the drinking water had been cut off for 2 or 3 days. If this continues, in just a few days, I will be finished. Damn it, Ace, will never use this flare gun even if I die of thirst, hunger, or exhaustion. Ace shouted towards the sea. However, his right hand was very honest and inserted the flare gun into his waist. Colonel, will this work? Don't worry, I'm too familiar with him. In 3 days at most, he will definitely use the flare gun. Hey? Colonel, is this pirate Ace familiar with him? Of course, he is one of Garp's grandsons after all. I see, no wonder you, Colonel. Wait, Garp. Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. Ian finally reacted and his eyes widened instantly. Vice Admiral Garp, known as a naval hero, has a grandson who is a pirate? This is impossible. However, this also explains why the Colonel spent so much effort on Ace. Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. That's not surprising. After all, anyone who has been to the headquarters knows that the relationship between the Colonel and the Vice Admiral is so good that they are like one. Colonel, are you going to re-educate him this time? Ian asked tentatively. In the current 157th branch, there is a building that Loyolan uses for ideological transformation. It's strange to say that it's just an ordinary building, but as long as people are brought in and someone is randomly assigned to give them ideological education classes, the result. It really works. Not only is it effective, but the effect is also very significant. Of course, Loyolan can't tell Ian, because that building also has special effects. Course acceptance speed plus 100%. Loyolan didn't run a school, so he used this special effect to create a special re-education system. As for what to teach? Of course, it is to teach them the correct 3 views. The effect is 6. Otherwise, where do you think all the people in branch 157 come from? Although some of them did come from the system, they were only the more than 30 people in the research institute. The rest of the Marines, logistics, and other personnel from various departments were all brought back by Ian after each mission in the past year. After 3 months of re-education courses, one by one, they changed from civilians and slaves to righteous Marines. Especially. In addition to establishing the correct 3 views, the re-education course also includes a lot of content about loyalty to Loyolan. Therefore, 3 months not only transformed the 3 views, but also maximized their loyalty to Loyolan. However, Loyolan shook his head. No, although ideological re-education is useful, it will also kill a person's talent and achievements, greatly reducing their original upper limit. So, unless it is necessary, I am not going to re-educate Ace. Chapter 12: The Road Ahead. Time passed one after another. One day, and soon another day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The submarine that Loyolan was riding was only 300 meters away from Ace's raft. He even monitored Ace's condition all the time. Colonel, I'm afraid it has reached its limit. What if Ace? Ian was a little worried. After all, he is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. If he is forced to death here by his own colonel. Once Vice Admiral Garp goes crazy, I'm afraid even a general can't stop him, right? Just thinking about it is quite scary. No hurry, wait a little longer. On the raft. Ace was completely exhausted. Damn it, am I really going to stop here? That flare gun? No, absolutely not, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. How can I? Ace, you are a selfish person. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. You are 7 years ago, the 10-year-old self standing in front of Loyolan, constantly screaming. I want to become a pirate, and also the Pirate King. Then, Loyolan, who is obviously only 13 years old, put on a disappointed expression. Ace, you are a selfish person. Why do you say that to me? Why? Have you ever thought about what kind of situation Mr. Garp will face once you become a pirate? Ace fell silent instantly. Let me give you a prediction. In the early days of your voyage, the old man will cover you up in various ways within the Navy, so that even if you are wanted, at least you will not be besieged by the Navy's strong men. But as your fame grows, the old man will find that continuing to let it go is not helping you, but pushing you step by step to death, so he will most likely risk his face and ask for a life-saving talisman for you. Well, for example, let you become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In his opinion, this should be able to perfectly prevent the Navy from attacking you. Of course, with your personality, you will definitely refuse directly. Then, when you enter the new world, you should immediately challenge the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. After all, you want to become the Pirate King. But you are destined to lose, and you will lose miserably. It just so happens that Whitebeard has a habit of adopting sons. After losing to him, you will most likely become one of his adopted sons. And considering Whitebeard's attitude towards his sons, it won't take long for you to be completely convinced by him, and he may even take the initiative to tell him your bloodline. Perhaps under his protection, you will enjoy the father's love and live a stable life, but your identity is always a big problem. There is no impenetrable wall in this world, and no secret can be hidden forever. At this time, as long as a strong man captures you and throws you to the world government, guess what will happen next? Whitebeard and the Navy will start a super war, and you will also become a tool for the world government to brush up its prestige and be publicly executed. The Four Emperors pirate group is indeed very strong, but if a single Four Emperor and the Navy start a general decisive battle, I'm sorry, not only can he not save you, but he will also lose his life for this, including all your companions in the Whitebeard pirate group. They will all lose their lives. Besides that, Luffy will probably rush to save you without knowing his own life, and the old man will suffer psychological torture. No matter what decision he makes in the end, he will be extremely painful. Almost all the people who care about you died because of you. Only the ambitious man who handed you over to the world government will reap the benefits and become the new Four Emperors. So you are not stupid and selfish. Ace, who was only 10 years old at the time, even sneered after hearing Loyal Land's speculation. But now Ace is 17 years old and his thinking is much more mature. Looking back again, all of this may really become a fact. The pirate era was obviously created by that man, the man I hate the most, but Why do you want to become a pirate, the Pirate King? Ace, whose consciousness began to blur, questioned himself. Is it really like what Loyal Land said, that he just wanted to surpass Roger, just a rebellion? At this time, Ace remembered what Loyal Land said again. Ace, you don't have to go the way of pirates to surpass Roger. Personally ending the pirate world created by Roger is also a way to surpass him. After all, this is equivalent to defeating him personally, isn't it? Yes, ending this era with one's own hands is equivalent to defeating that man with one's own hands, right? Since the goal is the same, why must one embark on a path that will kill everyone? Maybe one can. He took out the signal gun with difficulty, pointed it at the sky, and slowly he pulled the trigger. A bright red light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 13 Marine Ace. The next day, Ace woke up in the Marine Hospital of the 157th branch. This is the Marine Hospital of the 157th branch of the Navy. The voice sounded on the left side of Ace, and when he turned around, he found that Loyal Land was sitting next to him with his legs crossed. Loyal Land, although your speculation was outrageous back then, I don't know why, when I think about it again this time, I always feel that it is the future. So, I will foolishly kill everyone, right? At the moment of death, Ace didn't know why, but he had a very strong intuition telling him that those were originally his future. This feeling was very mysterious, and there was a kind of inexplicable taste. Wow! It seems that this time between life and death, you may have unexpected gains. Yes, that is your original future. As for why I know it, it is my secret. Even if you ask, I will not tell you. Okay, I won't ask. After getting the answer, Ace nodded. Next, what are you going to do? What to do? Didn't you tell me that you would personally end this pirate? Is it also a way to surpass that man? So, are you going to join the Navy? Yes, didn't the old man say before that there is an elite training camp in the headquarters, and 90% of the Navy's generals come from there? So I plan to enter this training camp, and I think the old man should be able to help me open a back door, right? At this point, Ace himself also laughed. However, sorry, your wish will not come true. What do you mean? Luolan did not answer directly, but walked to the bedside of the ward and pulled the chain. The scenery of the 157th branch was instantly displayed in front of Ace. Although this is only the second floor, and the view is not as good as Luolan's office, it is enough to make Ace stunned. Whether it is the building or some supporting facilities, it is full of a sense of incompatibility with this world. It is as if the entire 157th branch was moved from another world. From the perspective of the pirate world, everything in the 157th branch is so sci-fi. Ace, where do you think this is? Didn't you just say, the 157th branch of the Navy? Yes, it is indeed branch 157, but a year ago, branch 157 was just a shabby house with a few marines, and it could be disbanded at any time. But now, although he didn't know the specific situation, Ace had already understood it a little. That is, everything he saw was something that could not be seen in the light. So, who is Luolan? Why can he predict the future, and why can he build such a place? How many secrets does he have? Although he was full of doubts, Ace also knew one thing. Everyone has their own secrets, and unless the other party says it himself, you shouldn't pry into them casually. So, he won't ask any more questions. And Luolan was very satisfied with Ace's reaction. Let me ask you one last question. What? What if I still didn't fire the signal gun at that time? I will still save you, but I will lock you up for a few years until everything is over. Is that so? Okay, I have no more questions. Ace said with a wry smile. Ian. Colonel. Hearing Luolan's shout, Ian immediately opened the door and walked in. Arrange it so that he can start as an ordinary Marine, and then you can teach him the 6 styles of the Navy in person. Yes, Colonel. Well, just consider it as compensation for the opportunity you took away from him. Luolan patted Ian's shoulder and said something incoherent. Take away the opportunity? What the hell? Ian wanted to ask, but when he came to his senses, he found that Luolan had left the ward. What are you doing? The power of the devil fruit. On the training ground, Ace, who had already changed into a Navy uniform, stared with his eyes wide open. In front of him, Ian had just shown off the power of the flame fruit. Yes, and it's the natural flame fruit. You know, the natural fruit can even transform itself into an element and be immune to all physical attacks. Isn't it cool? Ian said excitedly. It's pretty cool, but why do I always feel weird, as if this power should have been mine? You're jealous. Jealous. Okay, I just said it casually, don't worry. Ace scratched his head, a little speechless. The second in command of the 157th branch, it turns out that he has such a personality in private. By the way, what exactly is the Navy 6 style that Luolan mentioned? Didn't Vice Admiral Garp tell you? No. Ace shook his head. He really hadn't heard of it. Okay, then I'll tell you in detail. The so-called Navy 6 styles are. After talking for 10 minutes, Ian finally stopped. He not only talked about the role of the 6 styles, but also the origin and development process of the 6 styles. If Luolan were here, he would definitely sigh. Sure enough, every excellent adjutant has an amazing knowledge reserve. This Navy 6 styles is very interesting. When do we start practicing? Can teleport, fly, use legs to release slashes, can. Ace is indeed interested. Don't worry, if you want to practice the Navy 6 styles, there are basic conditions. If the physical strength does not meet the requirements, you will definitely not be able to practice. Let's go, I'll take you to test your Deo power first to see if you have met the basic conditions for learning. Chapter 14 Target, Kokozia Village. Boom. After a dull bang, Ian's eyes widened. 489, so high? In terms of physical strength alone. This guy is definitely the strongest in the 157th branch. You know, Ian's current Dao power is only 300, even Luolan. Although the physical problem has been solved, it is also because of the short time, and now it has just passed the 200 mark. And this 17-year-old kid in front of him is almost 500, what kind of concept is this? This 489. Is it high or low, has it met the requirements? Ace didn't have much idea about the Dao force value. He scratched his hair and asked. Ian was speechless. Learning conditions. Although the Dao force values of the official members of CP9 are basically above 500, they are proficient in the 6 styles. Just talking about the minimum learning conditions, in fact, more than 100 is enough. Of course, don't expect that the 6 styles used by more than 100 Dao force values are the same as those of 500 Dao force values. Ahem. It's not bad, it can be regarded as a minimum requirement. Well, I will start to teach you formally next. Ian hurriedly took Ace away, fearing that this guy would ask him to take a test to confirm his strength level. At the same time, Luolan was in his office, frowning at a document that had just been sent by the Intelligence Department. Investigation Object, Navy Branch 16. Investigation Method, Undercover. Investigation. The document was more than 20 pages long, and even detailed the information of every ordinary Marine in the branch. At the same time, several things recorded in it also opened Luolan's eyes. For example, in the 3 years since the 16th branch was promoted by the Mouse, a total of 27 Marines died. In the record, these people died in battle, but in fact, these are all righteous Marines who are unwilling to go along with the Mouse, and in the end they were all killed by the Mouse. For example, last year alone, the warships of the 16th branch were sunk twice in battle, and 2 new warships were applied for before and after. However, the real situation is, the warship was intact, but was resold by Mouse through the underground world. In addition, there are the things mentioned in the original book. In the sea area under his jurisdiction, Mouse sheltered 7 pirate groups. He didn't care if they bullied or even killed civilians in the jurisdiction, and even brutally killed civilians who came to the branch for help. As long as the pirate groups pay 50% of their income every month. Finally, the report also pointed out that the network of the Intelligence Department is currently limited to the East China Sea, so the interest network behind Mouse cannot be fully dug out. But one thing is certain, someone in the headquarters is involved and has been covering for Mouse. Because Mouse only took a small part of the money he earned, and the rest went to unknown places. Obviously, this person not only has a high position, but also has real power. At least, he has great real power over the affairs of the 4 seas. Exactly. Who is it? It doesn't matter, catch Mouse and interrogate him slowly. Would rather die than tell? Hehe, it's not that Luolan looks down on rats. He doesn't have the guts to do that. Putting down the intelligence file, Luolan took out a black den mushi. Bulu bulu bulu. We'll arrive at Kokozia village in 3 days, get ready. After the den mushi was connected, Luolan spoke directly without waiting for the other party to speak. Then, he hung up. Although the 157th branch had a small warship, Luolan was not going to use it this time. One reason was that the warship was too broken and looked like it would fall apart at any time. Another reason was that its speed was too slow and not concealed enough. At a maximum speed of 7 knots, it would take more than 10 days to get from here to Kokozia Island. Moreover, there were many ships coming and going in the East China Sea Prosperity Zone, and a warship could not hide at all. But how to get there without a ship? In fact, it was very simple, just like when Luolan went to catch Ace, he could directly use the submarine of the underwater prison. Although the submarine was not big, it could only hold about 20 people at most. But it was fast. The underwater cruising speed could even reach 38 knots, and it would take less than 3 days to reach Caucasia village. The next day, 2 submarines surfaced near the coast of Rhode Island. Not far away, there were several small dinghies full of marines. "Is this what you took that day?" Seeing the familiar metal object, Ace couldn't help asking. "Yes, this thing is called a submarine. Its essential job is to transport prisoners and supplies to the underwater prison. Of course, it can also be used for secret operations when necessary. After all, walking underwater, we won't be discovered, right?" Ace nodded and continued to look at one of the submarines curiously. To be honest, it was the first time he heard that a ship could sail underwater, and he was so curious. But not long after, when Ace entered the submarine, especially when he started to dive, he began to panic again. What if it breaks down halfway through? Llewellyn said that this thing can sail hundreds of meters underwater. Although Ace didn't understand the concept of water pressure, it didn't prevent him from knowing one thing, that is, if something breaks down in this place hundreds of meters deep, the result for everyone will be the same, that is, death. "Llewellyn, are you sure this thing is safe?" In fact, it's not Ace's fault for thinking too much. Anyone who really enters a submarine for the first time will be nervous. After all, it's like putting you in a coffin and burying you underground. Although you will be told in advance that you will be dug out before the oxygen is exhausted, can you really not panic at all? I'm afraid it won't take long before your emotions start to get out of control. The same reason. The first thing a submarine soldier has to overcome is this fear. Seeing Ace's situation, Ian also understood. After all, when he first took the boat, he was not much better. He was taken out immediately. Well, he was taken out for psychological counseling. Llewellyn waved his right hand. "Let's go, the target is Caucasia village, and tell the second ship to follow." "Yes, Colonel." Chapter 15, Dragon Park. East China Sea. Caucasia village. Behind a cliff, there is a small beach. This place is very hidden, and not many people know about it. Nami hid behind a rock and poked her head out slightly to look at the sea. Will they really come? Thinking of the various horrors of the fishmen, Nami always had some doubts about whether Llewellyn and his team could defeat the dragon. And at this moment, a flashing light suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away from the coast. That was the signal. The agreed signal. "Here they come, they really come. But why can't I see their ship?" Nami was a little confused, but she didn't stop moving her hands. A wooden sail was dragged out from the bushes and brought into the water. Then he jumped on it and rowed towards the signal. Because it was night, Nami could not see it clearly until she got closer. On the water was a part of a huge metal structure, and a young man was standing on it. The Navy's justice coat fluttering in the wind made Nami's heart tremble. "It's really the Navy." Recalling what Noki said at the time. If Belmere has served in any organization, it should only be the Navy. But the Navy? Can they really be trusted? Not to mention Nami, no one in Caucasia village and dozens of surrounding villages trusts the Navy at all. After all the things that the 16th branch has done over the years. "So, you are the Navy. Didn't I tell you a long time ago?" "When?" "I told you that Belmere once served our organization." "He did say that, but who can really associate it with the Navy?" "Well, Nakago did associate it that way." "Okay, let's talk about other things later, Ian." "Yes, Colonel." A voice came from the round cover that was opened on the side. Then, one after another, the Marines climbed out. "Well, send people ashore in batches first." "Understood." The raft that Nami brought was not big, and it could only carry 7 or 8 people at most at a time. After 4 rounds, all the talents arrived at the coast. After removing Luolan, Ian, and Ace, there were 24 fully armed marines. Hey! My name is Luolan, not Hey. Okay, Luolan. Well, what's the matter? Can you really deal with the dragon? Nami was very skeptical. There were only more than 20 people, and they looked no different from the marines she had seen before, except for the different appearance of the muskets, right? Such ordinary marines, let alone the dragon, even the few officers under him could fight against 100, right? Don't worry, the dragon is just a piece of cake, did you see him? Even if it's just him alone, that's enough. Pointing at Ace on the side, Luolan didn't care. But Nami felt more and more unreliable. Following Luolan's finger, she looked at Ace. This guy who looked at most 1 or 2 years older than herself, without even a gun, could kill the entire dragon pirates alone? Bullshit. Luolan could naturally guess what Nami was thinking. However, he was not going to explain more. Nami's vision at this time was still too low. Just lead the way, and finish the work at night. We have other things to do before dawn. Okay, but let me make it clear first, if you fail, I will never admit that I have anything to do with you. Nami gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Dragon Park. At this moment, all the fishmen were lying on the ground in a mess. They were all drunk. Of course, there were still some who had not fallen down. Brother Dragon, the tax collection went smoothly this time, but when I think about tomorrow, I feel very unhappy. Why should we give half of the Bailey we earned with our own strength to that rubbish? Kroby was a little drunk, and he directly expressed the unhappiness in his heart. Sha ha ha ha, brother, that rubbish is just a clown standing in front of the stage. Do you really think that he can help us cover up in the East China Sea for so many years? Brother Dragon, what do you mean? That's right, Bailey just passed through his hands. And most of it will eventually flow to some powerful senior officials in the Navy. I see, no wonder. Kroby sobered up a lot in an instant. He used to wonder, the dragon pirates made such a big fuss, and even directly controlled more than 20 villages for several years. How could a mouse alone hold the whole thing down without other naval branches or even the headquarters noticing it at all? It turns out that the ones who really did all this behind the scenes were the termites in the Navy headquarters. They were termites with real power. Humans are indeed an inferior race. They actually allowed their own people to be bullied and even killed by us for such a little bit of Bailey. After thinking it through, Kroby was relieved. He no longer felt bad about having to share half of Bailey with the mice. However, just as he picked up the wine glass and was about to continue, boom! After a loud noise, various wood chips, iron sheets, stones and the like flew all over the sky. There was even a flying stone that accurately chiseled through the wine glass in Kroby's hand. The wine flowed out of the gap and fell to the ground. Who is it? Dare to break into the Dragon Park? Are you looking for death? Under the influence of alcohol, Kroby stood up suddenly. He roared angrily. Chapter 16 The Death of Kroby. Unlike the roaring Kroby, the evil dragon just sat there and said nothing. However, judging from his slightly narrowed eyes and the murderous aura that was slightly emanating from him, he was not calm in his heart. The fishmen who were lying in all directions around him also got up one by one at this moment. But it was obvious that they didn't quite understand the situation. It was not until they noticed that the heavy door was destroyed and a group of Marines entered in a line that they realized something was wrong. Navy. Didn't they say they would come tomorrow? Idiot, look at the door, these people are not from the 16th branch at all, I'm afraid, they are here to cause trouble. What, these inferior race guys dare to cause trouble here, don't want to live? All the fishmen turned around and looked at the evil dragon and several cotters beside him. As long as the evil dragon said a word, they would definitely rush up and tear those Marines to pieces. However, the dragon still sat there. He did not give the order to attack. "Where are you Marines from?" Staring at the young man wearing a coat of justice, the evil dragon had seen the world and knew that this must be the leader of those Marines. However, Luo Lan just looked at the evil dragon with interest, without any intention of replying. This made him very angry. At this moment, one of the fishmen between the two could not help it. He stepped forward and pointed at Luo Lan. "Boy, the evil dragon boss is asking you a question, dumb." Bang! There was no sign. Before everyone could react, the gunshot had already sounded. The fishman was shot in the middle of his eyebrows and fell backwards to the ground. In contrast, Luo Lan's white pistol in his right hand had a wisp of green smoke coming out of the barrel. "Looking for death? Kill them!" All the fishmen were angry and rushed up in an instant. The evil dragon and several cotters did not stop him, but just watched. In their opinion, more than 60 fishmen fighting against 12 Marines, the advantage is mine. These Marines, they are no different from dead people. Then, when a series of gunshots rang out, they even mocked in their hearts. They are indeed an inferior race, they only know how to use guns, and waste is waste. But just 1 second later, they were all dumbfounded. The fishmen who were charging in front, with the series of gunshots, fell to the ground in groups like harvesting wheat. The other fishmen were shocked by this change, and they stopped and looked at their fallen compatriots. However, they stopped, but the Marines would not stop. Pull the bolt again, and then raise the gun again. Another series of gunshots rang out, and a large number of fishmen fell. The Marines were well trained and still did not stop. Click! A row of rifles were raised again. Stop! The dragon could no longer sit still, and stood up and roared. Unfortunately, the Marines would not listen to a pirate like him. The third round of gunfire had already sounded. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. After 3 rounds of gunfire, only 10 fishmen survived. At this time, they no longer had the complacency of the so-called proud race on their faces, but were frightened and turned their heads to run towards the dragon. However, this was destined to be a wish they could never achieve. Just 3 seconds later, when the 4th round of gunfire rang out, there were no more fishmen standing between the navy, the dragon, and the cotters. 24 Marines raised their guns and aimed at them, just waiting for their own colonel to give the order. Outside the Dragon Park, Nami hid in the tree, watching the battle inside. At this moment, she was shaking all over. Not because of fear, but excitement. 4 rounds of shooting in just 10 seconds. The dozens of extremely powerful fishmen on the opposite side were all killed? Was that really a gun? It's not like Nami hasn't seen a musket before, and she has used it before. She even saw a fishman who was shot. The lead bullet only broke through the fishman's skin, but that was all. It only penetrated a few millimeters and lost its kinetic energy. For the fishman, if it didn't hit some vulnerable parts, the gunshot wound. At best, it would be a skin injury. The most important thing is that the fishman's reaction and speed are very fast, and it is difficult for the musket to hit accurately. But what happened just now? Nami couldn't understand. But this did not stop her from continuing to peek there with excitement on her face. Maybe the demon that has been haunting Kokozia village for several years, today, it can really end. Just like before the incident, dozens of fishmen were lying on the ground. But the difference is, they were all drunk and lying there before, but now they are all dead. Dead as hell. A lot of blood flowed, and finally gathered together and entered the huge pool connected to the sea. Boy, you are looking for death. Krobi crossed his hands to protect his head. With a whoosh, he rushed out and sprinted towards Luo Lan. In terms of muscle strength alone, he is even better than the evil dragon, and guns can't even break his defense. Of course, the action of crossing his hands shows that he has paid enough attention to the muskets of these Marines, otherwise, there would be no need for this. The next moment, without any surprise, a series of gunshots rang out as expected. Krobi, who claimed to have 40 degrees in fishman karate, suddenly paused and stopped abruptly. From the perspective of the evil dragon and the others, they had no idea what was going on. But if you look at it from Loyolan's side, Krobi's body was covered with blood holes. Head, arms, legs, chest, etc. No place was spared. Are you kidding? Silas said so. Roads 1518 style within 100 meters, even if a person with a 200 Dao force value uses an iron block, will also be injured. What's more, you are just a muscular fishman. Blood. It spurted out of the 24 blood holes like crazy as if it was free. With a bang, Krobi's huge and burly body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the dragon's eyes were full of bloodshot. Krobi. Chapter 17 Troublesome Underwater Battle. Krobi. His eyes were red, and if you don't look at the size, it was exactly the same as an angry sea king. However, the next moment, the dragon made a move that confused everyone. Plop! 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 5 consecutive sounds of entering the water. The first one was the dragon's, and the 4 following were the remaining 2 cotters. They were Zioba and Ju. Colonel, they seem to have escaped. Ian pointed to the pool in the dragon park that connected to the open sea. At the same time, he was extremely depressed. Originally, he had already thought about it, and he must kill one of the remaining 3 fishmen. I have eaten the devil fruit for several days, and I have also developed some cool moves. Let me show you some of them. But this fishman has escaped to the sea. What should I do? Dive in to fight? I am a landlubber, okay. Besides, even if I can go into the water, it is really difficult to fight. After humans go into the water, their movements will slow down due to the water pressure, and it is difficult to exert force. And the fishman? On the contrary, it is faster than on land. The most important thing is that once the fishman wants to escape in the water, it is really impossible to stop him. This matter is really a bit troublesome. It's okay. If I guess correctly, I guess he went to find help. Helper. Yes, they have a sea king brought from the Grand Line to the East China Sea. Sea King. Ian widened his eyes. He often sees things like sea kings. After all, the 157th branch is close to the calm belt, and often sees sea kings emerging from the water. Unlike the first half of the Grand Line, the sea kings in the calm belt are generally larger, with a body length of hundreds or thousands of meters. It is even said that in the deep sea of the calm belt, there are royal sea kings with a body length of 10,000 meters. It is precisely because of this that the sea kings in the calm belt are already Ian's understanding of all sea kings. Don't worry, it's just that the sea kings in the Grand Line are not the same as those in the calm belt. They are probably only about 100 meters long. What, only 100 meters, so small? Ian's eyes widened. Indeed, compared with those in the calm belt, 100-meter-long sea king. Isn't this just like a child? The previous sense of urgency was swept away in an instant. And at this moment, a huge figure suddenly jumped out of the pool. Is this a cow? Ace suddenly asked. Yes, it is a cow. Ian answered seriously. Is it delicious? It should be good if it is roasted whole. How about we try it? Okay, let's try it. I will roast it myself later. Listening to the serious conversation between the 2 people below, he, who had a fierce look on his face just now, suddenly became tearful. I saw the 2 people approaching him step by step with evil smiles on their faces. So scary, I want to go back to the Grand Line, I want to go back to my mother. The huge body sank little by little, and soon only the head was above the water. I am afraid that it will be completely submerged in the water in a moment. Ace and Ian were both anxious. Oh no, it's going to run away. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ah, no, I'm not good at swimming. You should do it. I'll do it. For the roasted whole cow feast, Ace jumped into the water with a splash. Then he rushed towards Moo Moo. With his current strength, he was enough to punch to deal with this guy. Well, if you don't consider that he was punching in the water. However, because of the limited vision in the water, he didn't notice that there were 3 other pairs of red eyes not far away. The next moment, the dragon rushed out from the side of Ace like a torpedo, at an extremely fast speed. Because the distance was too close, and because of the water, there was no room to avoid. As a last resort, Ace could only turn around and cross his hands for defense. As a result, he was pushed all the way out until he hit the rocks at the bottom of the water. After doing all this, the dragon turned around and glared at Moo. It was so scared that it immediately stopped running and turned to be fierce, hitting Ace, who had not recovered from the bottom of the water. "Colonel, Ace seems not good." Ian spoke with some concern by the pool. "Then you go to help him." "I have this idea, but I'm not good at swimming." Ian showed a face full of embarrassment. And Luolan glared at him unhappily. "What were you two doing just now? Just because you saw a nipple-shaped sea king, you forgot about the enemies you haven't solved yet? There's no way." Luolan took off the coat of justice and handed it to Ian. With a splash, he also jumped down. Soon, he saw Moo Moo, who had sunk to the bottom, and the evil dragon who was staring at him. As for Xiao Ba and Zhu, he didn't see them for the time being. After all, the vision is blocked underwater, and the visible distance is very close. Of course, this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is, although the 2 guns made by Silas for him have been specially designed to be waterproof, they are not afraid of water. But the problem is, it's completely useless. Don't be fooled by the scenes in some movies and TV shows where the protagonist jumps into the river and a group of villains rush over and shoot wildly at the river. The truth is, after the bullet is fired into the water, it will lose all its kinetic energy before it reaches even 1 meter. The effective killing distance is only a little more than half a meter. And if you shoot at the water surface from the shore, the effective killing distance after entering the water is even closer. In the movie, those scenes of underwater bullets running around. It's pure nonsense. So, what should I do? Seeing the evil dragon posing as a shark on darts, Luolan also frowned slightly. It's impossible to compete with physical skills, because there is no way to exert normal force. It's also unrealistic to compete with speed. Although the special gun can still be used, the effective killing distance is at most more than half a meter. A little more than half a meter. It's not that there is no way. The next moment, the dragon transformed into a torpedo again and rushed towards Luolan at a high speed. Chapter 18: The Destruction of the Dragon Pirates. Shark on darts is the special move of the dragon. Especially when this move is used underwater, it is faster and more powerful. The most important thing, when both sides are underwater, as long as the enemy is not a fishman, it will be easier to be hit. Because humans are too restricted when moving in water. Luolan did not have any intention of dodging and directly faced the collision head-on. The next moment, the 2 of them collided fiercely. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. The dragon did not knock Luolan away, but instead knocked himself out. At this time, Luolan stretched out his right hand and grabbed the dragon's neck while the dragon was knocked unconscious. Immediately, he pulled out the black pistol with his left hand and pointed it at his heart. He pulled the trigger hard. Indeed, the effective killing range of underwater shooting is less than 1 meter, but it doesn't matter. Isn't it enough to just shoot at 0 distance? Simple and crude logic, in exchange for. It was the bloody hole as big as a bowl that was pierced through the chest of the evil dragon. Xiao Ba and Zhu didn't understand what happened at all. Why did the trick of the big brother of the evil dragon hit the opponent, but knocked himself out? Is the body of that man made of steel? Well, if Ian was here, he would definitely recognize that what his colonel just used was the iron block in the 6 styles of the Navy. It's not just an iron block, but a variant of the iron block. At the same time, he would be shocked by the fact that Luolan not only became proficient in using the iron block in just 1 month, but also developed a variant. But no matter what, the evil dragon is dead. He died clearly, without any possibility of survival. Xiao Bia and Zhu Du almost going crazy, all of them rushed out from their hiding places and swam towards Luolan frantically. In his mind, there was only one thought, that is, revenge for brother evil dragon. 2 minutes later, a figure jumped out of the water. No, it was 2 figures. Because the first figure was holding another figure in his hand. It was Luolan and Ace. Colonel, where are evil dragon and the others? Dead, you arrange for someone to salvage them. After all, there is a reward for those 3, don't waste them. Yes, Colonel. Ian nodded. But he showed a look of wanting to say something, but couldn't say it out loud. Just say it if you have anything to say, don't be so shy. Colonel, I want to ask, then, where is the cow? Hearing this, Luolan raised his hand to cover his forehead. This guy is actually most concerned about the Sea King? It's not dead, but I knocked it out down there. You can handle the rest yourself. Yes, Colonel. Ian was so excited. The roasted whole cow has been found. In fact, Luolan was also a little curious. Do you think this thing tastes like fish? Or beef? Or maybe it's neither fish nor beef, but a completely new taste? Forget it, we'll know in a moment. With other Marines handling the aftermath, Luolan also walked out of the Dragon Park. He stopped only when he came to a big tree. You've been watching for a long time, why don't you come down? The dragon is really dead. A figure jumped down from the tree. Who else could it be but Nami? Well, dead. Really dead, dead. Ha ha ha, Belmare, did you see that? The dragon is dead, he's dead, woohoo. Nami laughed crazily at first, and then burst into tears again. Once she started crying, she couldn't stop. Even Luolan didn't know what to do. Who told him that no matter what happened in his past life or this life, he didn't know how to comfort people, especially comfort women? For a while, he was a little flustered. After a long time, he finally managed to say a word. I said, how about I lend you a shoulder? Wow! The next moment, Nami threw herself on Luolan's right shoulder and cried even louder. Luolan was really helpless. Why was she crying even harder? As a last resort, he had to stay still and let Nami cry on his shoulder. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Nami finally calmed down a little. Thank you. No, you paid a price after all. Let me join the Navy. No, join my 157th branch. Does it make a difference? Nami was puzzled. Of course it makes a difference, because we will go to the 16th branch later. Hearing the name of the 16th branch, Nami immediately showed a trace of disgust. Let's clean up the termites in the Navy, how about it, do you want to come with us? Of course. Nami nodded repeatedly with her eyes lit up. She knew very well that even if the evil dragon was killed, as long as the rat guy was still there, it would not take long for the second, third, or even countless evil dragons to appear again. And the village of Kokozia would still return to darkness. Okay, we'll leave in an hour. Go back and pack your luggage. After all, after today, I won't be able to come back here for a long time. Luolan patted Nami's shoulder and turned to walk towards the Dragon Park. Yes. This was the condition I agreed to. Kokozia village, the place where I grew up. I have to say goodbye for now. Well, let's go back and say goodbye to Nakago. After taking another look at the back in front of her, Nami turned and walked towards Kokozia village. But at this moment, Luolan's voice came again. "Oh, by the way, don't forget to bring your small treasury later, after all, the 60 million baileys. It's also one of the costs." Chapter 19 The Man Behind the Mouse. The 16th Navy branch is not far from Kokozia village. At the speed of the submarine underwater, it can arrive in more than an hour. At this moment, Luolan was looking at Nami in silence, and Nakago beside her. It must be said that compared to Nami, who was still a little immature at the moment, Nakago was much more mature. After all, he was 2 years older than Nami and was already 18. However, according to the original work, shouldn't Nakago stay to guard the orange orchard and wait for Nami to come back one day in the future? If he leaves too, then Belmir's orange orchard will be gone? This doesn't seem like their personality. "Tell me, what's the situation?" "Nothing, my sister is worried and wants to go with me. Is there a problem with that?" "What about Belmir's orange orchard? If both of you leave, who will take care of it?" "Of course it's Aegean. He said he would take good care of the orange orchard, and when we go back one day in the future, he will say to us, 'Welcome back.'" Stunned. Luolan was completely stunned. Isn't this what Nakago thought in the original work? "When Nami completes her dream and returns here one day in the future, I will say to her, 'Nami, welcome back. Oh my goodness, how did you become Aegean?' But to be honest, it is quite appropriate for Aegean to come to protect Belmir's orange orchard. After all." Before she had time to continue thinking, Nami interrupted Luolan directly. "I was very curious before, you seem to know everything. Whether it is the past, present, or future, no matter who the object is, just like my affairs, Belmir's affairs, and other aspects. How did you do it?" Nami looked suspicious. "I said I can see through the past and the future, do you believe it?" "No. Look, I am willing to tell you, but you don't believe it." Luolan spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. "You." Nami was very angry. "Okay, I won't tell you, but you should at least tell me what I'm going to do there, right?" "This. Chief Navigator, and I can also serve as the Chief Financial Officer, starting from the rank of Captain, how about that?" Luolan thought for a moment and said. This surprised Nami. She had expected to be a navigator, after all, she was only talented in this field. But she didn't expect that Luolan would give her all the financial power. "Do you trust me so much? Are you serious?" "Of course." Luolan nodded. Nami was secretly delighted. Originally, she felt very painful when she gave out 60 million baileys. But in the end, she became Luolan's chief financial officer, which meant, in the end, the 60 million would still be under her control? It's simply... Isn't it great? If Luolan knew what she was thinking at the moment, she would definitely say, "You think too much." At most, she would leave a small part of the system when recharging it for the daily expenses of the branch. That's all. "Nakago, what are you good at, or, what do you want to do after going to branch 157? Luolan didn't know much about Nakago. The only thing she knew was that she was good at planting orange trees, but she couldn't just start an orange orchard after going to branch 157, right? After all, apart from this, there was not much other information mentioned in the original book. So, Luolan had to ask. "Well, can I be a marine, like Belmir used to be, a frontline marine?" Oh! Luolan was a little surprised by this answer. Although she and Nami would both become marines after going to branch 157. But what Nakago wanted was a frontline marine. That is, a pure battle sequence. The daily training of the frontline marines is very hard. Can you bear it? I can. Nakago nodded seriously. Since you insist, Then okay. Okay, thank you, Loyolan. Loyolan waved his hand and then turned away. Nami hurried to Nakago's side. Nakago, the first-line combat unit of the Navy, are you sure? Well, I'm sure, after all, we have to protect our genius navigator, right? Nakago. About 4 kilometers from Kokozia village 0 nautical miles. Navy's 16th branch. There are nearly 100 Marines and 2 small warships stationed here. This specification is rare for a third-class branch. The reason for this is actually because of the location. After all, the 16th branch is located on an important waterway in the prosperous area. There are more than 200 villages under its jurisdiction, and even some important ports of the Kingdom of Zumiada. At this moment, the mouse is already lying on the bed, preparing to fall asleep. But Bulu Bulu Bulu. I am the mouse. It's me. A low voice sounded, and the mouse was immediately startled. Lieutenant General. What do you want? Are you ready for tomorrow's tax collection operation? Yes, it's ready. It is estimated that the total tax this time will reach more than 300 million baileys. Changing his usual attitude, the mouse answered respectfully. He even bowed slightly. Well, I trust you to do the job, but when you go to collect taxes tomorrow, please convey our words to them. Yes, Vice Admiral, please speak. Forget it this time, from next time, let them add 10%. Understood, I will definitely convey it. Click. The phone was hung up. Mouse had a slight headache. Add 10%? That's because those guys won't agree easily. After all, it was originally 55, and now it's 46. But if I can't do this well, then the higher UPS will. Forget it, tomorrow the 2 warships and all the Marines will set off together. If they don't agree, then kill one first to threaten the others. Although the Vice Admiral was just an ordinary Vice Admiral of the headquarters, but the power behind him, even the Navy Marshal Jean Guo would never dare to touch directly. Therefore, this matter must be completed 100% without any discount. Soon, Mouse made up his mind. But, the mouse never knew one thing. Kill one? Who can you beat? Even with nearly 100 Marines and 2 warships. Although this paragraph is not written in the original book, it is not clear how this incident ended. But it is no longer important. Because the 2 submarines have arrived at the 16th branch. 24 Marines have even followed Loyolan and others and quietly landed. The first team will take the dormitory building. Remember, don't shoot unless it is absolutely necessary. The second team is responsible for the port and the 2 docked warships. The third team will follow me, the target branch building. Are you clear about your mission? Yes, Colonel. Everyone responded in a low voice. Let's go. Chapter 20 The 16th Navy Branch. Loyolan originally thought that there would be some trouble. After all, no matter how bad it is, this is still a branch of the Navy. But who would have thought that these 16 branches? They were worse than I had imagined. There wasn't even a soldier standing guard, and there were only a few people in the branch building. But these guys were actually waving baileys and rolling dice together? No one noticed until Loyolan and the others walked behind them. What a guy! They looked at each other and started to fight. The next second, several Marines from the 16 branches fainted on the ground. 10 minutes later, the 3 teams met at the parade ground. Report: the Marine dormitory has been suppressed, and a total of 49 people have been controlled. Report: the port has also been suppressed, and a total of 17 people have been controlled. The captains of the 2 teams that had been dispersed before reported one by one. There were no accidents in the whole operation. In addition to the 7 people who were just dealt with in the branch building, a total of 75 people were controlled. According to the intelligence, if we don't count the rats, there should be 82 people in the 16th branch. Where are the other 5 people? The most important thing is, Ian, where are our undercover personnel? Report, no one was found, and we can't contact them. Hey? What's going on? Loyal frowned slightly. I have some guesses about this. Tell me about it. Yes, Colonel, 2 days ago, the undercover personnel in the 16th branch contacted me once, saying that the rats were about to attack several disobedient recruits and asked how to deal with them. Did you ask him not to alert the enemy? Upon hearing this, Loyal had some guesses. Yes, I told him not to act rashly and to deal with it together after we arrive. I see, so, I will go to the rat side alone, and you take the others to search the entire 16th branch to see if there is a secret room or something like that. Yes, Colonel. After assigning the tasks, all the Marines followed Ian and began to search the entire branch. Loyal, on the other hand, walked to a very conspicuous villa behind the branch building. In the bedroom, Mouse, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly woke up with a cold sweat. After confirming that this was his room, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was just a nightmare. Well, continue to sleep. However, before he had time to lie down for a few seconds, Mouse woke up again. Because he felt the wind. Yes, a cool breeze. But he clearly remembered to close the window before going to bed. He turned his head suddenly and saw a figure sitting on the windowsill. He held a piece of cloth in his left hand and gently wiped a white pistol. Who is it? The Mouse was startled, and immediately took out a short musket from under the pillow and pointed it at the figure. However, before he could finish aiming, a gunshot sounded. Then, the musket flew out of his hand and hit the wall hard. Finally, it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. His right hand was shaking wildly. Bright red blood flowed from the broken knuckles and fell to the ground. Tick tick tick. At this time, the figure on the windowsill also jumped down and walked towards the Mouse. With the moonlight, he finally saw the appearance of the person coming. Justice Coat? Although he couldn't recognize who it was. But this outfit? It's not a Marine, but at least a naval colonel. For a moment, the not-so-smart head began to work frantically, but even if it was fast-paced and smoking, it still couldn't come to a conclusion. Mouse, if I remember correctly, you are the cousin of the flying squirrel, right? Since you know that, you still dare to attack me. Oh, with the character of the flying squirrel, if he knew what you did in the East China Sea, he would probably kill you with his own hands, right? Loyal showed a hint of sarcasm. He knew the character of the flying squirrel very well. Moreover, when he was in the Navy headquarters, he had a very good relationship with the flying squirrel. So the Mouse used him to threaten him? Do you know my cousin? The Mouse was a little confused for a moment. At the same time, he also imagined in his mind what would happen if the flying squirrel knew what he had done. Then he shuddered. Just as this guy said, the flying squirrel would definitely kill him with his own hands. This guy? Who is he? What is his purpose? Could it be that the headquarters knew the situation here and sent him to arrest me? No, it's impossible. I just talked to that adult on the phone. If that's the case, that adult wouldn't have received no news at all. But if this possibility is ruled out, could it be? It's not that the headquarters knows, but this guy knows. Want to blackmail me with this, or get a share? Okay, okay, okay. As long as the headquarters doesn't know, everything else is easy to handle. At worst, I'll give you some first, and then I'll deal with you through that adult afterwards. Tell me, how much do you want to shut up? Mouse recovered instantly and asked confidently. Loyal was stunned at first. Although he was a little speechless. What on earth did you think of? Where did your confidence come from? He shaved directly and came to the side of Mouse. Then he swung his hand knife. Finally, he picked up the man and rushed out of the open window. When Luolan returned to the training ground, Ian and others were waiting again, and the Marines on the side were still supporting a few people. Found it? Yes, they were locked in a warehouse. If we had come 2 days later, it would probably be too late. Speaking of this, Ian was also a little scared. When they found the warehouse just now, the 5 people were hanging there, covered with wounds. Dying. And one of them was his subordinate. Well, it was the person who went undercover in the 16th branch to collect intelligence. Originally Ian confirmed that he should not take any action until they arrived. But it seemed that because the situation was urgent at the time, he had to rescue people. What was the result? Although the people were rescued, he was also captured. If Mouse had not wanted to ask more information from him, he would not have stayed until now. It's good that they were rescued. Follow the original plan and leave. Yes, Colonel. The merchant ship that had been waiting near the coast of the 16th branch docked at the dock. Immediately, all the Marines who were knocked unconscious, including Mouse, were transported up. Soon they were all locked up in steel cages in the cabin. After all, Luolan's 2 submarines could not accommodate so many people. As for the Baileys and property that were searched out, they were still moved to the second ship. An hour later, when the merchant ship and the 2 submarines had all left. Inside the 16th branch. Completely empty. Chapter 21 Headquarters Meeting, Part 1. Bang! In the meeting room, Jean Guo slapped the table hard. Everyone was shocked. I thought, what's wrong with the marshal today? Why is he so angry? Did he get scolded by the 5 elders for something? Marshal, what happened? It was Flying Squirrel who spoke. He is an elite lieutenant general of the headquarters, so he naturally has the right to attend this meeting. However, Jean Guo looked at him with a very strange look. Flying Squirrel was a little confused for a while. Flying Squirrel. This matter has something to do with you. What the hell? Flying Squirrel was instantly confused. He has been carrying out missions in the New World for the past few months. As soon as he came back, he saw Marshal Sengoku getting mad, and thought something big had happened. But was what the Marshal said related to him? What did he do? Marshal, take a look. Sengoku interrupted him directly, and then slid a stack of documents across the big round table. Flying Squirrel picked it up and read it carefully. Soon, his face changed drastically. Except for Crane, Garp, and Kizaru beside Sengoku, the other vice-admirals looked at him in confusion. What on earth could make Flying Squirrel sweat after reading it? At this time, Crane, who had been silent, spoke. 5 days ago, someone attacked our 16th branch in the East China Sea. From the branch chief Lao Shu down, all 82 people in the branch disappeared. It was not until 2 days ago that a warship from Rogue Town went to resupply and found that the entire branch was empty. The voice fell. There was an uproar in the meeting room. The most important thing about attacking the Navy branch is that the headquarters didn't know about it until 3 days later. If it weren't for the warship passing by and wanting to resupply, maybe everyone would still be kept in the dark. Marshal, which pirate group did it? I will personally arrest them and bring them to justice. That's right, we must respond this time, and it's a strong response, otherwise the reputation of the entire Navy will be seriously damaged. Yes, we must act immediately. Find their whereabouts, and then issue the demon-killing order. The dignity of the Navy must not be challenged. Wait, is there something else sneaking in here? This matter is very serious and must be dealt with seriously. But the Demon Slayer order? Can this thing be launched casually? You know, the last time the Demon Slayer order was launched was almost 20 years ago. Launching that thing just because of a branch? Even the hawkish generals felt that it was a bit too much. Everyone looked over at the same time, and then they all understood. Who was it that made such an outrageous suggestion? It turned out to be this guy. The vice admiral who was recommended by the world government and entered the navy and is now in charge of the affairs of the four seas. Vice Admiral Val. Val's existence is disliked by most of the generals in the headquarters. After all, everyone knows that this guy is actually a spy inserted by the world government into the navy. He has poor strength and his ability is even worse. The most important thing is, he is greedy and lustful. If they could, they would have kicked this guy out of the headquarters long ago. But there is no way. If there is no reason to convince the five elders, no one can do anything to him. Go and tell the five elders that this guy is greedy for money or lustful. It's useless. These problems are even advantages in the eyes of the five elders. After all, the more Val is like this, the easier it is to control. An ability. For a government that has already controlled the world, it has always been under loyalty. That's right, loyalty is what they value most. Soon, no one continued to argue, but all ignored Val. It was as if he hadn't spoken just now. No one noticed that Val suddenly froze for a moment. Wait, why does it sound familiar? Didn't Jean Guo just talk about the 16 branches of rats? So, the problem is the rats. Damn it, how could there be a problem there? He finally reacted and slapped his thigh hard. After all, he told several people yesterday that the tax in Donghai could be increased by 10% this time. What to do now? After the rats were gone, let alone adding one more, even if we wanted to rebuild this network, it would not be done in a short time. And with such a big incident, the attention of the headquarters would definitely be attracted. For a long time, it would be difficult for me to replace people to the East China Sea to do side jobs. Val was anxious. But he didn't realize that there was a bigger problem behind. Be quiet! With a loud shout from Jean Guo. Everyone in the conference room shut up instantly and sat back one by one. Continue. Hearing this, he nodded. Yes, she hadn't finished her words just now. Although everyone in the 16 branches disappeared, Smoker, who went to investigate later, found that someone had left a lot of documents in Mouse's room, which contained a lot of evidence, proving Mouse covered for the pirates and allowed them to occupy and plunder villages in their jurisdiction, resulting in hundreds of villages being controlled by several pirate groups for several years. He was even responsible for intercepting and silencing innocent civilians who escaped and wanted to seek help from the 16 branches. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was stunned. Even Val was no exception. Those vice admirals couldn't believe that these things were done by the 16-branch Navy, and Val couldn't believe that these things were exposed like this. Vice Admiral Tsuru, are these all true? Smoker has been to several villages around and even captured one of them. The pirate group that controls more than 10 villages. After a series of interrogations and the accounts provided by the victims, it can be basically determined that the information is correct. Damn it, it's true. Someone in our navy dares to do such a thing. Ghost Spider was so angry that his hair stood up and turned into spider legs. The rest of the people were similar, with angry faces. Isn't this a slap in the face of these righteous navy? In order to ensure that the dignity of the navy is not damaged, I propose to directly launch the demon killing order and raze all the villages involved in the incident to the ground. However, at this moment, Val stood up again and said something that stunned everyone. Yes, the demon killing order is to be launched again. And it is aimed at all the villages involved in this incident within the jurisdiction of the entire 16 branches. Although it is to maintain the dignity of the navy. But in fact, only he himself knew that the reason for such a proposal was not for the so-called dignity of the navy, but for destroy all evidence. Chapter 22 Headquarters Meeting, Part 2. Yes, Val wanted to destroy all evidence. Although it was just greed and lust, the 5 elders would not say anything, but would think that he could be used because of these. But the premise is that what you did not cause much impact. But this time it was a little different, because these things were not discovered internally, but were known by a third party. Now, even the most important witness, the mouse, is also in the hands of a third party. What if he gave the evidence in his hand to someone else? For example, Morgan's. Then the World Economic News was published. This is no longer a small problem, but a matter that greatly damages the reputation of the world government, navy, and even the world government. Guess, under this situation, will the 5 elders let Val go? Obviously, it is impossible. Moreover, other bigwigs who are also in this interest chain will certainly push him out at the first opportunity. And his fate will definitely be extremely miserable. So, in order to avoid this worst outcome, Val has only one way to survive, that is, kill everyone before the mysterious organization does. As long as this is done, even if the other party throws out the so-called evidence, there is no actual witness to support it. You said that Mouse is a witness? No, he is the main culprit, just biting people to get away with it. That's right, not a single word of his words is credible. Of course, it is not easy to kill people this time, after all, it involves 7 pirates and hundreds of villages. These pirates and these villagers. So many people, but all of them are witnesses. How easy is it to kill them all? But there is a way, and this is why Val is desperately pushing the demon-killing order. Because only in this way can we ensure that no one is left alive. I have to say that this guy is really a ruthless person, and he is very decisive. Wall, are you crazy? The Demon Slayer order is a power that can be used at will. No, I'm not crazy. I strongly suspect that the Revolutionary Army did this, and the purpose is to completely destroy the reputation of our navy and even the world government. Val shouted with a serious face. And the others were also a little confused. Revolutionary Army? Yes, it's the Revolutionary Army. Will pirates do such a thing? No, they won't, but the Revolutionary Army is different. Once the reputation of the world government is seriously damaged, they can take advantage of this time to rise rapidly. Isn't that the case? It seems. Is it really the case? In the conference room, several vice admirals sat down again and pondered. Indeed, pirates don't have time to help your navy catch termites. Could it be to make your internal affairs more clear? Not to mention, the rats themselves are cooperating with the pirates. So, it was really done by the Revolutionary Army? If it's really the Revolutionary Army, why did they leave all the evidence to us after they took the people away? Shouldn't they make the evidence public to the world? Soon, someone asked this question. This time, Val was also a little stunned. However, this guy's brain is really fast. It didn't take long for him to come up with an idea. It's very simple. If they make it public directly, it will indeed cause us a lot of damage, but the damage is limited. As long as we classify the rat as a pirate and issue a wanted order, the damage will be minimized. But what if he doesn't make it public, but throws all the evidence to us? From what you guys discussed just now, although you all shouted that you would deal with it seriously, you don't seem to be ready to make it public. Am I right? And when you finish dealing with it, the Revolutionary Army suddenly comes out with the evidence, and before the announcement, they also provide us with a copy, but we concealed it all. Guess. By then, how much impact will the reputation of our navy and the actual government suffer? Val kept spitting there. There are many reasons. In short, the only correct answer to this problem is the Demon Slayer order. Yes, destroy those pirate groups and all the villages involved. Compared with the reputation of the world government, what does the death of a few people matter? Of course, although many people present were persuaded by Val and took his speculation seriously. But the Demon Slayer order? Even those hawkish vice admirals did not agree. Are you kidding? The navy has eliminated a scum. And they are going to use the Demon Slayer order to destroy hundreds of villages? They really can't do such a thing. However, Val didn't care about these, he knew that these navy wouldn't agree. It doesn't matter. Just go to the 5 elders directly, as long as the 5 elders agree, Sengoku can only execute it. Another hour later. The meeting finally came to an end. Naturally, no one supported Val's proposal. As for Sengoku, he decided to investigate first and then make a decision. After all, there are still many questions in the whole thing. For example, who attacked the 16 branches and kidnapped Mouse and other marines? Why did they leave all the evidence? Although many people agreed with Val's reasoning, no one believed Sengoku, Crane, Garp and other core members. There are too many logical loopholes in it. And it is precisely this time. It has been 2 days since Loyallan and others returned to Branch 157. Although the Marines were handed over to the Intelligence Department and transported back by other ships, the rat Loyallan stuffed him in the submarine and brought him back with him. Hundreds of meters away from the coast, more than 600 meters underwater. A building complex with dozens of modules connected by pipes. It is a System A-level building, now the underwater prison of Branch 157. After 2 consecutive days of interrogation and the blessing of the memory recovery technique, let alone the backstory, even the scene that should not be remembered and seen in the mother's womb. The rat also confessed everything. Sure enough, is it this guy? After reading the confession handed over by the interrogator, Loyallan nodded. After all, this guy is the most suspicious in the Navy. He is in charge of the affairs of the 4 seas and is extremely greedy and lustful. The only pity is that the bigwigs in the world government involved behind Val Mouse is not qualified to know. But it doesn't matter, let me give it a push. Looking at the numbers on another confession, Loyallan's mouth corners slightly raised. Who of the 5 elders picked out these people and gave everyone an explanation, or who paid several billion Baileys out of his own pocket to save these people? I'm very curious. Chapter 23 Sea-Level City Builder Gift Pack. Damn, what is this? Let me go, have a head-on confrontation with me. A burly man in a captain's uniform and a pirate hat was now wrapped in a cloud of white smoke. Unable to move, he kept shouting. But obviously, no one paid attention to him. Colonel, he is NIBA, who has a bounty of 13 million and is known as the Blood Scythe. Mud? What a rubbish name. No, it's NIBA, Colonel. I heard it, isn't it NIBA? The reporting Marine was speechless and too lazy to correct it again. Well, let's call him NIBA. By the way, who set the price of 13 million? This rubbish is worth 13 million? The guys who set the price are just trash. Looking at NIBA, who was already handcuffed, Smoker was very dissatisfied. In his opinion, although this guy is stronger than ordinary Marines, he is at most a 1 on 10 level. And this is also worth a bounty of 13 million Baileys? Of course, Smoker dared to say this, and the people around him didn't dare to respond. You know, although the pirates of the 4 seas are reported by the branches, it is the headquarters that decides whether to offer a bounty and how much the bounty is. That is the headquarters' business. Trash? The colonel is scolding the big shot of the headquarters. As subordinates, how dare they respond to this? By the way, this is the last pirate group in the intelligence, right? Yes, Colonel, this is the 5th pirate group we have defeated in 2 days, plus the dragon pirates that were destroyed by someone unknown, that's all. Well, what about the interrogation? This. The Marine was a little embarrassed. And Smoker frowned deeply. Speak. This. The higher UPS have issued an order. Due to the seriousness of the incident, we are not allowed to interrogate privately. Someone will come to take over. Are you sure about the order from above? Hearing this, the Marine nodded frantically. He is just a small captain of the 4 seas, how dare he fake the imperial edict? Which department issued it? Issued through Lieutenant General Val's office. Smoker understood immediately after hearing this. Who is Val? Everyone who has worked in the headquarters knows. Although he is in charge of the 4 seas affairs and the channel for issuing orders is no problem, but this matter has been completely blown up, and the orders issued to Smoker in the past few days have all come from the Marshal's office. In other words, Val is no longer qualified to intervene at this moment. Then, it seems very strange to issue an order not to interrogate from Val's office. Don't pay attention to him, you continue to interrogate, knock their mouths as soon as possible, and see if there is any useful information. Colonel, but... No buts, follow my orders, I will take responsibility if there are any problems. Yes, Colonel. An uninhabited island in the East China Sea. A newsbird woke up slowly. The next moment his eyes suddenly widened. Because he still remembered. When he was flying over this deserted island, someone suddenly attacked him, and a large net suddenly opened in the sky. Then he lost consciousness. Could it be robbery? He quickly looked at his package. Fortunately, the newspapers were still there, and the number was not reduced. A blessing in disguise. The newsbird was greatly relieved. But if it wasn't a robbery, what was the purpose of the person who attacked him? At this time, a file bag appeared in his field of vision. This is... He pulled out a piece of paper from it with his beak and looked at it for a while. The newsbird was also shocked. He quickly put the bag of documents into his backpack. He even threw away all the newspapers to make room. Then it flew into the sky. And this file bag, 1 day later, appeared on Morgan's desk. Everything was implemented step by step according to Luolan's plan. As for Luolan himself, at this moment, he was doing another big thing. Points. Good fellow, the stolen goods have not been completely dealt with, and this has exceeded 30,000 points. System, come out to work. Ding, what does the host need? Upgrade, upgrade immediately. Ding, the current host is a D-level city builder, and upgrading to C-level requires 30,000 points, please confirm. Confirm. Ding, deduct points, 1,240 points left, upgrade completed. Ding, the host has obtained a C-level city builder gift pack *1, do you want to open it? Wow, there is a gift pack? I thought that only when the system is activated will the novice gift pack be given. Now it seems. Can I get it every time the level is upgraded? Open. Ding, the C-level city builder gift pack has been opened, and the host has obtained the following items. City builder points *. C-level standard construction team *1, 3-month contract. High-level talent extraction opportunity *1. 1 assault submarine Tana, unarmed version. So many things? But what is the construction team inside? Also, that assault submarine Tana, sounds so familiar. Oh, I remember, isn't that? Suddenly, Luolan suddenly remembered what the assault submarine Tana was. Isn't that TDD-1? Wait, what does the unarmed version mean? Quickly open the personal space, and the things you just got are indeed in it. Then, Luolan focused his eyes on the sci-fi submarine, and the corresponding information was immediately displayed. After reading it, Luolan knew what the so-called unarmed version meant. That is, there are no weapons. Not only ammunition, but also all the launch devices are gone. For example, the vertical launch device of the Tomahawk missile disappeared directly. And that area was also vacated and turned into several large storage spaces. As for the torpedo tubes in the front section, they were all eliminated. In other words, the assault submarine Tana that Luolan got was just a fast and spacious submarine. That's all. Although a little disappointed, Luolan had to admit one thing, that is, Even without weapons, this submarine is still super cool. And another item is the sea-level construction team. The description above says, the sea-level construction team can be used to build all sea-level or below buildings in the system. Luolan understood this, but the meaning. Luolan was a little confused. When I built my own house before, didn't I buy it in the system and then a ship with construction workers would come to Rhodes Island? I didn't need to have my own construction team, right? System, shouldn't you explain this to me? Ding, because D-level city builders are in the novice stage, the host doesn't need to worry about the construction team, but after upgrading, the host needs to be responsible for this part. Novice stage? Will I be responsible for it in the future? I looked at the brackets next to the construction team. 3-month contract? Then, I opened the construction module again and searched for the construction team. Sure enough, it appeared. Sea-level construction team. 1-month short-term contract, 3,000 points, points. 1-year long-term contract, points. So expensive. After seeing the price, Luolan screamed in his heart. Chapter 24 Port and Training Center. 3,000 points for 1 month of employment. A year is a little bit of a discount, but points? It's almost like asking for my life, okay? Ding, remind the host, after the novice period, in addition to the construction team, the building materials system will no longer be provided free of charge, and the host must be responsible for it. Puff. I haven't recovered from the bad news just now, and this is another critical hit. System, are you still a human being? If possible, Luolan would like to start cursing. He quickly clicked on a building to check. Sure enough. The system only sells building drawings, and if you want the final product, you can only rely on the construction team to build it. The materials required do not allow you to use display materials. And you must use something called standard building materials. Under each building is a mark indicating how many units of standard building materials are needed for the building. Search for this standard building material. Wow, 1 point for 1 unit, and think about the dormitory building I just saw. 500 units of standard building materials are needed. In other words, another 5 million Baileys will be spent. Are you going to let me live? Looking at his few points, Luolan, who thought he could do a big job, had to sigh. Sure enough. Still poor. When I get stronger, I have to go to Sky Island. After secretly swearing in his heart, Luolan still worked honestly. System, use the extraction opportunity of high-level talents. Ding, extracting. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a B-level manufacturing talent. Manufacturing? And only B-level? In the novice gift pack, I directly drew an S-level scientific research talent, namely Silas. Now this B-level talent. To be honest, Luolan was very disappointed. But disappointment is disappointment, it is better to have it than not, right? Luolan still read the character introduction carefully. Barton Baker. Race, System Bioman. Loyalty, 100, Permanent Lock. Special Effect, Efficiency of all production lines managed plus 30%, Yield plus 3%. It seems not too bad. Pinching his chin, Luolan made a new judgment. Now there are 2 factories in 157, one for producing firearms, and the other for producing daily necessities. And these 2 places have always lacked a manager, which is somewhat messy. After all, Luolan does not understand this aspect, and so do others. Now, a professional who can increase efficiency and yield is still very useful. Luolan nodded and immediately used the summoning function in the system. According to past experience, the character will arrive at the branch in 3 days. As for how he got there, Luolan doesn't need to worry about it, the system can handle it anyway. Next. Luolan reopened the construction module. Points. What should I build? First of all, the port. If there is no suitable port for Tana, which is more than 200 meters long, there is no place to dock. But there is also a problem here, that is, it is not difficult to build a large port. Even before the system is upgraded, you can build it yourself. But in this way, wouldn't the 157th branch be exposed to the outside world? As long as someone passes by here, they can immediately find it. How can this be done? I don't know if there are any ports with hidden properties for sea-level city builders. Search for reports. Rows of buildable projects appear. The first few are naturally the regular ports of D-level city builders. Continue to scroll down. Sea-level ports began to appear, larger, stronger, and more comprehensive ports appeared one by one. But Luo Lan continued to shake his head. Until he saw a fully enclosed hidden port building. This. It completely meets my requirements. Fully enclosed hidden military port. Building level, C. Site selection requirements, cliffs or mountains, need to be close to the coast. Construction requirements, a sea-level construction team. Working hours, 15 days. Material, 2,800 standard quasi-building materials. Drawing price, 4,800 points. Special effect holes, 2. There are extremely strict requirements for building such a military port. First of all, there must be a large-scale cliff or mountain on the coast. Because this port is built by hollowing out the inside. From the outside, it is usually a cliff, but if necessary, the huge camouflage door will open to both sides, allowing ships to enter. Even if it is a submarine, there is no need to open the camouflage door, and it can directly enter and exit underwater. The concealment is very strong. Not to mention, he can also add 2 special effects. You know, the previous D-level buildings all had only one hole, that is, only one special effect can be attached. As for the S-level research institute and the A-level underwater prison? Sorry, Luo Lan can't even add special effects to those 2 now, the level too high. Of course, this port is not without shortcomings. Compared with several other sea-level ports, one is that the blueprints are expensive, and the other is that more materials are required. It takes a total of 7,600 points. But for Tana's use, Luo Lan gritted his teeth and endured it. He worked hard like a tiger. The balance of points became 3,640. Luo Lan continued to browse and soon locked on another building. Training Center. Building level, C. Site selection requirements, leveled land. Construction requirements, 1 sea-level construction team. Working hours, 3 days. Materials, 800 standard building materials. Blueprint price, 1,800 points. Special effect holes, 2. Based on the experience of using the system over the past year. When the building is completed and points are used to extract additional effects, the effects are all selected according to the building itself. In other words, if you build a football field, it is impossible to extract effects such as file processing efficiency. If we build a training center, will there be any training effect, or will there be any effects such as improvement of comprehension? Luo Lan felt that it was necessary to try it. After all, it is not expensive, right? 2,600 points, take it. He worked hard again and raised the construction priority of the training center to the top. Luo Lan only had 1,040 points left. Not even enough to extract a sea-level special effect. But Luo Lan was not worried, because there were still tens of millions of stolen goods that had not been dealt with, and the bounties of the evil dragon and other fishmen had not been dealt with. In the next period of time, he could at least get nearly 100 million baileys. Lying in his boss chair, Luo Lan was looking forward to the day when the training center was completed 3 days later. But at this moment, the door of the office was kicked open roughly. Luo Lan. Explain to me where my nearly 300 million Baileys went. Why? There are only 3 million Baileys available in the warehouse. Chapter 25 Tina. Nami was going crazy. In the few days since she came here, she took over the finances of the entire branch. The Baileys she brought back this time, plus the property that was disposed of one after another, a large amount of wealth was deposited. Almost, just a little bit. If it wasn't for Nojigo pulling her back, Nami would have moved her bed directly to the warehouse. As a result, when she woke up and was about to take a look at the room full of Baileys before going to work, she was dumbfounded. Where are my 200 million or tens of millions of Baileys? Why are there only 3 million left? Look, she came directly to Luolan's office. The blazing flames shot out directly from his eyes, as if telling Luolan, "You are finished. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you are definitely finished." Seeing this scene, Luolan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really found a ant back. "Nami, what do you think of the 157th branch? What do you mean? Answer me first." "Well, it's better than all the places I've seen." After thinking for a while, Nami answered honestly. She was completely amazed since the first day she came here. Although the style is completely different from the pirate world, no matter how you look at it, the buildings here are more beautiful. Compared with before, the architectural style of the pirate world reveals a sense of backwardness everywhere. In particular, the small villa that Luolan assigned to herself and Nojigo to live together, whether it is design or interior decoration, it is quite good. So, how much Bailey do you think it will cost to build such a branch? Let me think about it. Although I don't know the exact number, it should be quite a lot, right? After thinking carefully, there is still no answer. Nami doesn't know how much such a house and various supporting facilities will cost. After all, there is no reference, right? But no matter what, it will definitely not be cheap. Seeing that Nami was gradually brought into his words, Luolan nodded with satisfaction. Immediately. So you know where those Baileys were used? You mean, to build a branch? Yes, next we will hollow out the cliffs in the south of the island and build a hidden comprehensive port in it. At the same time, a modern training center will be built in the branch. So that's it. A hidden port that even needs to be hollowed out and built inside the cliffs, plus a modern training center. It doesn't seem to be much to spend more than 200 million. It's a relatively cheap price. But why do I always feel something is wrong? At this time, Luolan came over and patted Nami on the shoulder. Since you understand, I'll leave first. There are still many things to do. Immediately, someone walked out of the office. It was not until 2 minutes later that Nami finally reacted. No, the finances of the entire branch are under my control. Even if this guy wants to build a port or something, he should submit a report to me for approval first. Luolan, stop right there. He rushed out of the office and shouted at the same time. It's a pity that Luolan has long disappeared. No one was alarmed. Luolan came to the shore, the former port of branch 157. If someone didn't know, it would be thought that no one had used it for decades. It seemed to collapse at any time. And the small warship docked at the dock. My goodness, it's broken, but why does the sail look like a torn piece of cloth? With such a sail, even if it is raised, are you sure the warship can be moved? It's very doubtful. Luolan stood here for a full hour. Until a medium-sized warship appeared and slowly approached the shore. However, because the docking action was a little intense, the result. Just a slight bump. The whole dock collapsed instantly and fell into the water. Luolan's mouth twitched. My goodness, I was hoping that the broken dock could hold on for another year or two, but... I'm sorry for crashing your dock, Tina. But... it's not Tina's fault. Beige shirt, rose red women's suit. and white justice coat. This person is the 30-year-old colonel of the Navy headquarters who has just been promoted to colonel. To be honest, there are not many female officers in the Navy headquarters, and there are even fewer women who can become colonels at the age of 30 and are colonels with real power. However, there is a very interesting phenomenon in the headquarters, that is, all female officers who can climb up are beautiful. For example, Jun and the giant female vice admiral during the war on the top. Even Crane, she was a beauty when she was young, right? Tina is also one of the famous beauties in the Navy. It doesn't matter, it's broken, except for the regular delivery of supplies, there is no time to use it. By the way, long time no see, Sister Tina. Luolan waved his hand. Then, as in the headquarters, he enthusiastically called Sister Tina. The expression on the latter's face was also much softer. You are really stupid. What's wrong with being soft to the marshal? Is it really necessary to be so stubborn? A little soft, but I can't be soft. Luolan shook his head. Tina sighed. By the way, Sister Tina, why did you suddenly come here? A few hours ago, Luolan suddenly received a call from Tina, saying that she wanted to come and see. It also surprised her. After all, Tina's usual tasks are very busy, and she doesn't even have much time to go back to the headquarters. Why did she suddenly come here? Do you think Tina wants to? I was originally carrying out an important mission, but suddenly received a call from the Marshal, asking Tina to temporarily give up the mission and go directly to the East China Sea to investigate the 16th branch. Things. Who made Tina's position at the edge of the Grand Line at that time? It took her most of the day to cross the doldrums and get to you. So, I came to see how you are doing. So that's it. I didn't expect the headquarters to send Sister Tina here. However, it's not hard to understand. After all, Smoker is not good at adapting. Once he encounters something, he will confront his superiors. And for the high-ranking Navy officials who want to suppress this matter, it is obvious that Smoker is not the most suitable person to lead the investigation. Then, it is natural to arrange someone to take over. At the same time, if Sister Tina takes over, I believe Smoker will not have much resistance. Considering all aspects, it is probably that man. Navy Marshal Sengoku, right? Why, Tina rarely comes here, and you don't even take me to visit. No, Sister Tina. You know what branch 157 looks like? Do you see it over there? That's the branch building. What's so good about it? Why don't we go to your boat and talk? Pointing to the two-story building that was a dangerous building a few hundred meters away. Luolan curled her lips. My dear sister, stop making trouble. There's really nothing good to see over there. Let's go to the boat to chat about the past, and then you can go to check the affairs of branch 16. Isn't that good? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's go to Tina's boat and have a cup of tea. Hearing Tina say this, Luolan was relieved. He immediately prepared to get on the boat. As a result, at this moment, a figure rushed out from the woods in the distance. And the loud voice he had just heard an hour ago also appeared again. Luolan, explain what happened just now to me. Good fellow. When Luolan turned to look at Tina again, ready to explain something, Tina's face showed a playful expression. Chapter 26 Luolan's Proposal. Tina, I've never heard that there are female soldiers in this Navy nursing home. Luolan was speechless. It's just over 200 million Baileys. Are you, Nami, going to keep staring at me? However, it's already like this. What else can I do? Sister Tina, no matter what, the 157th branch has the official establishment of a third-class branch of the Navy, and a third-class branch can have a maximum of 100 Marines according to regulations. And, if there is no need for the headquarters to allocate additional budget, the branch director can recruit on his own, as long as the scale does not exceed the establishment. The child's mother was also a navy, so I took her in. Luolan said seriously. Once, then. Killed by pirates. So that's the case, but the conditions here are too bad. How about letting her go with Tina? No. Tina just finished speaking. A no was shouted out loudly. However, this was not said by Luolan, but Nami ran all the way to the dock. Although she didn't hear what the two said before, the last few words, she still heard it. Nami, this is Colonel Tina of the headquarters. This time she came to the East China Sea specifically to investigate the incident of Branch 16. Luolan started to introduce. At the same time, it was also a hint to Nami. Don't say what you shouldn't say. She believed that with Nami's intelligence, she would definitely understand. However, Nami returned Luolan's eyes. It was a look that measured in Bailey's, and Luolan understood it in an instant. In the same way, the two exchanged glances dozens of times in 1 second. Until the end, Nami showed a satisfied smile, and Luolan breathed a sigh of relief. Only the two of them knew what kind of agreement was reached between the two parties in the bargaining with their eyes just now. A full 10 million Baileys. Hush money. Immediately, Nami stood up straight and raised her hand to salute Tina. Colonel. Why, you don't want to go with Tina? My life was saved by Luolan, so I will always follow him. Nami's tone was serious, and Tina couldn't see any flaws for a moment. Only Luolan quietly gave a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, this lady's acting skills are really good. Okay, next Luolan will go to Tina's boat to have a cup of tea and talk about something. What about you? I still have work to do. Thank you for your kindness, Colonel. Nami saluted again. Tina didn't force it, and after Nami turned around and left, and took Luolan on board. In the cabin. Luolan, to be honest, Tina came here this time, in addition to seeing you, I also wanted to ask you about your opinion on this incident. After all, Lieutenant General He and Lieutenant General Zudge have praised you, saying that your wisdom is definitely not inferior to theirs, and may even be better. Tina did not lie. She really hadn't seen Luolan for a long time, so she came to see him. But at the same time, she also wanted to ask for advice. Who made Luolan's previous record in the general staff so exaggerated? Even Tina herself had 2 missions that were planned by Luolan. And those 2 missions were also the most difficult and smoothest missions that Tina had ever carried out so far. Luolan picked up the teacup and blew it, then took a sip. Sister Tina. It's useless to ask me about this matter. Why? Because, the most correct method will never be adopted by the Navy today. Luolan shook his head. Tell Tina first. Well, it's actually very simple to solve it. That is to make the whole thing public and transparent, then investigate it thoroughly, bring out all the people involved and publicly execute them, and finally double the compensation to all the victims. Tina finally understood why Luolan just said that the most correct method will never be adopted by the Navy today. He also heard some of the content of the previous high-level meeting. It is said that most of the high-level officials agreed to investigate and agreed to crack down on the internal pests. But at the same time, they all support suppressing this incident and not letting it spread. Because they are afraid that this incident will damage the prestige of the Navy and the world government. Is there no other way? No, and if the headquarters does not do this again, then even if they want to do this in the future, it will be too late. Luolan sighed. In fact, he hoped that he would fail. That is, Zhang Guo could withstand the pressure and take the actions he just mentioned. But unfortunately, he knew Zhang Guo too well. Sister Tina, do you want to hear my advice? Tina, listen. Just find a reason to delay for a few days, such as crossing the doldrums. Even if there are sea stones, you will still be attacked by sea kings. Luolan made a suggestion. The reason why installing sea stones on the bottom of the ship can avoid attacks by sea kings is that sea stones can emit a strong sea breath, so that sea kings cannot sense the presence of ships on top. But this is not absolute. For example, if a sea king just comes out of the water, it can see the ship through its eyes. Therefore, even with sea stones, it is not guaranteed to be 100% immune to attacks. It can only be said to be 99.9% safe. Accidents always exist. Tina doesn't understand. Tina was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this meant at all. Sister Tina, why don't you understand? Either don't investigate this matter, or you won't find any results. Otherwise, whoever investigates will be in trouble. So, don't get involved, just let Smoker do it. He has experience in this matter. At most, he will be exiled again. Maybe he can come to keep me company. Hearing Luolan's words, Tina looked at him deeply. He just said 5 words in reply, and didn't clearly say whether he agreed or disagreed. Tina knows. That night, Tina's warship left Rhodes Island, sailed towards the East China Sea Prosperity Zone. At the same time, Smoker also received a call from Tina, and was told that because he was attacked by the Sea King when crossing the calm belt, although he repelled the Sea King, the ship was seriously damaged. Currently docked at Rhodes Island for repairs, it is expected to take about 10 days. Smoker was confused. It was just a Sea King. With Tina there, could it cause serious damage to the ship? How big of a Sea King was this? Or was the damage to the ship fake, and the real purpose was to go to Rhodes Island to meet that guy? Yes, that must be the case. I knew that Tina had coveted Luolan for several years. Well, 10 days is 10 days. By the way, during these 10 days, while I am still the general manager, I will dig out all those termites. All. Chapter 27 Tina's Return. The next day, Barton Baker and a sea-level construction team of 18 people arrived at Rhodes Island one after another. Among them Barton Baker was appointed as the deputy director of the manufacturing department. Luolan will still be the director for the time being. However, Barton Baker is responsible for all matters, and Luolan does not interfere. The reason why he is not directly made the top leader is because B-level talents are always a bit low. Even if he is not S-level, even if he is an A-level talent, Luolan will directly give him the position of the top leader. As for the C-level construction team, as soon as they arrived, they started the construction of the C-level training center, and there is a port waiting to be built later. Luolan will not let them rest for the 3-month contract given in the gift package. Not even for a day. Later, we must speed up the speed of making money, fill them with work, and squeeze out all the value. Bulu bulu. I am Luolan. The telephone bug on the table suddenly rang. Colonel, this is the number 2 submarine, and the target is carrying out the tracking mission. What's the situation? The target is still sailing towards the East China Sea Prosperity Zone at a speed of 7 knots. A report from the Marines came from the Den Den Mushi. Luolan did not reply, but tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. Until half a minute later. Come back, no need to continue tracking. Yes, Colonel. Rhodes Island, more than 100 nautical miles away. Tina stood on the bow deck, and her justice coat was fluttering in the wind. The beautiful eyes that had been closed for a long time finally opened slowly. Smelly boy, even Tina is tracking you. What secrets are you hiding on Rhodes Island? Helmsman, change the course, target Rhodes Island. Turning around and waving his right hand, Tina gave the order heroically. In fact, since that day at the dock, Tina had already discovered something wrong. First of all, there was the 2-story shabby building. That thing, if it moves a little, it might collapse directly. How could Luolan and his Marines live in it for a whole year? Well, even if you didn't live in it, but were stationed in the open air or even slept, you still had that girl named Nami, why were her clothes so clean and tidy? The most important thing is that Tina's newly awakened observation haki, although the coverage area is not large. But it is enough to sense that there is no one in the dangerous building. So, where did everyone else go except Loyolan and Nami? Combined with the fact that Nami ran out of the woods that almost covered the entire island except near the coast, so no matter what Loyolan was hiding, the secret must be in that vast woods. And in the end, what made Tina completely suspicious was the person who had been following her underwater since leaving Rhodes Island yesterday. Oh, she was really brave enough to hang about 100 meters behind her warship. Close enough for Tina to sense whatever was underwater, but inside there were 7 people. This series of flaws was not actually Loyolan's fault. After all, for most people on Earth, their inherent impression was that Tina would not be domineering at the beginning of the plot, but would be 2 years later. Not to mention the 2 years before the beginning of the plot. But in fact, the original work just did not describe Tina's domineering 2 years ago, but did not explicitly say that she would not be. This resulted in Loyolan not being prepared for this aspect at all. Otherwise, before Tina came to Rhodes Island, he would evacuate everyone from the other side of the island to avoid being discovered. And the old branch building would also arrange a few people to cover. Even the final tracking would be specially taken care of and kept a distance. One day later, late at night, about 20 nautical miles off the southern coast of the island, the warship that was supposed to leave appeared here again without knowing when. It turned off all the lights. If it wasn't close, or if it happened to be illuminated by strong light, it would be easy to find. At the same time, a small boat carrying 3 figures was also paddling hard by 2 Marines. Landing from the southern part of Rhodes Island, Tina jumped off the boat and looked at the cliff in front of her that was more than 200 meters high. Tina will act alone later, you stay here. Yes, Colonel. For ordinary Marines, this 200 meters, almost vertical cliff is difficult to climb, but for Tina, it's not a problem at all. At the same time, Loyolan's office inside. Colonel, as you guessed, Colonel Tina landed from the cliff on the south bank and has now entered the jungle and has been captured by the surveillance Den Den Mushi. Putting down the Den Den Mushi, Ian reported. Loyolan sighed slightly. If it were someone else, maybe he would have set a trap to capture the person and then locked him up first. But Tina, he really couldn't do such a thing. After all, she was one of the best people to him during his years at the headquarters. Convince her to keep a secret for him? Loyolan was confident that he could do it, but was it right or wrong to do so? Forget it, don't think about it. Let's wait and see after the people come. Ian, notify everyone not to intercept. Yes, Colonel. Ian nodded, and then used the Den Den Mushi to convey this order. On the other side, using her not-so-proficient observation haki, Tina dodged one sentry after another in the woods. She kept approaching the central area of the middle island. There are so many sentries. If Tina remembers correctly, the 157th branch plus Loyolan and the kid named Ian can't gather 10 people, but there are already more than 10 sentries along the way, right? What secrets are you hiding here? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. What should she do if she finds out that Loyolan is committing a crime? Thinking about this, Tina's pace quickened again. Until suddenly, the view in front of her suddenly opened up, and a place like a mini-city suddenly appeared in front of her. It was obvious that someone had cut down trees here and leveled a large area. Even a lot of construction was carried out. Look at those buildings. Although the style is completely different from this world, Tina always feels that these buildings are very beautiful for some reason, and the architectural styles she has seen in the past, how to say? Well, outdated. Very outdated. This mini-town in front of her seems to come from the future. Here. Where on earth is it? The answer to this question appeared in just the next second. Jumping to the roof of a two-story building, Tina looked inside the mini-town. Then she saw. There were two patrolling Marines making a handover. Marines? How could they be Marines? Then, she looked in other directions. Finally, she stopped at one of the two three-story buildings. The huge glass that filled an entire wall, plus it was night time, and the lights were on in the house. This allowed Tina to see the two figures inside at the first time. Who else but Luolan is sitting there? And the guy standing opposite the desk, who seems to be reporting. Isn't that Luolan's follower? Ian? Chapter 28 Tina, do you want to put me under house arrest? The entire branch building. There is not even a guard. Tina walked in easily. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Finally, Tina met the first person since entering the building. Standing outside Luolan's office at this moment. Ian. Ian. Colonel Tina, my colonel is waiting for you. Giving up his position, Ian waved his right hand and made a gesture of invitation. Tina did not hesitate and pushed the door open and walked in. Watching the office door slowly close, Ian stood back to his original position again. Like a Marine standing guard at the door. In the office. The two of them stared at each other, and no one spoke. This state lasted for 3 minutes. Finally. Now, Tina wants to hear your explanation, immediately, right now. After a few seconds of silence. Luolan also sighed. Sister Tina, I don't understand, what do you need to explain? Did I betray the Navy? Or did I violate justice? Luolan spread his hands. Don't play dumb, you did the 16th branch thing, didn't you? Yes, I did it. Luolan nodded, very frankly. Tina was stunned for a moment. I was just thinking before, could it be Luolan who did it? That's why I asked casually, and I also wanted to use this question to take down the momentum first, so as to facilitate the subsequent conversation. But the result? It's really you? And you didn't defend yourself at all, just admitted it directly. Is this really okay? Sister Tina, is there any problem if I arrest that guy Mouse for what he did? Logically speaking, I'm cleaning up the mess, right? He spread his hands again. Tina was completely speechless. I always felt that every punch he made was hitting cotton. Okay, Tina, you did nothing wrong in all these, but why did you hide it from the headquarters afterwards? Do you know that because of your incident, the entire Navy headquarters is in chaos? If you don't do it well, even the reputation of the Navy will be greatly damaged. What are you planning? Tina put her left hand on her waist and her right hand on the table. She asked sharply. In fact, that's what happened. Tina didn't care about Luolan building a superstandard branch on his own, or cleaning up the worms in the Navy. She didn't even need to pry into Luolan's secrets. But later, she couldn't accept it. Because no matter how you look at it, Luolan's goal in doing these things is to attack the reputation of the Navy. In other words, this is simply treating the Navy as his enemy. Sister Tina, do you know who is behind the rat? Tina knows, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Vice Admiral Val who is in charge of the affairs of the 4 seas in the headquarters. Yes, it's Vice Admiral Val, so is Vice Admiral Val really the mastermind behind all this? Tina was stunned when she heard it. But soon she remembered how Val entered the Navy and how he became a Vice Admiral. So, what Luolan meant by this is... That's right, Rat is just an agent pushed to the front line by Val, and Val. He is also just a tool pushed out by some people to take charge of the front line and help them make money. So, what do you expect our Marshal to do, and what can he do? Now, Tina understood. To put it bluntly, there are too many people involved in this matter, and many of them are big figures in the world government. No matter how determined Marshal Zhang Guo is, he can only reach the position of Lieutenant General Val in the end. It is impossible to continue to dig deeper, let alone clean up all the people involved. After that, those guys may be silent for a few months, or even a year or two. But after this matter is completely over, the second or even the third vow will be pushed out again. Similarly, more rats will revive. And those civilians who have finally escaped from the darkness will fall into the darkness again. Tina couldn't help but waver. But soon. That's not your reason to plot against the Navy behind your back. Luo Lan, listen to Tina. It's not too late. Just tell the Marshal about this and he will find a way to solve it. Tina shook her head and shook off her hesitation. She began to persuade. But Luo Lan. She raised her hand and pointed to the wall on one side. Sister Tina, do you recognize this? Tina turned her head and saw that in the direction Luo Lan pointed, there was a calligraphy representing justice, just like in the offices of the Navy's senior officials. However, Tina was too familiar with the calligraphy hanging in Luo Lan's office at the moment. Or, few Marines who have joined the Navy for more than 10 years don't know it. Justice that reigns over the world? Don't worry, Sister Tina, after all, I am also a Navy. Unless it is hopeless, I will not destroy the Navy. And the ultimate goal this time. First, to find all the people involved and give them the punishment they deserve. Second, force the world government to take out Bailey and double the compensation to all victims. Third, cut off the dirty hands of the world government from within the Navy. Tina opened her mouth with a look of shock. You are crazy, these things are impossible to do. Not only slapping the world government in the face, but also asking them to pay compensation to civilians. Even to weaken the world government's control over the Navy? How is it possible? I'm afraid that the 5 elders would rather launch the demon slaughter order than make such a compromise. Sister Tina, after knowing each other for so many years, have you ever seen me do something I am not sure of, or come up with an impossible plan? This. Tina thought about it and it seemed that she really hadn't. No matter how unreliable the actions planned by Luo Lan seemed, they could always be perfectly executed in the end. How about this, Sister Tina, you stay with me for a while. After a month, if you find that I didn't do it, then you can report me or something. But if I did it, how about you keep the secret for me? Luo Lan suggested. But Tina frowned. Are you going to put Tina under house arrest? What do you mean by temporary stay? This is clearly house arrest. However, this guy is really getting bold now. He actually dares to put me under house arrest? It seems that he deserves to be punished. The next moment, Tina's eyes were full of flames. If you want to keep me here temporarily, you can, but the premise is, if you beat Tina, Tina will agree to everything you say, otherwise. Then go back with Tina to see the Marshal. Chapter 29 Luo Lan vs Tina. It was just dawn. There were already many people around the training ground. In the center, there were 2 figures wearing white justice coats, standing opposite each other. Tina didn't expect that there were so many people in the 157th branch. Looking around, Tina was really surprised. Wow, there are hundreds of people. 2/3 of them are wearing Navy uniforms. The remaining 1/3, although not wearing Navy uniforms, also have uniforms. Some are white coats, and the other part is grey work clothes. To my goal, these people are still too few. Luo Lan shook his head. This is not because he is being pretentious, but he really thinks so. Whether it is the number of strong men or the number of grassroots Marines, they are too few. Especially the strong ones. Only Ace is close to the superhuman realm, that is, 500 Dao force points. Apart from this, the strongest ones are Luo Lan and Ian. If we only talk about Dao force points, they are still much worse than Ace at the moment. At most, they are at the level of trainee CP9. Of course, Dao force points do not represent everything. It can only be regarded as the data of a person's basic physique. Take Luo Lan and Ace for example. Although the Dao force points are much different. But if it really comes to an unlimited duel, Ace really can't beat Luo Lan. The title of the Navy Gun God is not called for nothing. With Casual and Jackal in hand, Ace can't even get close. It's already amazing to be able to remain undefeated for 1 minute. At this moment, K-Soul and Jackal were already in Luo Lan's hands. Although it was obvious, Tina didn't care. Isn't it just that the shape is very novel, and even looks very sci-fi to her? So what, a musket is still a musket, no matter how you make it, you can't get rid of the fact that it is a musket. This battle will be over in just a few seconds. Then, take Luo Lan to admit your mistake to the marshal. Tina thought silently in her heart. Raise your hand, then bite the end of the glove and tighten it. This signature move of Tina before the battle is really charming. Aren't you going to take off the gloves? No need. Since Tina was still in the elite training camp, studying with Zifa, the two have known each other. Roland is too familiar with the Kanken fruit. It is for this reason that he knows many details that are not mentioned in the original book. For example, the reason why Tina always wears gloves. But it is obvious that in Tina's eyes, Luo Lan is still the state whose Taoism value can never exceed 5. Relying only on 2 muskets, she doesn't need to take off her gloves at all. She can't even use the fruit ability. If you lose later, don't say it doesn't count. Humph, who do you think Tina is? Okay, let's get started. Nodding, Luo Lan spoke. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Tina. It can even be said that as long as Tina doesn't underestimate the enemy and uses the power of the devil fruit, Luo Lan will have no chance. After all, a year ago, Tina's Tao power value exceeded 700, and unlike Ace, she has rich combat experience. But just now, he said that he did not underestimate the enemy and used the power of the devil fruit with all his strength. Now, the next moment, Tina disappeared instantly. Luo Lan could not follow her with his naked eyes, and she completely lost her trace. 1 black and 1 white, 2 guns were raised. Luo Lan even closed his eyes. Then, bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots were fired. One of the bullets even flew past Tina's cheek. No, if Tina had not reacted quickly enough and tilted her head, it would not have been a grazing of the cheek, but a headshot. Tina was shocked, but still thought it was just a coincidence. Because Luo Lan fired the gun half a beat earlier than Tina arrived at this position. At the same time, she also found that Luo Lan fired 3 shots in total, still in 3 different directions. This means that he didn't see me, otherwise there would be no need to fire the other 2 shots. The only explanation is, it was a blunder. And she was lucky that he got it right. The next moment, Tina stomped on the ground quickly, and her figure disappeared from Luo Lan's right again. This time, Luo Lan didn't stand there like last time. It's over. Because of the fast speed. The moment Tina appeared, it was even like an afterimage. However, the right hand with leather gloves had already clenched a fist and smashed towards Luo Lan. But then, it was a big scene of confusion. After throwing a punch, Tina stared blankly at the figure in front of her that suddenly disappeared. She didn't hit anyone, but staggered forward and almost lost her balance. Before she could come to her senses, an arm stretched out from behind and strangled her. At the same time, the position of the solar system also felt cold, and the black pistol directly pointed at it. Sister Tina, you lost. Your body. Yes, my physical problem has been solved, just a month ago. Luo Lan admitted it directly. Tina is very angry. Your physical problem has been solved, but you didn't tell me. Tina was directly angry. Do you know how worried I have been about this brat in the past year? After all, his Dao power is only 5, and any pirate group may be able to kill him. But this guy, he obviously recovered, but didn't tell me? His face was full of anger. Feeling this murderous aura, Luolan also let go of Tina. Sister Tina, I accept your anger and am willing to apologize. But the result of the battle just now cannot be changed. You lost. Taking a few steps back, Luolan said seriously. No matter how you want me to apologize, I will accept it. But the result of the duel just now cannot be changed, one thing at a time. Hey, if you hadn't kept it from me, would I be so stupid as not to use the devil fruit, or even have no preparation for your shaving? And you really shot at Tina just now. At such a close distance, if you didn't react at the time, or were a beat slower, did you really want Tina's life? She was already angry. Thinking of the situation in the battle just now, Tina was completely furious. Rose smiled bitterly. Then, he removed the magazine and handed it over. Hey? What kind of bullet is this? Why is it in this shape? Wait, it's not a real bullet. Taking out one of the bullets, Tina immediately found something wrong. First of all, the shape of the bullet is very strange, not the spherical lead bullet she is familiar with. In addition, it doesn't feel like metal. And it can even be pressed down with a finger. That's right, it's not a real bullet, but a rubber bullet that I had someone process last night. For people with a certain physical strength, even if it hits the head, at most, it will be disfigured, not fatal. So that's it. Tina's expression softened. 1 month, just 1 month. Also, prepare a place for Tina to live. Putting on the coat of justice again, Tina said. Chapter 30 When Death Becomes Everyday. A corner of the Grand Line. On the table in front of Morgan's, there are more than 20 manuscripts. Because he was too excited, he was writing all the time throughout the day. Looking at these masterpieces one after another, he smiled with satisfaction. But soon, he showed a sad expression again. Everything was written, but there was still a letter in the file bag that was brought back. In that letter, a timetable was clearly listed. Yes, the key is the timetable for exposing the intelligence, that is. It cannot be exposed all at once. It also noted that this was just an attempt at cooperation. If Morgans did as he was told, he would be provided with various information in the future. But if Morgans did not follow this timetable, then there would be no more cooperation in the future. Is it short-term gain, or long-term gain? After struggling for a long time, Morgans finally compromised. Damn timetable, damn threat. Okay, although I don't know who you are, I'll do as you say. After a few vicious curses, Morgans pulled out a manuscript from it. A branch that is disguised as a navy but is actually a pirate? Okay, this issue of the World Economic Daily, use this as the front page. Immediately, Morgans called several reporters, handed them the report, and asked them to play around this incident from various angles. A front page alone is not enough. In this issue of the newspaper, the corresponding content, at least 3 pages should be occupied. Ian, you, Luolan's little follower, actually. Tina is very shocked. In the 157th Navy branch, Tina happened to see Ian in training while strolling. Her eyes widened directly. Devil fruit, or natural type. And judging from its ability, it should be the burning fruit that was circulated some time ago. In fact, the headquarters also received this news. However, the headquarters is a bit far from the East China Sea, and it takes at least more than 10 days to sail. So, when Marshal Zhang Guo arranged for people to come to the East China Sea, they had not arrived yet, but they had received information that Dolly's traces had completely disappeared. After that, they did not give up and sent many people to look for it. But obviously, there was no result. In the end, Luolan got it and gave it to Ian. That was a natural devil fruit, and there were only 4 people in the entire navy. Now a little follower. Tina was quite shocked. She even felt wasted. More than 10 minutes later, Tina went to the marine training ground again. A team of recruits were doing target practice. What was the result? Of course, Tina was shocked. What happened? How could the target be hundreds of meters away, and isn't this firing rate too fast? 5 bullets were fired in just about 20 seconds? And the speed of the bullets? Even if I use the observation haki, it is difficult to catch. Although her observation haki has only been awakened for a few months and is still very weak. But isn't this a bit too exaggerated? In almost half a day, Tina visited the entire 157th branch. She couldn't remember how many times she was shocked. Finally, she came to a construction site. It was the training center under construction. And Luolan was here at the moment. What is being built here? A training center. Hearing this, Tina lost interest. I thought it was just like the other places, and it was something rare. But it was just this, a training center? In Tina's opinion, it was nothing more than a place with physical training equipment like the headquarters training camp. It can't be said to be useless, but it is indeed nothing special. Seeing Tina's expression, Luolan's mouth corners slightly raised. My sister Tina, maybe this thing is just a simple training center, but in the 157th branch, any building with special effects. By the way, sea-level buildings can also have 2 special effects. If you want to improve training efficiency and comprehension, etc., I wonder if you can leave here by then. Tina didn't know yet. At this moment, Luolan was already thinking of ways to keep her in the 157th branch forever. However, just as Luolan and Tina were talking about this, the latest issue of the World Economic News is on sale. Countless newsbirds, carrying packages full of newspapers, flew to every corner of the world. Headline: A branch that is disguised as a navy but is actually a pirate. Editorial 1: Who is responsible for such a major accident? Editorial 2: Vice Admiral Val, who is in charge of the affairs of the 4 seas, who is this person? Editorial 3: Even Marshal Jean Guo did not dare to deal with it. It turns out that Lieutenant General Val is from. Comment 4. Almost half of the newspaper was reporting on this incident. 3 of the 4 pages were occupied. In addition to the headlines, there were dozens of articles written by a group of reporters. The whole world was instantly in an uproar. However, Morgans did abide by that condition, that is, to act according to the specified time node. Therefore, the content of this newspaper is basically still focused on the events of the 16th branch. Even if Val's name appeared many times, it was only because he was in charge of the affairs of the 4 seas in the headquarters. Other deeper contents were not mentioned at all. It must be said that this made many people feel relieved. It is believed that the group that kidnapped the mouse only knew some superficial things, and the deeper ones. The other party did not seem to know much. If this is the case, then the things that follow will be much easier to handle. It seems that Val does not even need to be abandoned. After all, it takes a lot of time and Bailey to train a second Val. It would be best if we didn't do that. Meanwhile, Val was also called to the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. Between power. The blonde 5 elders crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it at Val's face. You idiot! Is it to do this kind of thing when I asked you to go to the Navy? Val knelt on the ground, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Master 5 elders, it's really not. Shut up, do you think we are fools? No. No. I dare not. Val trembled all over, put his head on the ground, and couldn't even speak clearly. Don't dare? Launch the demon slaughter order, and launch it hundreds of times in a row, destroying more than 100 villages. I think you are quite brave. Yes, yes, for the reputation of the world government, those untouchables are not worth dying for. This is the safest way. Safe as hell, Do you know what the demon slaughter order is? Hey! The blonde 5 elders roared again. He didn't care whether the people in those hundreds of villages lived or died, but could the demon slaughter order be used at will? And use it hundreds of times in a row? You thought of it. If you really do this, is the demon slaughter order still the demon slaughter order? Is it still deterrent? It's like a nuclear bomb, which has the greatest deterrent effect when hidden in a silo. If it is launched all day and night, it will make people feel scared, but the deterrent effect will be greatly reduced. If I have to describe it in one sentence, it is: when death becomes a daily routine, then death itself is no longer scary. Chapter 31 20 times gravity. In the end, the 5 elders did not kill Val. Why? It is very simple, because no other reason, just loyalty and convenience. Some minor mistakes can still be tolerated. After Val returned to the Navy headquarters, he changed his previous appearance in the Power and went to the Warring States office with an order. From now on, the investigation of the 16 branches will be entirely under the responsibility of Val, and the headquarters and the East China Sea branches must fully assist. In just a few minutes, Val. With a smug expression on his face, he walked out of the Warring States office. And Warring States? He slapped the table hard. His face was full of anger, but he could do nothing about it. He was a Navy admiral, but he was just a Navy admiral. That day, Val boarded a large warship and set off from the headquarters to the East China Sea. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The newly built training center of the 157th branch is finally completed. System, start extracting special effects. Ding, extracting, please wait. Extraction completed. Building feature 1, body shaping plus 80%. Building feature 2, physical consumption minus 30%. Does the host want to engrave? No, no. Luolan directly refused. What the hell, body shaping? What the hell? As for the physical consumption, it's actually a bit useless. Because it's only consumed during training. Although the first extraction is free, this is really bad luck. I looked at what I had left before, and what I recharged in the past 2 days. Tisk. It's just over 3,000 points. Each refresh of a sea-level building feature requires a full 1,000 points. In other words, I only have 3 chances to refresh. System, refresh building feature 1 first. Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 1, building gravity can be adjusted 10-fold. At first, Luolan didn't even react. Adjustable gravity? He looked at the specific description of this feature. As a result, it was just as he thought. The gravity inside the building can be adjusted according to his needs. Even different rooms inside can be set to different gravity. As for the adjustment range, it is 1 to 10 times gravity. Simply too awesome. No need to think about it at all. System, building feature 1 starts to be engraved. Ding, engraving completed. Very good, then refresh building feature 2. Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 2, building firmness plus 50%. Building firmness? What's the use of it? For those who don't have the ability to break in, it doesn't matter if they don't have this firmness. For those who have the ability to break in, even if you have 50% more firmness, you will be razed to the ground in one move. It's meaningless at all. System, keep refreshing. Last chance. If you can't refresh a good one, then this is the only way for the time being. Who made me have no Bailey? Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 2, double the effect of all features. Oh my goodness, here comes another feature that Luolan has never seen before. Double the effect of all features? Luolan focused on the detailed description. Description, this effect can only be applied to other features of the same building, doubling its original effect increase. Hiss. Doesn't that mean? System, engrave building feature 2. Ding, engraving completed? The system's voice sounded in his mind, and Luolan quickly looked at the huge training center in front of him. Comprehensive Training Center. Level, C. Building Feature 1, building gravity can be adjusted 20 times, the effect bonus of Feature 2 has been calculated. Building Feature 2, all feature effects are doubled. Wow, these are really awesome. Immediately, Luolan thought about it, and the gravity of the entire building was turned to the maximum. A full 20 times. Then, Luolan manipulated several independent training rooms inside at different multiples. Well, it's quite convenient. Luolan couldn't help but admire. And just when Luolan was having fun. Is this the training center? I have to say, it's quite beautiful. Tina, go and visit it. Tina is not rare for various facilities for physical training. It's nothing more than barbells, dumbbells, and the like. I've seen it a lot in the elite training camp of the headquarters before. But this building is really beautiful from the outside. It's all glass and you can't see the wall at all. It immediately aroused Tina's interest and she wanted to go in for a visit. Of course, Luolan didn't care about this request. However, just when Tina stepped in, he suddenly remembered something. Oops, the gravity setting is not turned off. 20 times the gravity made Tina's body extremely heavy. In addition, she was not mentally prepared, and she was instantly pressed to kneel on one knee on the ground, supporting her body with her right hand. What is going on? The next moment, the unusual gravity, just like when it appeared before, dissipated without any signs. Her whole body felt light. Tina also stood up again, and then moved her hands and feet one by one. She found that there was nothing wrong. Sister Tina, are you okay? Tina is fine. Wait. Was it you who did that just now? It was just a small mistake. Well, keep talking, Tina is listening. Tina crossed her arms and stared at Luolan. This reminded Luolan of a scene from her previous life. Well, an uncle was sitting on the bed next to him, holding a small notebook in his left hand and a pen in his right hand, writing something on it. After a while, he spoke calmly without raising his head. Well, keep talking, I'm listening. The picture was so strong. Luolan was also stunned. He immediately shook his head and ignored this meaningless. The picture of the language was thrown out. Sister Tina, there is a fruit called the heavy fruit. You should have heard of it, right? Tina has seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. It's the superhuman one, right? Yes, in fact, this building is very similar to the power of that fruit. It can adjust gravity within a certain range. What is this guy talking about? How can such a thing be done? You can't say that this building has eaten the heavy fruit, right? Although I have heard that the scientific forces are indeed developing technology to let dead things eat devil fruits, but it seems that it is still a long way from success, right? You have made something that even Vegapunk didn't make? And it's a whole building? Tina was confused, completely confused. Luolan didn't know how to explain the system, and he wouldn't explain it. Then, there must be a reasonable explanation for the various miracles of the 157th branch in the future. Well, the idea of letting dead things eat devil fruits seems very good to Luolan, and there will be no problem in any way. Tina is shocked. After some imagination, Tina was stunned. He finally understood. No wonder the 157th branch was so weird. It turned out that's what happened. How about it, Sister Tina, do you want to get a permanent single room here? At this time, Luolan also took 2 steps forward. He smiled beside Tina. Arrange it for Tina immediately. Chapter 32 Angry at the Warring States, the Exiled Smoker. It's that guy. Bang! With a huge force, he slapped the table and cracked it. Smoker was furious. After several days of investigation, although no clues were found in the 16th branch, some information was obtained from the other pirates who were captured. It is said that once when Mouse went to collect taxes, he got drunk and said something. According to the pirate's confession, Mouse's original words at that time were, "What are you afraid of? Behind me is Vice Admiral Val, and behind Vice Admiral Val is the world government. So you understand, as long as you pay the taxes on time, you will be fine." 2 cigars were bitten in his mouth, and the smoke in the room became more and more filled. Smoker was thinking. Yes, he was thinking. Not thinking about whether it would end here, but thinking about whether the justice of the Navy still exists. Back then, he was also one of the best in that elite training camp. But what happened next? It was because he couldn't stand the practices of the superiors and even insulted his superiors that he was exiled to the East China Sea. Although he and Tina are both colonels, a colonel of the Four Seas branch and a colonel of the headquarters. Can they be the same thing? Whether it was weight or future, it was a far cry from that. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Smoker picked up the Den Den Mushi. He decided to trust the Navy once more. Instead of calling his immediate superior, Val, he called Sengoku directly. "Brew brew brew. This is Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I'm Smoker." Smoker? Something. Sengoku was a little surprised. After all, according to the rules, the 4 Morgans could not call him directly. Even if he wanted to talk to him, he should call his immediate superior first and then transfer the call to him. As for his immediate superior, well, it was Val. In addition, Tina's ship was stuck near the doldrums, and Smoker was still in charge of the East China Sea investigation for the time being. Sengoku immediately understood why Smoker called him directly. "I'm afraid." Smoker found out something, and what he found out. Is it related to Val? "Marshal, I have found out some clues about the East China Sea." "Just say it." "It's true." Zhang Guo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want him to find out, but no matter what Smoker finds out, it's useless. Because the Order of the 5 Elders has made it clear that they want to protect Val. Even as a marshal, I can't change all this. Next, Smoker spent a full 10 minutes to report everything he found out in the past few days. The more Zhang Guo listened, the angrier he became. Originally, he thought it was Val who was causing trouble, but now listening to what Smoker said, Val doesn't know what he is doing. He is just an agent, and the real mastermind is those high-ranking officials of the world government. So, the 5 elders also know this, so they saved Val. After all, there are too many people involved. Zhang Guo nodded. Smoker. Yes, Marshal Zhang Guo. The commissioner in charge of this incident is on the way. You immediately stop all actions until the other party arrives and takes over. Tina. No, not Tina, it's Lieutenant General Val. His eyes widened instantly. Smoker couldn't believe it. He just told Zhang Guo about the things he had found out. But in the end, Zhang Guo turned around and told him to stop the investigation immediately and hand over all the follow-up to Val. Let him investigate himself? What a joke! Marshal, I can't accept it. This is the order of the 5 elders, you must accept it. Zhang Guo shouted. In fact, he has always been optimistic about Smoker. After all, he is a natural ability user with a strong sense of justice. But this kid is too straightforward. Just like Luo Lan. If he continues like this, even if he is a rare natural ability user, he will be cleared by the world government sooner or later. So, he exiled him. After 7 or 8 years, when he has figured it out and is more mature, he will be transferred back to the headquarters for appointment. Now, several years have passed. But Smoker still hasn't changed at all. Marshal Sengoku, I will accept any punishment, but I will never compromise. Asshole smoker, you want to disobey, right? I'm just doing what I should do as a Navy. I will not stop investigating until your official order is issued. What is a formal order? That is, a written order that is issued layer by layer through the Navy's command system and finally delivered to Smoker. Even if it was Sengoku, speaking directly over the phone, it was not considered a formal order. Of course, although that was the case, no one in the Navy, except Smoker, would take Sengoku's words as orders. Even before Sengoku could say anything, Smoker unilaterally hung up the den mushi. Come here. Marshal. Upon hearing Sengoku's shout, the messenger outside the door immediately opened the door and entered. Immediately issue an expedited order to deprive Smoker, the head of the Rajtown branch, of all his positions, reduce his rank to private, and transfer him to branch 157 for service. Yes, Colonel. After saluting, the messenger turned and left. Only after leaving the office did he reveal a hint of shock. What on earth did Colonel Smoker do? He was to be stripped of all his positions, and even his rank was reduced to private. The most important thing is that he was to be exiled to branch 157. That naval nursing home? The Navy's messenger system was running at full speed. In just half an hour, a written order that complied with all procedures was delivered to Smoker. Moreover, it was delivered by Smoker's major adjutant. The efficiency was so high that it didn't seem like the Navy at all. Colonel, this. Humph, it's because those people above want to stop us from investigating. But this is too much. The Major had already read the order when it was faxed over. There were so many stamps on it that it was outrageous, even the cleaning department had stamped it. And the content was even more outrageous. Dismissal, demotion, and exile. What on earth did our own Colonel do? Colonel, there is definitely something wrong with this order. It is probably forged by someone. Otherwise, how could even the cleaning department stamp it? Don't say it, this is indeed an order issued by the Marshal himself. Smoker shook his head. He really didn't expect that Marshal Sengoku would act so quickly. In order not to give himself any excuses, all departments of the entire Navy stamped it, even the cleaning department was not spared. He sighed deeply. Before the new branch chief arrives, Rogue Town will be handed over to you. By the way, arrange a ship to take me to Rhodes Island. After that, Smoker waved his hand and walked out of the office. The Major behind him stood straight, and his right hand saluted. For a long time, he didn't put it down. Chapter 33 Nami, I'm talking about you. Since the training center was built, this place has become the favorite place for all the Marines of the 157th branch. A place for everyone to enjoy. But unfortunately, the size is limited and cannot accommodate all the Marines at once. So, Loyal set the rules. Of course, there is no such restriction in the 8 private rooms inside. Currently, there are only 4 people in the entire 157th branch who are eligible to enjoy the private rooms. Loyal, Ian, Ace, and Tina. The remaining 4 private rooms are not used for the time being. Originally, Loyal had thought about arranging them for Nakago and Nami respectively. However, both of them refused. Nakago said that he was an ordinary Marine and did not want to be special. And Nami. Instead of practicing, it is better to keep an eye on the warehouse to prevent Bailey from being misappropriated by Loyal again. Well, if you don't need it, just leave it empty. Sooner or later, someone will need it. 2177. 2178. Under 8 times gravity. Loyal tried his best to do push UPS. It was not that Loyal could not bear higher gravity, but at present, 8 times was the most suitable for him, and any higher would reduce the effect. 10 minutes later, the warm-up of 3000 push UPS was completed. Loyal stood up and started the shaving training again. Shave. A series of loud stomping sounds like explosions sounded. However, Luolan's body did not move out. One reason was that under 8 times gravity, his stomping speed was greatly slowed down. In the same 0.36 seconds, he could not even do 10 stomping. Another reason was that the force of each stomping was too great, which was also affected by gravity. But all this was expected. Luolan continued to practice again and again. He believed that as long as he could still use shaving perfectly in a high-gravity environment, then, under normal circumstances, my shaving speed and control will be improved qualitatively. Before I knew it, it was already evening. Luolan walked out of the training center and went back to his home to take a shower. Then, he went to the branch building. In a conference room next to the branch director's office, Luolan, Ian, Nami, Silas, and Barton arrived and sat down one after another. However, just as Luolan was about to speak, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. It was none other than Tina who walked in. "Sister Tina, we are in a meeting." Tina knew, so she came here to listen in. "Is it not okay?" For a moment, Luolan was speechless. "Asking me if I can? What do you think?" "Sister Tina, you can sit in, but are you sure? Why, do you want to say that once Tina sits in, she can never leave your 157th branch?" "That's right." The next moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit uncomfortable. That was murderous. And it was the first time that Tina had released murderous intent to Luolan since she met her. For 3 full minutes, until Nami was trembling, Tina finally took back her momentum. If you want to keep Tina, you have to rely on your strength. It has nothing to do with whether Tina sits in today. It was indeed Tina who was careless before, but next time, do you still have a chance? Pulling the seat next to Luolan and sitting down, Tina said calmly. In fact, Luolan also admitted this. In the last duel, he took advantage of Tina's wrong perception of him. That is, his Tao power value was only 5 points, and he was not good at anything except playing with guns. Therefore, Tina did not use the devil fruit in the battle, and only exerted about 30% to 40% of her physical strength. In addition to the last accident, she was stunned for a moment, and Luolan seized the opportunity to take her down. Otherwise, unless it was a real life and death battle, Luolan would have absolutely no chance of defeating Tina. After all, you can't use real bullets, or even sea stone bullets, right? Sighed slightly. But soon, Luolan let it go. Anyway, sooner or later, you will be a member of my 157th branch. Just take it as an advance understanding of your future position. Moreover, I can't beat him now, but it's hard to say in a month. Okay, the old rules, start with Nami. Oh, start with me. Nami was very surprised. Speaking of which, since she came here, this is also the first time she has attended such a meeting. I have no experience, I don't know where to start. Yes, let's start with you. Just talk about the current financial situation of the branch. So that's it. Nami nodded. If she were to talk about this, she would never finish it in 3 days and 3 nights. The current financial situation of the branch is very bad. There are only 8 million Baileys in the warehouse. After this month's salary is paid, it will be empty immediately. I require that if someone wants to take money from the warehouse in the future, they must first report it and get my consent before they can withdraw it. Nami almost gritted her teeth when she said the last sentence. However, reject. Next, Silas, speak. Without any hesitation, Luolan directly refused. Before Silas started to speak, Nami was furious. Reject, Luolan, what right do you have to reject it? Let me make it clear. The certain people I just mentioned are you. Pointing at someone in the right position, Nami directly confronted him. But obviously, this is useless. Nami, have you visited the Research Institute of Silas? I have been there, and I really don't know how you built such an underground complex. Nami nodded. Apart from anything else, this honeycomb underground research institute is really amazing. Until now, Nami has doubted whether she has an illusion that the research institute does not exist. Because it is impossible to imagine how it was built. Okay, we are currently starting construction in the south of the island to build another super project. I will return the more than 200 million to the warehouse, and I will no longer withdraw Bailey from the warehouse in the future, but these projects, you will be responsible for completing them. Well, if Bailey is not enough, then fill it out of your own pocket. Hearing this, Nami was stunned. A super project is currently being built in the south of the island? Or is it at the level of a research institute? How much will it cost? Nami's eyes instantly turned into Bailey symbols, which kept turning. In the end, until it was about to smoke, it was impossible to estimate. But she was sure of one thing, that is, not to mention 200 million, even 20 billion, it is impossible to build that honeycomb underground research institute. And the same level of super project, hiss. Give me more than 200 million Baileys, and then I will build it with hundreds of billions of my own pocket? Okay, I admit it, but when you withdraw Bailey in the future, at least tell me, is this okay? Nami was scared. Loyolan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Silas, you start. Yes, Colonel. Chapter 34. You are short of money? Yes, Colonel. Silas, wearing a white coat, stood up. However, he was interrupted for the second time. Wait. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke up was Tina, who claimed to be here to listen. Tina is confused. What exactly is that underground honeycomb research institute you just talked about? Although Nami didn't understand many parts of the conversation between Nami and Loyolan, she understood some parts. Simply put, the girl in charge of finance was complaining about Loyolan, pointing out that he embezzled most of the branch's Bailey without asking, and the amount was even as high as more than 200 million. Loyolan said that I can return all to the warehouse, and I will not embezzle it in the future. But the super project currently under construction, which is at the same level as the Honeycomb Underground Research Institute, will be your responsibility. If the Bailey is not enough, then pay for it yourself. Tina understood these words. But what she didn't understand was that the cost of the project seemed to scare Nami. Even if Loyolan said that he would return more than 200 million Bailey to the warehouse, the girl still backed down. So, what exactly is that Honeycomb Underground Research Institute, and how much berries will a super project of the same level cost? This is what Tina wants to know. However, the meeting room suddenly became quiet. No one answered Tina, but everyone looked at Loyolan. After all, that place is the top secret of Branch 157. Whether to tell Tina or not is up to Loyolan. They dare not speak casually. Sister Tina, didn't you ask me last time how I solved my physical problem? You also asked me who invented the musket of Branch 157. The answer to all this is actually in this Honeycomb Underground Research Institute, and Silas is I am the head of the science department of Branch 157, and also the head of this research institute. Science department? Why do these clothes look so familiar? Now Tina remembers that a group of people from the Science Corps came to the headquarters to test the equipment and wore clothes like this. So you are a scientist? Tina looked at Silas in surprise. Yes, he is the chief scientist of our branch. He solved my physical problems, and those rifles were also developed by the science department. As for the Honeycomb Underground Research Institute, to put it simply, it is an underground city that is larger than the current ground part of Branch 157. Loyolan nodded. Then he explained. Tina's worldview was shattered. She had visited the entire 157th branch these days, and you told me that you have a larger underground city? No wonder the girl was scared just now. If that were the case, I'm afraid that even tens of billions of Baileys would not be enough, let alone 200 million Baileys. But a new problem has arisen. How did Luolan get it done with just over 200 million Baileys? Of course, Luolan would not tell Tina about this. In fact, let alone more than 200 million Baileys, even if it was 2 billion. Luolan could not build that thing. You know, that is an S-level building. If you really want to build it yourself, I'm afraid you will need at least millions of points. Who made me lucky that the novice gift package was opened directly? Okay, Silas, you continue. Yes, Colonel. Silas looked around first, and then he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one wanted to interrupt. After all, he was interrupted twice, and he had a psychological trauma. Colonel, since the Rhodes 1518 rifle began mass production, the scientific department has been divided into 3 groups. Group 1 is led by me personally and is responsible for genetic research. The main goal is to open the second genetic lock for you, Colonel. Group 2 is responsible for the extended design of the Rhodes 1518, and Group 3 is conducting preliminary research on the new cannon. If you say that there are problems, Colonel, our department is too short of people. At the end, Silas actually started to cry. But Luolan couldn't do anything about it. He was too poor now and couldn't afford to buy a research biochemical. After all, even a junior research biochemical in the system cost 100 points per person. The few points he had left were only enough to buy a few people, which didn't help much with the current situation. The most important thing was that he had to save points now, otherwise after the port was built, he wouldn't even have enough points to brush the characteristics. How could that work? I know your science department is in trouble, hold on a little longer, I'll try to help you solve it next month. Okay. Hearing this answer, Silas also sighed. He is also very tired now, although among the 3 groups, only the first group is directly led by him. But doesn't he need to keep an eye on the other 2 groups? There is no way. Now in the entire science department, except for him, all other scientific researchers are junior scientific research biochemical people. Luolan has thought about recruiting from the local area. But in the pirate world, people who can do scientific research, there are only a handful of them. And one by one, they have been gathered by various forces long ago, and there are no wild ones at all. Go to those big forces to rob people? Luolan will definitely do this in the future, but now, there is no such strength. And on Luolan's left, Tina was confused again. Genetics? What the hell, I haven't heard of it. Also, shouldn't the artillery be called a smoothbore cannon? What is a cannon? I don't understand at all. I want to ask, but I am too embarrassed to ask, after all, I just interrupted a meeting. Tina. You should have some dignity, okay? Well, control your expression and continue. Listen in. Next, Luolan and Silas discussed a few more issues before finally ending. Next it was Patton's turn. A B-level manufacturing cyborg from the system. Since he took over the 2 factories in the branch, the output of Rhodes 1518 rifles has been increasing every day, and even at most 3 days later, the entire branch can be fully equipped. To be honest, Luolan was still very satisfied. He even felt that this B-level talent was underestimated, and he had the idea of promoting him. Of course, there was no rush, and he would observe for a while. Barton didn't say much, but mainly made 2 requests. The first request was similar to Silas's, that is, manpower. Manufacturing. How can we do without people? It's not the fully automated production line that Luolan had in his previous life. The production line used now. It can't even be called semi-automatic. The efficiency improved in the past few days is already Barton's limit. If you want to improve it further, there is no other way except to increase manpower. Fortunately, the people on Barton's side are easy to deal with, because they are not high-level talents such as researchers, but just workers. Even the current manpower of the manufacturing department is the civilians and slaves that Ian brought back every time in the past year. So Luo Lan promised to help him solve it as soon as possible. But the second request was a bit troublesome. That is, various raw materials needed for production. After all, production can create something out of nothing without magic. Without raw materials, nothing can be made. In the past, in order to ensure that the information of branch 157 would not be leaked, Luo Lan would even rather spend more Baileys to buy various raw materials from the black market instead of through normal channels. So, this is also Bailey's problem. Alas, I will always be so poor. He sighed deeply. Luo Lan has no choice for the time being. And at this time, Tina's voice came from the left again. Are you short of money? Chapter 35 Treasure Map. Are you short of money? Tina's question made Luo Lan feel a little weird. Yes, I am short of money. You support me? Of course, he couldn't really say that. There is no way. I support hundreds of people, and the salary alone is millions of Baileys every month, and other daily expenses are also not small. Well, it seems so. Tina nodded, because what Luo Lan said was correct. After thinking about it for a while, he took out a parchment scroll. This is a treasure map that Tina got some time ago. The location is in the East China Sea, but it cannot be guaranteed to be true or false. If you are interested, you can try it. Push the sheepskin treasure map in front of Luo Lan. Tina resumed her original sitting position and continued to listen in. And Luo Lan took the treasure map and opened it to take a look. Thank you, Sister Tina. At the end of the meeting, Ian made a report. He is currently responsible for a lot of work, whether it is the combat sequence, the logistics sequence of the Marines, or the recruits, all are managed by him. In addition, Ian is also in charge of the intelligence department, the largest department of the 157th branch. He has taken too much pressure off Luo Lan. So much so that when Ian was only halfway through his work report, Tina glared at Luo Lan fiercely. This meaning does not need to be translated at all. That is, even if he is a tool, he is not used like this. After all, he has been your follower for several years. As long as Ian survives, you will use him to death, right? But at the same time, Tina was also shocked. All the Marines of the 157th branch, including the new recruits, the number is almost 300. The most exaggerated is the intelligence department, which has more than 100 agents and tens of thousands of non-staff personnel. The entire network almost covers the entire East China Sea. Even all the major pirate groups have people from the intelligence department. Is this something a branch can have? Forced to sit in on a meeting, Tina was stunned by what she heard. However, the following is what really stunned him. Colonel, just a few minutes before the meeting, the intelligence department just received the latest intelligence about Colonel Smoker. Tell me, how many ranks did he lose this time? Luo Lan was stunned for a moment, and then asked directly. He was stunned because this was earlier than he expected. After all, he had told Tina before that if Smoker continued to be in charge of the investigation, he would be punished sooner or later. Maybe he would be sent to the 16th branch to accompany him. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Colonel, you already know. I guessed. You continue to report. Yes, according to the intelligence we got, the Navy headquarters has ordered that the investigation of the East China Sea will be handed over to Vice Admiral Val, and Colonel Smoker must immediately stop all investigations until Vice Admiral Val arrives. In the end, this guy disobeyed orders. Yes, so Marshal Sengoku issued an order to deprive Colonel Smoker of all his positions and his military rank. He was demoted to private, and transferred to branch 157. Ian's expression was a little strange when he said this. Really? Isn't Marshal Zhangguo sending us talents? This way, branch 157 has 2 natural sciences, yes. Almost half of the 5 natural sciences in the Navy are here. Smoker was fired. And Marshal Zhangguo actually let Vice Admiral Val take full charge of the investigation. What can you find out by investigating yourself? Tina is puzzled. Who had the biggest reaction after the news was revealed? It was definitely Tina. Of course, she had expected Smoker's incident. After all, Luolan had said it before. Although she was a little surprised, it was just like that. But letting Val to investigate. Tina was really disgusted. Sister Tina, now you should understand why I did those things, right? This order was obviously issued by the 5 elders. The purpose is nothing more than to protect Val. As for Marshal Sengoku, he dare not disobey the 5 elders. Absolute justice. No, it's actually absolute obedience. Obeying me is justice, opposing me, that's pirates, that's evil. Justice of the Navy? That's always a joke. Is the justice of the Navy a joke? The latest order of the Marshal and what Luolan said. It caused a great shock to Tina. So much so that on the way back, the whole person was a little dazed. Luolan, on the other hand, was in his office, looking at the treasure map he got from Tina. Carlo Island, is it within the East China Sea Prosperity Zone? Ian, do you know the situation of this island? Putting down the treasure map, Luolan looked at his adjutant. Colonel, this is a small island located on the north side of the Jamaica Islands. Even the Navy dare not approach it casually. What do you mean? Luolan was surprised. The Navy didn't dare to approach casually. What's so special about this island? Because this island is the base of Click, there are hundreds of artillery installed on it, so... Okay, I thought too much. After listening to Ian's explanation, Luolan finally understood. After all, except for the town of Rog, the branches in the East China Sea basically only have 1 to 2 small warships. And there are not many strong men who are really capable. Facing an island like a hedgehog with hundreds of artillery deployed. 1 or 2 warships are really useless. Could it be? It was because of this treasure that Click was able to gather 50 large warships in just 2 years? If this is the case, then this treasure is really not simple. At least, it is a few billion baileys. Ian, select 100 Marines fully armed, board the ship tomorrow morning and set off. The target is Carlo Island. Yes, Colonel, but our 2 submarines can't. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Luolan. We are going to take a new submarine this time. If it weren't for leaving some people to guard the house and freeing up some positions to replenish some personnel, I would even want to let all the Marines practice. A new submarine, and a large one. Hiss. When and how did the Colonel get it? Well, these are not things I should care about. Yes, Colonel, I'll do it right away. The next morning, Luolan and Ian, with a full 100 Marines, appeared at the old port. Although the dock had been damaged by Tina's warship, it didn't matter. Because, Tana was not originally prepared to come over. Sister Tina, why did you follow? Do you want Tina not to follow? Well, return the treasure map to Tina. Don't follow, you can follow as you like. Want to get the treasure map back? Impossible, absolutely impossible. By the way, where is your ship? For more than 100 people, even if the small warship can still be used, it can't accommodate them. Tina pointed to the extremely dilapidated small warship on the shore and asked. But Luolan pointed in another direction. The ship is coming. Chapter 36. This ship, Tina likes it very much. Look, the ship is coming. Loyal raised his hand and pointed to the sea. However, the rest of the people were all question marks. Because they only saw the endless sea, but where was the ship? But at this moment, just like a giant whale rushing out of the sea, a 200-meter-long, pure black submarine appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, the ship began to fall and hit the sea heavily. Let me introduce you. This is the current flagship of my 157th branch, Tana, numbered TDD-1, with a total weight of more than 30,000 tons. Completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? You know, even the large warships of the Navy are far less than 200 meters. The tonnage is only a few thousand tons. As a result, you gave me a warship that is more than 200 meters long, over 30,000 tons, and can sail underwater? Tina didn't know what to say. And Nami next to her was excited. Loyal, can I drive this ship? No. Loyal refused directly. This made Nami angry. You clearly said that I am the chief navigator of the 157th branch, why can't I do it? Because you can't drive. Humph, there is no ship in this world that I can't drive. Nami crossed her arms and snorted proudly. Loyal smiled bitterly and shook his head. You can't drive this thing after just breathing for a while. Just last night, Loyal suddenly remembered something, that is. Can these people under his command really operate Tana? Not to mention those complicated things, even if they just want to operate it, they may not be able to do it, right? After all, this is not a single-function submarine like the underwater prison, but a very complicated big guy. Just talking about the operating system above. I'm afraid it will confuse everyone. So Loyal asked the system if there was a corresponding teaching program for his marines to use. But unfortunately, there was no such thing. However, the system told Loyal that he could rent a group of crew members like a construction team. One is that they can temporarily drive Tana for Loyal. The other is that during the lease period, they can train qualified crew members for Loyal. The total number of people is 97, for a period of 1 month, and the price is 1,500 points. Although it is good news, 1,500 points can make Loyal worried. Who made him have less than 1,000 points in his pocket? There is no way, so he had to be a thief again, sneaking into the warehouse, and gave Nami the 9 million that she was going to use to pay salaries and maintain daily expenses this month. Afterwards, in order to avoid being discovered by this little girl. Early in the morning, Loyal waited at the door of Nami's villa, not giving her any chance to go to the warehouse, and directly dragged her to the shore. Well, take her with you on the mission. Wait until the treasure is found, and then dare to put the 9 million back before Nami finds it. Everything will be fine. It's perfect. Nami, it's not that I don't let you drive, but you really can't do it now. Forget it, you will understand in a while. Seeing Nami's face full of dissatisfaction, Loyal also sighed and stopped explaining. Wait a minute to enter the bridge and directly enjoy Nami's confused face. There is not much time. Hundreds of people all boarded Tana one by one through the small boat. Loyal and others came to the bridge directly under the leadership of the first mate. As for the others, they were also handed over to the biochemical crew to arrange. What are these? Then she was confused. In fact, it was not just her, everyone was confused. The whole space was full of large and small screens, plus the members of the bridge group, each of them had dense buttons in front of them, as well as various complex equipment that had never been seen before. To drive a ship. Shouldn't it be to raise the sails and turn the rudder to control it? So, do you believe it now? You really can't drive this ship for the time being. It doesn't matter, I can learn. After being confused, Nami was actually inspired to fight. It's just a ship. How could I not learn it? No, this ship must be under my feet from now on. Okay, you go and teach him. Yes, boss. The first mate saluted and then took Nami to explain the workstations one by one. And Luo Lan went directly to the captain's seat. However, there was a figure who was faster, directly past Luo Lan and sat down. Well, the seat is good, Tina likes it very much. The person who spoke was none other than Tina. Even while speaking, she turned her head and blinked at Luo Lan. Like? What do you like? Give up, this ship will never be given to you. Tina just said that she likes this ship very much. Seeing that Luo Lan was unmoved, Tina repeated it directly, even biting each word harder than the last. This is no longer a hint, but a threat. Sister Tina, this is the flagship of the 157th branch, and you are now. You are not a member of the 157th branch yet. After a while, Tina also stood up. Don't regret it in a month, otherwise Tina will be very angry. What do you mean? No, sister. I just said that you are not from branch 157, but I didn't say that after you join branch 157, the ship will belong to you, right? Well, if Tina belongs to branch 157 from now on, it's no problem to let her be the captain, and as for Nami, let her be the first mate. The only trouble is that if Nami becomes Tana's first mate, she will definitely rarely return to the headquarters. Who will manage the finance department? Oh, what a headache. Shaking his head, he threw those messy things out of his head. Luo Lan sat in the captain's seat. Close the hatch and prepare to dive. Report, the hatch is closed, the whole ship is in perfect condition, and it can dive at any time. Dive to 300 meters. Yes, start diving. Nami and others had also made submarines before, but that was a small submarine used to transport prisoners after all. Only after boarding Tana did I realize how huge the gap between the two was. There are only two words to describe it. Stable. In one of Tana's cabins. It's so comfortable to take a bath. Tina thinks so too. Nami, you can take a bath, why do you have to drag me here? I'm training. Then tell me, is it comfortable? This is quite comfortable. Comfortable is right, the rest is not important. Nami, Nakago, and Tina all have a look of enjoyment on their faces. If someone opens the door at this moment, they will definitely die from bleeding because of the scenery here. Well, bleeding from the nose. Chapter 37, Raid on Carlo Island. Carlo Island. Although it is late at night, it is still very lively here. It doesn't look like a small deserted island at all. Hundreds of pirates were scattered all over the island, in groups of 3 or 5, or dozens of them. Each of them held a bottle of wine, as if it was not wine but water. They raised their heads and poured it into their mouths. In a camp in the center of the island, Click drank the bottle in one gulp, and then picked up a whole piece of roasted leg meat of a giant creature and started to bite it. His mouth was full of oil. Captain Click. There has been no news of Dolly for almost a month. I'm afraid he is hiding on a small island, trying to get the power of the devil fruit before coming out. The person who spoke was a Jin, who had just made a name for himself as a demon in the East China Sea. Now the captain of the first squadron of the Click pirates, he is also the combat commander of the Click fleet 2 years later. Humph, that rubbish Dolly. He doesn't know what real power is. Having a devil fruit makes you powerful. No, the strongest equipment, plus the strongest power, is the strongest force. Even if Dolly gets the devil fruit, he still can't fight me. He was covered in golden armor, full of mysterious confidence. Although Ajin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, he still said nothing. That's right, this is Click's strongest equation. After all, he was born in the East China Sea and has never seen a real strong man, so it is understandable that he has such an understanding. But The so-called strongest power of Click is just a little stronger, with a Deo force value of about 50. As for the strongest equipment, in the eyes of a real strong man, those things are just like toys, meaningless. Especially his proud golden armor, let alone a strong man, even the 157th branch, now the Rhodes 1518 model in service, could not withstand it. The most important thing is that the current Crick is not the Crick of 2 years ago. The armor he wears now is far inferior to the one in the future. Weapons. There is only a musket. The reason? Still no money. And this is exactly why Crick has set up his nest here now. Because, by chance, he found a buried treasure here. With continuous excavation, more and more money and treasures, even gold, were also dug out bit by bit. Ajahn, how much treasure have we dug up now? All the treasures added up to about 3 billion Baileys, but these things are not hidden in the same place, so whether there are other treasures on the island, is hard to say. Very good, with this wealth, I can recruit a large number of subordinates, and then build a super fleet of dozens of warships, and at the same time, I can also fully upgrade my status. Click was excited. In less than 2 years, he will have thousands of subordinates and a super fleet. By then, what kind of scenery is the Grand Line? I can also go and take a good look at it. Chief, everything else is fine, but we need to keep a low profile recently. After all, there is news that the Navy headquarters has sent a vice admiral to the East China Sea to investigate the affairs of the 16th branch. Humph, it's just a vice admiral, what are you afraid of? This, we'd better be careful. After all, I heard that the monsters on the Grand Line can even destroy the island with one blow. Ajahn, rumors are just rumors, not facts. How is it possible to destroy the island with one blow? Similar rumors have always existed in the East China Sea. But Click has always sneered and didn't believe them at all. In his opinion, humans can never do this, this must be a rumor. Immediately, he picked up another bottle of wine and started drinking it. Only Ajahn next to him was silent. I don't know what he was thinking. However, no one noticed that just 300 meters above them, a small man-made object was hovering there. It can actually be done this way, Tina is shocked. In Tana's bridge, the huge main screen was showing a picture of Click guzzling wine. The picture was so clear that even the hairs on his body could be seen clearly. You know, Tana is hundreds of meters away from Carlo Island at this moment, and from the center of the island, it is nearly 3 kilometers away. How did this happen? In fact, Luo Lan was a little surprised by this. After all, the Tana given by the system is a version with all weapons removed. And this drone? Then, after asking the system, Luo Lan finally got the answer. Yes, all the armed drones were removed, but those small reconnaissance drones without weapons were retained. A total of 20 drones. However, one less drone is lost. Because there is no way to replenish it, and the 157th branch cannot build it now. If I hadn't known that even if Crick discovered it, he wouldn't be able to shoot it down. Otherwise, Luo Lan really wouldn't have been willing to let him go to the top of the enemy's head for reconnaissance. Tina is very satisfied. When we go back, let my adjutant bring people to receive training. Seeing Tina turn around and say these. What else can Luo Lan say? Forget it, just pretend I didn't hear it. Ignoring Tina's threatening eyes, Luo Lan directly picked up the intercom on the captain's chair. Ian, are you ready? Already ready, ready to attack at any time. Okay, within 5 minutes, take down the coast and the other side's 3 pirate ships. Understood. Luo Lan put down the intercom. Then he gently touched the control panel on the armrest a few times. The main screen in front of him changed instantly, and Tana's figure appeared. Obviously, this was switched to the screen of another drone. The outer shell on Tana's back was opened, and a large number of marines jumped out. Almost every group of more than 10 people carried a large rubber boat. There were 8 of them in total. Soon, the navy of more than 100 people rushed to the coast quickly with 8 rubber boats. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of the pirates fell into a deep sleep because they were drunk. There was not even a guard on duty. The 3 ships docked at the simple dock were basically in the same situation. At this time, a pirate staggered over to the side of one of the warships, and vomited violently as soon as he lay on the side. After a while, he finally vomited everything and raised his head. It must be said that after vomiting everything, his mind was clearer. He looked into the distance in the sea breeze, then suddenly squinted his eyes, then rubbed his eyes and looked again. I saw 8 rubber boats rushing towards Carlo Island. Each of them was full of fully armed marines. Just when he wanted to shout that the navy was attacking to warn others. But before he could shout, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chapter 38 A Crushing Battle. Gunshots rang out. The pirates fell to the ground, but there was no further reaction. There were even many pirates lying on the ground cursing. What time is it? Which bastard is still playing with a gun? Then he fell asleep again. After all, every time there is a banquet, there are always many people who will shoot, and everyone is used to it. This scene surprised Ian. Originally, he was ready for a strong attack, but the result? Well, after all, they are pirates. Action! Yes, Major. 8 rubber boats docked. And hundreds of marines were divided into 8 teams at Ian's command. Triggered according to their respective scheduled tasks. In just a few minutes, the team led by Ian himself had cleared the entire dock. Silent killing, dozens of pirates all died in their sleep. The drone in the sky also transmitted the whole scene to the bridge of Tana. Your marines seem to be slightly stronger than the elite marines of the headquarters. Tina is surprised. Looking at the neat actions of the marines in the picture, Tina's eyes showed a touch of shock. Generally speaking, a marine who has undergone formal training in the headquarters has a Tau power value of about 10. Elite marines refer to those veterans who have served for more than 2 years, participated in battles many times, seen blood, and have rich combat experience. The Tau power value of such veterans is generally above 15. At this moment, the marines that Tina saw from the picture were even stronger than the elite veterans of the headquarters she knew. How could she not be surprised? Our training method is different from that of the headquarters. Luolan replied, but did not explain more. Continue to watch the screen. Soon, half an hour passed. Except for the camp in the center of the island, more than 300 pirates in more than 10 locations on the periphery were all cleared. No one was left alive. At this time, Ian's report was also received. Colonel, the periphery has been completely cleared. Well done, let's go directly. Yes, Colonel. In the main camp, including Crick and a group of cotters, there are still many pirates who have not slept. Therefore, the previous fighting method is meaningless. In this case, let's go directly. To deal with a Crick pirate group, Luolan didn't even want to go down in person. It's too unchallenging, just treat it as a training exercise. Well, the wine is gone. Come on, get some people to bring some wine from the ship. After another bottle of wine was finished, Crick actually found that there was no wine. He hasn't had enough of it yet. He quickly turned around and shouted to a group of minions not far away. Yes, Chief, we'll go now. The small cotter next to him waved his hand and ran out with more than a dozen pirates. However, just when they ran out of the camping area and had not taken a few steps, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang 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 bang. What's going on? Click stood up suddenly. He was not drunk, and he was a person who knew more about hot weapons. He immediately heard that this was not the sound of an ordinary musket. Moreover, how could such a neat gunshot be made by his own men? At this time, a pirate in the distance was also running towards Click, shouting. It was the small cotter who had just led people to move the wine. Chief! Chief, enemy attack! Bang! He was shot directly in the back of the head. With a bang, the young cotter fell face down. Blood was all over the ground. Assholes, grab your weapons and follow me, Admiral, to kill. Yes, Admiral, Those who could be in this tent were all cotters and elite fighters of the Click pirates. They were not afraid of this situation. Instead, they all showed a bloodthirsty and morbid smile. They rushed out with a howl. Click stood there, watching all this. They didn't think of rushing in together. Chief, the person coming may not be simple. And the pirates outside us may have been wiped out. You said that all of us outside are dead. I'm afraid so, otherwise we wouldn't be killed here without anyone noticing. Jin nodded. Then he picked up his weapon and held it tightly in his hand. Chief, I'll go out and take a look. Okay, remember to leave the leader alive. I want to see who is so brave that he dares to attack my Click pirates. Yes, Chief. After the voice fell, a Jin also rushed out. Very fast. And it was at this time that it seemed that the pirates who had gone out earlier had fought with the other party. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out, at least it was the effect of dozens of muskets firing at the same time. Could it be the Navy? Click frowned deeply. Although he couldn't tell what kind of gun the other party was using, but he could definitely hear that the other party was using the same kind of firearms, that is, standard firearms. In this world, those who can be armed with standard firearms on a large scale are either the guards of a certain kingdom, or the Navy. But it doesn't matter. Click, who has fought with the Navy many times, has already formed an inherent impression, that is, 50 meters away, the Navy is powerful. But within 50 meters, pirates are more ruthless. That's right, the battles between the grassroots have always been like this. The advantage of the Navy lies in the uniform standard weapons. 50 meters away, the Navy's firepower is indeed fierce. But if you want to fight carefully, to be honest, the Marines are really not as good as the pirates. After all, pirates are a group of bloody guys, so it's normal to be more fierce. Listening to the gunshots, the other side should be about 100 people. But there are nearly 300 people, and 4 major cotters. So, Click is not worried. But soon, the situation became wrong. In just 2 or 3 seconds, another series of gunshots rang out. Then, in another 2 or 3 seconds, the gunshots rang out again. Just keep shooting continuously. Finally, after about 2 minutes, the gunshots stopped. And a disheveled figure also appeared in Click's field of vision. It was a Jin, who had just rushed out and was known as the Ghost Man. However, his image at this moment was not related to the name of the Ghost Man at all. He was shot 3 times, and the bright red blood kept flowing like money. In addition, half of his clothes were gone, and his exposed body. There were even traces of burns. Ajin, what's going on? Leader, run, I'll cover you. Run, no, I'm invincible. Click refused directly. Run? Are you kidding? He is invincible in the east. Why run? Chief, all our people are dead, and there is one among them who can turn into fire and is immune to all attacks. Run, that's a monster, neither fists nor bullets can hurt him. We can't win. Ajin yelled. Click was completely confused. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? A fireman who is immune to all attacks. Are you still drunk? But the next moment, Click's eyes widened. Because a person appeared in his field of vision. A person wearing a Navy uniform, and his right fist was wrapped in a ball of fire. This is... Chief, run! Ajin also saw this person, and regardless of his seriously injured body, he blocked in front of Click. Turned back and yelled. Chapter 39 Loyal Lan. I am too smart. Control fire, what kind of ability is this? For Click, who was born in the East China Sea and lacks information. The so-called weapon is strength plus weapon. The strongest strength plus the strongest weapon is the strongest force. As for the devil fruit, advanced physical skills, swordsman slash, and domineering things, he has never seen them. He only heard some rumors, but he also regarded them as fabricated legends. He didn't care, and even sneered at them. But at this moment, he really saw one of those unreasonable powers. Could it be that this is the so-called devil fruit power? Leader, let's go. At this time, Ajin also turned around and shouted. There was a trace of fear on his face, but also a trace of determination. It is impossible to say that he is not afraid, but Click has done him a favor, so even if he dies, he must buy some time for him to escape. However, this is doomed to be futile. The next moment, teams of Marines rushed in from all directions of the camping area. They surrounded them in an instant. Hundreds of Rhodes 1518 rifles were aimed at the two men. I will fight you. Seeing this, Ajin shouted and rushed forward. However, bang! It was Ian who fired the gun. Ajin. He was shot between his eyebrows and fell backwards. There was no hope of survival. Surrender, I surrender. Speaking of which, although Click thought he was better than Ajin, but he also admitted that this was limited. But now, without causing any casualties to the other side, nearly 300 of his elite soldiers and several cadres, even Ajin, died like this. You know, at this moment, he didn't have as many messy equipment as 2 years later. Although he had a set of armor that looked intimidating, it was not the same set that he would wear 2 years later. To be honest, facing hundreds of muskets locked at close range, even if it was just an ordinary musket, he couldn't withstand it. He immediately gave in. Although he would be put in jail. But at least he was still alive, right? Moreover, he could find a way to escape from prison in the future. Surrender. Yes, I surrender, catch me. He nodded very casually, and even stretched out his hands. It was as if he was saying, handcuff me quickly and take me away. If he met other navy, it might really end like this. After all, being alive is more useful than being dead. But unfortunately, what Crick met was the 157th branch. Ian shook his head. The colonel said that if there is no bounty, then we can arrest and lock them up, but if there is a bounty, don't leave them alive. Ian's words made Crick confused. Why? Ian's hand had already swung down just after he shouted 2 words. Then a series of gunshots rang out. Inside Tana's bridge. The picture on the big screen was Crick, who was beaten into a hornet's nest. Tina doesn't understand, what did Ian mean just now? Hey? You mean it's okay to arrest those without a bounty, but don't leave those with a bounty alive? That's right. Tina nodded. What a mess. Why can those without a bounty be arrested and imprisoned, but those with a bounty must be killed? Puff. Just when Loyalan was about to explain, Nami, who was learning how to operate from the helmsman, suddenly laughed out loud. Then she turned around and spoke first. Sister Tina, Loyalan said that we are the Navy after all. Even if we capture a pirate with a bounty, the headquarters will not give $1 of Bailey, but if we kill him, we can cooperate with some other forces and let them send him to the Navy branch to exchange for the bounty, and then we will divide it according to the agreed distribution. Although the living can also be exchanged for the bounty, it will reveal the information of our 157th branch after all, right? So, we can only kill him. After taking a bath together in the ship for the past 2 days, the relationship between the 3 women quickly became familiar. So much so that Nami and Nakako changed their name for Tina, no longer Colonel Tina, but Sister Tina. After listening to Nami's explanation, Tina finally understood. What did Ian mean by that sentence before? But, is Luolan so short of money, even the bounty of pirates is not spared? Moreover, they would rather give up a large part of the money of other forces and make money from these bounty prisoners. If Luolan knew what Tina was thinking at this moment, he would definitely say, "Yes, I am short of money, I am so short of money. The battle is over." Luolan also cut off the drone screen. Next. It's time to find the treasure. Luolan, are you going to find the treasure? I want to go too. Nami, who was still learning from the helmsman, suddenly jumped up. Rushing to Luolan, her eyes were full of Bailey's symbols, which kept spinning like a slot machine. You study hard here, and you don't have to worry about finding the treasure. I am the financial manager of the 157th branch, I must go. Nami was very persistent. But Luolan was unmoved. He turned around and walked out of the bridge, and after walking out of the door, he ordered the 2 Marines standing guard outside. Nami is not allowed to leave the bridge without my order. Yes, Colonel. Are you kidding? Can Nami see the treasure? At that time, I will leave 1/10 for the daily expenses of the branch, and recharge the rest on the spot. Then tell Nami to find these. In this way, he will not pester me to death. I am so smart. Nodding with satisfaction, Luolan walked out. Nami stayed in the bridge, baring her teeth and claws at Luolan's back. However, she suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed. This, that. Ran to someone's side, but didn't know the other person's name. After all, Luolan never called his name. Richard Madukas, you can call me Richard. The first mate said. Richard, Luolan asked you to teach me how to control this ship, right? Yes, the colonel's order is indeed like this. Well, teach me how to use the drone just now. Okay, please follow me. Richard nodded. He is a cyborg, and he will execute Luolan's orders 100% without discount. And Luolan did give an order, asking him and the bridge crew to teach Nami and other selected Marines how to control this submarine. So, he agreed without any hesitation. As for Nami, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile of success. Seeing this scene, Tina didn't know what Nami wanted to do, and after a bitter smile, she decided to pretend not to see it. Turned and left the bridge. After all, it was the treasure map she provided, so she wanted to see if there was any so-called treasure. Chapter 40 Almost Discovered. Hey? 7 of the 10 points have been dug out. Luolan raised her eyebrows. Sure enough. The reason why Crick was able to form a fleet of 50 warships and recruit thousands of men 2 years later was because of this treasure. In other words, that was. Suddenly thinking of something, Luolan looked at Tina speechlessly. Sister Tina, did you not plan to come here to find this treasure? Tina is usually so busy that she doesn't even have time to rest, how could she come here to find treasure? Sure enough. Crick, you are just unlucky. If Sister Tina hadn't just given me this treasure map, maybe you could have lived a few more months. Colonel, we have counted the treasures that have been excavated so far, including Bailey and other items, and the estimated amount is about 3 billion Baileys. So many? Have the other 3 locations been arranged? Yes, it will be done in 2 hours at most. Very good. This time it is really rich. The final amount may even exceed 4 billion. Well, then leave 200 million Baileys for Nami, and recharge the rest. What, I clearly planned to leave 10% before. That was just a thought in my mind, and I didn't say it out loud. So, it doesn't count. Just leave 200 million, no more. However, at this moment, Luolan did not notice that, just like Click just now, hundreds of meters above his head. A small drone was hovering there, transmitting everything here to the Tana bridge. Those treasures made Nami's eyes dazzled. Oh, even the gold jewelry, there are a whole box of them. These dozens of boxes of things, I'm afraid there must be 3 billion Baileys, right? When I go back this time, I have to keep a close eye on them. I can't let Luolan steal them again. Humph, I don't want the big villa anymore. The warehouse will be my home from now on. On the side, the first mate Richard suddenly felt a little glaring. As a last resort, he had to give an order. Turn off all the lights on the bridge. There was no way. At this moment, Nami's eyes were like searchlights, really. Too bright. 2 hours later, the treasures buried in the other 3 locations were also dug out. After a simple estimate, the value is about 1.18 billion Baileys. Add the previous 3 billion, that is about 4.18 billion Baileys, of which 1.8 billion Baileys are cash. Don't move the cash, and move the rest to Tana. Yes, Colonel. A group of Marines immediately started to move. After everyone left, only a few boxes of Bailey were left. System, recharge all of these. Ding, recharge completed, host has a total of points. Ding, the current host's remaining points are a lot of points. I am considered a local tycoon, right? But on second thought, it seems that I am not a local tycoon. After all, I am only a C-level city builder. If I were A-level or S-level, I would not be able to do anything with 180,000 points. Well, I will think about those later, at least now. The person Silas wants has been settled. The other buildings that did not have enough points before can also be excited. Construction team with a 3-month contract, don't even think about having a day off, ha 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 ha. When we arrived at the shore, the rest of the people had returned to the ship, only Ian and 2 Marines were guarding a rubber boat, waiting here. Let's go back to the ship. Colonel, you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yes, Colonel. On the side, 2 Marines were confused. Only Luolan and Ian understood what the conversation was about. Ian, Colonel. Did you leave the Bailey you thought of on the island? Luolan, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The more you know, the faster you die. Ian, yes, I know. Those Baileys didn't exist from beginning to end. Well, that's roughly what it means. Luolan, where is my Bailey? As soon as he got on the ship, he saw Nami with her hands on her hips, questioning him. This made Luolan instantly confused. How did this little girl know about Bailey? Could it be there is a traitor in his team? What Bailey? Why don't I know? Keep making it up, I saw it with my own eyes, there were several boxes full of Bailey. Hey! Saw it with my own eyes? Impossible, she should not have been to the island. But soon, Luolan found a loophole. Yes, there was a serious loophole in his previous order. That is. So, you used a drone to spy. Luolan's face suddenly became serious. This is not a small matter. It's not that Nami saw Bailey, that's just a small matter. The key is whether Nami saw the scene of me recharging Bailey, this is the key. Yes, I have learned how to operate it now, smart, right? Besides those boxes of Bailey, what else did you see? Speaking of this, I really have to ask you. Hearing this, Luolan was shocked. Could it be that he was really seen? Before, I asked the drone to watch those boxes all the way to Tana, but why when I looked back at you, the boxes that were originally full of Baileys became empty boxes? Hey! Luolan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Nami only saw the result, not the process. That's good, that's good. It seems that when I operate it myself in the future, it is not only necessary to make sure that there is no one around, but it is best to enter a completely enclosed space for the safest. Don't think about those boxes, I have other uses. Even if there are nearly 2 billion Baileys, you just embezzled them directly? Well, I will agree reluctantly this time, and it will not happen again. Alas, this little girl has changed her personality. That's 1.8 billion Baileys, Luolan thought Nami would make a fuss for a while. In the end, that's it. Little did he know that Nami was thinking like this at the moment. 1.8 billion is a lot, but it's only less than half of the total. If you can keep the remaining 2.3 billion, then give 1.8 billion. After all, only by giving these away happily can you keep the others, right? Oh my goodness, that's what happened. It's just a pity that Luolan didn't even plan to keep 230 million, let alone the remaining 2.3 billion. However, he didn't plan to say this now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace on the way back to branch 157. Nami, have you seen Nakago? No, didn't you say no one was injured? Nami tilted her head. Luolan smiled bitterly. This little girl, as long as she knew that Nakako was not injured, her mind would probably be all on the treasure, right? She was not injured, but I heard from Ian that she killed 5 pirates in this operation. This is her first time killing people, right? Why didn't you say it earlier? Upon hearing this, Nami recovered instantly. After a vicious curse, she turned around and ran away. Didn't I say it earlier? Luolan felt a little wronged. Chapter 41 Fully Enclosed Small Shipbuilding. Assault Yang Land Submarine Tana. Captain's Room. Luolan really admired this little girl Nami. She didn't want the room originally arranged for her, and ran to the number 3 warehouse to sleep with her bedding. What, you ask where the number 3 warehouse is? Is there any need to ask? Of course, it is the location of the more than 20 boxes of treasure. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, too lazy to care. He put his attention back on the system. Luolan. Age, 20. City Builder Level, C. Points. 180,000 points. If necessary, he can recharge more than 2 billion Baileys. He has never been so rich. System, list all the scientific research talents that can be purchased. Ding, the scientific research talents that the host can currently purchase are as follows. Scientific Research Apprentice, Level D, priced at 20 points / person. Junior Scientist, Level C, priced at 100 points / person. Intermediate Scientist, Level B, priced at 1000 points / person. Senior Scientist, Level A, priced at points / person. Strategic Scientist, Level S, priced at points / person. The price ranges from 200,000 Baileys to 10 billion Baileys, divided into 5 levels. Silas, the current head of the science department, is a strategic level scientist, that is, an S-level scientist. Apart from him, all the others are scientific research apprentices and junior scientists. There is no way, Luolan was too poor at the beginning. Just buying more than 30 scientific research apprentices, plus 5 junior scientists, almost squeezed Luolan dry a year ago. No wonder Silas cried all day long. Of course, according to the system's explanation, these 5 levels are just the factory levels of cyborgs. And they are no different from real people, and they have the ability to learn. They may be D-level when they leave the factory, but after a few years, they may be C-level or even B-level. Take the group of people under Silas now, most of them are junior scientists now. However, the later they want to improve, the slower it is, and Luolan doesn't have the time to train himself. Therefore, now that he has money, Luolan can't be so stingy and buy all scientific research students. System, give me 500 scientific research apprentices, 100 junior scientists, 20 intermediate scientists, and 3 senior scientists. I have money. Ding, deduct the host's points in total, and all personnel will arrive in 3 days. Well, points, right, no big deal. I believe that Silas is happy this time, right? As for strategic level scientists, 1 million points each, that's a full 10 billion. Luolan said that even if he sold him, he couldn't afford it. After dealing with the scientific researchers, Luolan looked at the building modules again. The port and training center only took up 18 days of the sea-level construction team. And their 90-day contract still has 72 days of free time. Absolutely can't waste, squeeze, must squeeze to death. Let me see, what good things are there? Oil drilling platform building level, C. Site selection requirements, proven oil fields. Construction requirements, 1 sea-level construction team. Working hours, 10 days. Materials, 5,950 standard building materials. Drawing price, 5,500 points. Special effect holes, 2. This thing. Good things are good things, but there is no oil on my broken island. Moreover, I don't need oil now, after all, even Tana uses a palladium reactor. When I get Alabasta in the future, I can consider building one, there is probably a lot of oil there. Now, forget it. Continue to scroll down. City defense wall. Building level, C. Site selection requirements, outskirts of the city. Construction requirements, 3 sea-level construction teams. Working hours, 30 days. Material, standard building materials. Drawing price, 9,500 points. Special effect holes, 2. Oh my goodness, Luolan immediately understood after looking at the instructions and the renderings displayed by the system. What on earth is this defense wall? In fact, it is somewhat similar to the G8 branch of the Navy. The only difference is that the G8 branch uses the natural island terrain to build an outer wall around the G8 branch and deploys a large number of coastal defense artillery in it. But this city defense wall is a metal wall directly built, and it is taller, stronger, and more complex than the G8 branch. Of course, the weapons are solved by themselves, and this building does not contain any weapons. Look at the consumption of building materials, which is several times more than the port that he is building. However, it is understandable, after all, the whole city needs to be covered. However, with the current size of the city, Luolan really doesn't plan to do this thing, after all, it is too conspicuous. Wouldn't it be nice to hide in the woods secretly? Continue to pass. Library. Pass, it's not very useful for now. Small shipyard. Pass, it's too conspicuous. Fully enclosed small shipyard. This one looks good. After passing a bunch of buildings in a row, Luolan suddenly looked at the information of a certain building with bright eyes. Fully enclosed small shipbuilding. Building level, C. Site selection requirements, cliffs or mountains, need to be close to the coast. Construction requirements, a sea-level construction team. Working hours, 12 days. Materials, 1950 standard building materials. Drawing price, 4,200 points. Special effect holes, 2. It is almost the same as the description of the military port under construction. It is also a type that can be hollowed out of the mountains and built in them. Coincidentally, more than 90% of the southern part of the island is all continuous mountains, which are almost 20 kilometers long. The span of the military port under construction is only about 2 kilometers. In other words, there are still a lot of places to use. There is no problem building another shipyard next to the military port. Moreover, the reason why Luolan is interested in this is that this is a system building, which can have special effects. For example, the speed of the ship being built will be increased, the range of the guns of the ship being built will be increased, or, the sturdiness of the ship being built will be increased. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I want it. System, build me a fully enclosed small shipbuilding. Ding, the host has purchased the blueprints of the fully enclosed small shipbuilding, deducting 4,200 points. Ding, the host uses 1950 units of system standard building materials, deducting 1950 points. Ding, the host has remaining points. Well, let's build the things first. We'll talk about the workers and the foreman later. Anyway, there's still more than half a month before it's finished, so there's no rush. Continue to flip through the pages of the construction module. Soon, Luolan was attracted to another building. Sword Casting Workshop. Chapter 42, 180,000 points spent. Speaking of which, Luolan doesn't like the kind of fist-to-flesh fighting, after all, it looks rough and stupid. And the reason for using swords is similar. Therefore, even though Luolan solved his physical problems and his physique was improving rapidly every day, he still used the gun as his main means. If you want to ask why. As a modern person, using cold weapons is a step backward. What? You said that hot weapons are not as strong as cold weapons in the pirate world? Don't be silly, that's just because the hot weapons in the pirate world have just touched the threshold of hot weapons. Who told you that this is the real power of hot weapons? Please, I haven't even touched the surface. Of course, the main reason is that Luolan thinks it's cooler to play with guns. This sword forging workshop has no meaning to him. But it doesn't mean to others. Ian mentioned before that Marines should be equipped with melee weapons, otherwise once someone gets close to them. At the same time, Ian also found several good kendo talents among the Marines of the 157th branch. You know, not everyone is suitable for playing with guns. Sword Casting Workshop. Building level, C. Site selection requirements, leveled ground. Construction requirements, 1 sea-level construction team. Working hours, 2 days. Materials, 1,100 standard building materials. Drawing price, 2,800 points. Special effect holes, 2. Well, it's not expensive. System, give me 1. Ding, the host has purchased the blueprints for the sword casting workshop. 2,800 points will be deducted. Ding, the host uses 1950 units of system standard building materials. 1,100 points will be deducted. Ding, the host has remaining points. There are still 1 billion Baileys. Don't rush to build things. After all, the ones that are in the queue now are enough to build for a while. It's rare to have money. That thing that I wanted to do before but couldn't do. I can finally do it. Add features to the Honeycomb Underground Research Institute. Speaking of this thing, because it is a building given by the system's novice gift package, it does not have a free feature extraction opportunity like self-built. In other words, the 5 feature slots of the Research Institute at this moment are all empty. It's not that Luolan has never thought about adding features to such an important building before. However, S-level features are too expensive, and 1 billion Baileys can only be refreshed once. Where did Luolan get so much money at that time? System, I want to refresh the first building feature of the Beehive Underground Research Institute. Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 1. Flash of inspiration probability plus 300%. Ding, host remaining points 250. Flash of inspiration probability. Luolan remembered that he had this attribute when he looked at Silas's information. He immediately found the personnel management module and opened Silas's personal attributes again. Sure enough, one of the items clearly stated that the probability of a flash of inspiration, 0.9%. Don't underestimate this number, it's already super high. After all, a flash of inspiration is like the chance of enlightenment when you are cultivating immortals. It can be called a super opportunity that is hard to come by. Now with this feature, Silas's flash of inspiration rate will increase from 0.9% to 2.7%. Not only Silas, but hundreds of people in the entire research institute will benefit. For 100,000 points. It's really worth it. The only problem is, my remaining points are 250. I always feel like I'm scolding myself. System, what's the price for apprentice-level workers in the manufacturing industry? 1 point per person. Wow, only 1/10 of the researchers? Get a badge for Barton? This guy can cry more than Silas. That's true, but it's still too slow to just rely on Ian going out, screening and bringing back some people every time. Also, after these people are brought back, not all of them are suitable for work, and even if they are suitable, then someone needs to teach them for a long time. System, all the remaining points, all by apprentice-level workers for me. Ding, a total of 250 host points are deducted, and all personnel will arrive in 3 days. Ding, host's current remaining points, 0. 1.8 billion Baileys. It seems a lot, but if you really need to use it, it's just like that. But it doesn't matter. I still have more than 2 billion to burn. And after a while, when my strength goes up. After going to Sky Island once, Bailey is not a problem at all. Didn't you see in the original work that the protagonist group took such a small thing and got 300 million Baileys? That little thing is not even more than 1% of the pillar of the golden clock, not to mention the gold taken by Enel to build ships. Are those the big ones? Regardless of the estimate, the value of gold on Sky Island, at least they are all calculated in units of hundreds of billions. Of course, Loyoland still needs to make some preparations before going. After all, in the previous life, there were various ways to extract devil fruits. Although he couldn't use them himself, he could give them to his subordinates. In any case, they are all the devil fruits with the strongest attack power in the natural system. It is not an exaggeration to call them Admiral Seeds. Don't waste them. Just when Loyoland turned off the system and prepared to take a nap, the internal communication on the wall suddenly came to mind. After Loyoland got up and touched it lightly to answer, the first mate Richard appeared on the screen. Captain, a naval warship was found. According to its sailing direction, the target is Rhodes Island. Navy warship. Loyoland was stunned for a moment, but immediately remembered. According to the time and place, it is most likely Smoker. Tisk tisk, this guy will be a Marine under my command from now on, a private. As for the assignment, let Sister Tina take care of it. It seems to be very interesting. On the warship on the sea, no one noticed that there was a huge ship sailing hundreds of meters below them. And in a cabin, Smoker, who had fallen asleep, suddenly woke up. He was sweating and breathing very fast. It was as if he had just finished several hours of high-intensity training. Damn, although I can't remember what I just dreamed about, but what's the matter with this frightening feeling? I always feel that something terrible is going to happen. Fortunately, Loyoland couldn't see Smoker's appearance at the moment, otherwise he would definitely raise his mouth slightly and say, "It is said that women have a strong sixth sense, but I see that you Smoker. That is also not bad at all. Don't worry, you and Sister Tina have been friends for so many years, I believe. She will definitely take good care of you." Chapter 43 The 5 Elders Who Suffered in Silence. With Tana's speed of 50 knots. In less than 3 days, they have returned to Rhodes Island. It's just that the port has not been built yet, so Tana cannot dock. However, it doesn't matter. Loyoland directly ordered the Marines who were learning on the bridge to continue to stay on the ship to learn. By the way, they can do some practical exercises in the surrounding areas. It will take half a month. When it's over, the port will be built. Perfect. And the best thing is that Nami was also ordered by Loyoland to stay on the ship. After half a month. Tisk tisk. All the property has been dealt with. Even if Nami makes a fuss, it's too late. After processing some documents, Luo Lan also came to the training center. I saw Ace was training like crazy in one of the rooms. I looked at the usage record of this room again. Wow, I was away for less than 6 days, but this guy spent all his time here except for eating and sleeping? He is really hard-working. After shaking his head, Roland stopped watching Ace's training and walked into his own room. Although he left the branch and could not use the training center these days. But this does not mean that Luo Lan has abandoned his training, it's just that there is no gravity blessing. Although he has not measured it specifically after returning, Luo Lan estimates that his Dao force value should be close to 500. Originally, the Dao force value was only 5, but it reached 500 in a little over a month. Who wouldn't be confused if this was told to others? The reason why he can improve so quickly is that after unlocking the first gene lock, Luo Lan not only has no upper limit in the physique, but also improves at an absurdly fast speed. If I were to give an example, doing the same amount of time and the same intensity of training, Luo Lan's improvement speed is about 2 to 3 times that of Ace. It can even be said that if Luo Lan does not use the gravity training room, the effect will not be much worse than Ace using the gravity training room under the same time. This can also be regarded as another form of cheating. More than half a month has passed since the 16 branches incident. Coupled with Morgan's efforts, things are getting worse and worse. Everyone is watching how the Navy headquarters will deal with this matter. Even the Revolutionary Army is always keeping an eye on the progress of the incident, ready to seize the opportunity at any time to fish in troubled waters. However, this time, whether it is the Navy, or the world government, their reactions were very fast. A vice admiral was airdropped directly from the headquarters to the East China Sea, who was fully responsible for thoroughly investigating the incident. In addition, the Navy also offered a huge reward, and no matter who was involved in this matter, they would not let it go. Justice cannot be tarnished. To be honest, in the world of pirates, except for villages like Caucasia that suffered, most places and civilians actually trust the Navy. Therefore, under the continuous voice of the Navy, the impact of this incident is also gradually weakening. Until the third day that Luo Lan returned to Branch 157. It was also the day when Vice Admiral Val of the headquarters crossed the doldrums and entered the East China Sea. World. Because Morgan's World Economic News once again exploded. The mysterious operation of the Navy, let the mastermind investigate himself. Rumor has it that the world government wants to protect Vice Admiral Val, and Marshal Sengoku's opposition is ineffective. Why is this the case? The unspeakable secret between the 5 elders and Val. After serving as Vice Admiral of the headquarters for 5 years, Val's personal assets have skyrocketed by 300 million Baileys. According to reliable information, in 5 years, Mouse handed over more than 1.8 billion Baileys. Where did the missing 1.5 billion Baileys go? It's the same pattern as before. A headline, plus a large part of the newspaper is made into a special feature, with more than 20 articles attached. Although it seems that each article is independent, in fact, after reading it, you will find they directly connected a complete story. Even in the last few articles, the World Economic News directly gave photos of Mouse's private account book. You know, there is no such thing as photoshopping in the world of pirates. Photos. That's the real deal. Therefore, many people who read the newspapers are asking the same question. That is, if Val is not the biggest black hand behind the scenes, then who is? And who pocketed the missing 1.5 billion? The most important thing is, there is also an article added temporarily in the newspaper. The content is also quite explosive. First, it said that Smoker had found out that Val was behind the mouse. But when he reported this result, he was immediately dismissed from all positions by the Navy headquarters. This makes people think that the Navy is rotten. Is it really just the 16 branches? Or is it that everything from top to bottom is rotten? This is not only a world opinion explosion, but even the Navy is a little bit exploded. Especially the grassroots Navy. Hundreds of thousands of grassroots Navy, this is the backbone of the stability of this sea. After all, it has been said before that the biggest harm to civilians is not caused by the big pirates, but there are countless low-level pirate groups on this sea. These hundreds of thousands of grassroots Marines are targeting these low-level pirates. But now, almost the entire grassroots of the Navy are in a turmoil. They are clamoring for the top leaders to give an explanation and execute all the participants. It seems that if they don't give a satisfactory answer, they will all leave the Navy. If it were just a few people, or a certain branch, the 5 elders would have ordered them to be executed long ago. But now, it is the grassroots soldiers of almost the entire Navy, a total of hundreds of thousands of people. Even the 5 elders can't order all these hundreds of thousands of people to be killed. Even, there is a little regret in my heart. Before. Why did I want that idiot Bavel? If I had just killed him, it wouldn't be such a big deal now. Your hands and feet are so dirty. You are a guy who is not good at anything but always makes trouble. In the power room, the curly-haired 5 elders said gloomily. Now, things are really troublesome. If it goes wrong, not only will the Navy have big problems, but the reputation of the world government will also be devastated. Therefore, it is necessary to cut the Gordian knot and solve this problem quickly. And the most direct and effective way. That is, push Val and other participants out and give everyone an explanation. At the same time, confiscate all the assets of these people, and then take a part of the Navy's military expenditure to compensate the affected villages. In this way, the situation will surely be eased quickly, and maybe it can even increase the reputation of the world government. Of course, the 5 elders will not let it go after suffering such a big loss this time. Just a few minutes ago, the blonde 5 elders have already issued an order to the CP. Mobilize all forces. Find out the mysterious force behind the scenes. Chapter 44. The Revolutionary Army is also a bad thing. Morgans has a headache. Just now, the 5 elders personally warned him not to continue to work on this matter, and he must cooperate with the world government to guide public opinion in the future. And, he was ordered to hand over the source of the information. If he does not agree, the world government will put him on the must-kill list. Morgans knows very well what the result will be if he is included in that list. The Navy's wanted and hunted down in the open. The CP organization's permanent assassination in the dark. No one can stand up to pirates who are not at the level of the 4 emperors. As one of the so-called giants of the underground world, if there is no conflict with the world government, then it is good for everyone. But once. So, Morgans understands one thing very well. That is, he can write negative news about the world government, but if it touches the red line and the 5 elders give a special warning, he must stop immediately. Although he has a lot of secret information, he can even confront the world government when necessary. But there is really no need for this. Anyway, everything that should be reported has been reported. At this time, he had to admire the guy who provided the information. Because even he didn't know who he was, he could naturally tell the 5 elders how to get the information without any worries. Anyway, the source of the information will not be exposed, right? You see, he has done everything about the mysterious organization. Afterwards, he solved the consequences of the world government's anger. In the future, I believe that the mysterious organization will continue to cooperate with me. In the end, in order to make me cooperate with the world government to control public opinion, the 5 elders gave me some compensation. So, I, Morgans, am the biggest beneficiary of this incident. Rhodes Island. Navy Branch 157. Meeting room. Still the same few people. However, this time Tina did not break in and forcefully listen in, but was directly notified by Loyolan to attend the meeting. Sister Tina, take a look at this information. Everyone sat down, and Luolan directly pushed a document in front of Tina. This was just sent by the intelligence department an hour ago. Inside. Tina picked up the document and read it for a while. Her eyes widened immediately. Tina is shocked. The world government will actually compromise. In her original impression, the world government would never compromise. But this time. Haha, I originally prepared several backup plans, and expected such a result to appear in a month, but someone pushed hard from behind, and directly accelerated this result. Luolan smiled and handed over another document. Tina picked it up, and after a moment. Revolutionary Army. Yes, the Revolutionary Army, they should have seen this opportunity, and wanted to strengthen themselves while ruining the prestige of the world government. This hit the five elders' weak spot. Tina understands, every day this matter is delayed, the Revolutionary Army will become stronger, and this is the most intolerable thing for the world government. Tina nodded. And the document in her hand recorded the Revolutionary Army's recent frequent actions in the East China Sea. On the one hand, it widely publicized the collusion between the Navy and pirates and the world government's shielding of the mastermind behind the scenes. On the other hand, it used the influence of this incident to incite rebellion in several kingdoms, and also took the opportunity to absorb a large number of people into the Revolutionary Army. This is just the situation in the East China Sea. After all, Luolan's intelligence network only covers the East China Sea. As for the other three seas, or even the Grand Line, the situation may be better than that in the East China Sea, but the Revolutionary Army has definitely made a lot of moves. And this is why the five elders compromised so quickly. Next, the five elders should use Morgan's cooperation to put the blame on the Revolutionary Army, such as announce to the public that these people who committed crimes are undercover agents of the Revolutionary Army, framing the world government while raising funds for the Revolutionary Army. Luolan placed his hands on the table with his fingers crossed. He said that prediction of the next development of events. This. I don't think many people will believe it, right? Tina was stunned. This statement is really an insult to intelligence. Are all the high-level officials of your world government undercover agents of the Revolutionary Army? It doesn't matter how many people believe it. What's important is, as long as there is such a statement, it is not a real hammer. Besides, Sister Tina, you overestimate the ability of civilians to distinguish. Among 10 brainwashed people, 9 will think that they are the sober people who see everything clearly. As for the remaining one, well, he has an intellectual disability. Luolan shook his head. Rhythm, this thing, I have seen too much in my previous life. And the ability to distinguish the truth has always existed only in a very small number of people. Then what are you going to do next? Tina could not refute Luolan's theory. Indeed, the ability to discern the truth only exists in the hands of a small number of people, and this group of people. There are almost no civilians, all of them have reached a certain level and have their own information channels. So, from a certain perspective, it can be said that it is not that these people have the ability to discern, but that they have information channels that civilians cannot have. No, I am not going to continue to intervene in this matter. Let the Revolutionary Army and the world government fight each other. Hey? Tina is surprised. Surprise? It is indeed quite unexpected. But it does not refer to whether Luolan will continue to go down, but his attitude towards the Revolutionary Army. Originally, Tina thought that with Luolan's sense of justice, he should have a good impression of the Revolutionary Army. But now hearing Luolan use dog bite dog to describe it, it seems not to be the case. The Revolutionary Army. A bunch of guys who play with the lives of civilians for their own benefit. Last year ago, they started a rebellion in the Sisako Kingdom in the South Sea and eventually succeeded in overthrowing the royal family, but what was the result? They recruited a large number of people from the rebels and fled the kingdom before the navy and the world government's suppression fleet arrived. In the end, hundreds of thousands of civilians were left behind and were brutally suppressed. Then, here comes the question. Does the Revolutionary Army really want to overthrow this kingdom to save hundreds of thousands of civilians exploited by the nobles? No, they don't. They just want to use this action to improve their reputation and recruit a group of people. But how many people died because of their actions? Sister Tina, I remember that action. You also participated, right? Tina's face was very ugly. Yes, just as Loyolan said, she also participated in that action. Although she was only on guard in the outer sea and did not land to suppress it. But she still knew the situation in that kingdom. The brutal suppression killed more than 100,000 people, and the rest became slaves. The number of member states decreased by 1, and the entire Sisako kingdom disappeared. This was the end of that rebellion. And all of this originated from the instigation of the Revolutionary Army. Didn't they know that the Navy and the world government would come to suppress it before they instigated the rebellion? No, they knew. Didn't they know that they would be unable to resist after the Navy and the world government arrived? No, they knew, so they ran away in advance. They took all the benefits they got from this rebellion and ran away. In the final analysis, the Revolutionary Army is just a force, and it is for its own interests. For a while, there was some silence in the meeting room. Until a minute later, Loyolan suddenly looked at Tina. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sister Tina, let's not talk about this for now. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Chapter 45 Troubles, one after another. Grand Line, Marineford. Navy Headquarters. In the Marshal's office. Jean Guo frowned deeply. Just now, he received a call from Tina, which reminded him that Smoker had contacted him directly without going through the chain of command. Now Tina is also like this, which always gives him a bad feeling. The result? It's really not a good thing. Tina actually said that she was very disappointed with the way the headquarters dealt with Smoker, and asked to be transferred to the 157th branch. If the headquarters does not agree, then retire. Good guy. Is this still the mature, smooth, and obedient Tina? For a Smoker, would Tina make such a fuss? Stop it. And the 157th branch? Could it be that Tina is not because of Smoker? Was it because of the boy's exile? Jean Guo seemed to understand something and sighed slightly. He agreed immediately. The order will be issued soon, but you are only allowed to stay in branch 157 for 1 year, and then you must return to the headquarters. Tina understands. For Jean Guo, these are all trivial matters. Although Tina is very good, she is not the core combat force of the Navy. The most critical thing now is the East China Sea. Although the world government has reached an agreement with Morgans, the damage has been done after all, and it is not an easy task for the Navy to restore its original reputation. The most headache is that according to the current intelligence, the Revolutionary Army has been deeply involved in this incident, and has been making small moves in the East China Sea, and it seems that something is brewing. It must be prevented. Bulo bulo bulo. Just when Jean Guo was thinking about this, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Brew brew brew. I'm Sengoku. Marshal, I'm Doberman. A rough voice came from the Den Den Mushi. It was Vice Admiral Doberman of the Navy headquarters, and one of the 5 elite vice admirals who participated in the Judicial Island Demon Slaughter Order in the original work. Doberman, aren't you in the G1 branch? What happened? Sengoku was a little confused. After all, Doberman is now serving in the G1 branch in the New World. That is the branch of the Navy closest to the 4 Emperors' territory, and it can be called the front line in the New World. The most important thing is that the G1 branch is different from other G-series branches. It is the only branch of the Navy that is stationed by admirals in turn. In other words, if there is a problem, it should be reported to the admiral currently stationed there, not to oneself. Unless something happened to Akainu. But it shouldn't be. Marshal, Kaido of Beasts has invaded Whitebeard's territory for some reason. What? He went to cause trouble for Whitebeard again. Sengoku felt a headache. Kaido, this guy, goes crazy every once in a while. Either he comes to cause trouble for the navy, or he goes to cause trouble for the other 4 emperors. Among them, the one he likes to cause trouble for the most is Whitebeard. Although he gets beaten up by Whitebeard every time. Originally, a fight between 4 emperors should be a good thing for the navy. But why did Sengoku react so strongly? The reason is very simple, that is balance. After becoming a marshal, the level that Sengoku is exposed to is no longer the same. Compared with the simple extermination of pirates in the past, he now pays more attention to balance. Yes. In a broad sense, it is the balance between forces. The balance of the 3 major forces of the navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the pirates is the cornerstone of the world government's rule over the world. And in a smaller sense, each force also needs to be balanced. For example, the balance between doves and hawks within the navy. Another example is the balance between the 4 emperors and the pirate forces. Any break in the balance will cause violent turbulence and change the originally stable situation. These are all things that Sengoku needs to consider. The new world is so big, and there are only so many strong people. As a navy, do you want this force to be divided into 4? Or integrated into 1? This is a realistic question. Therefore, whenever there is a conflict between 2 of the 4 emperors, the navy is extremely concerned, and has made various plans and is ready to take action at any time. It's just. Why is it Doberman who reports such an important matter instead of Akainu? Where are the Sakeskis? Marshal, Admiral Sakaski has already set off with the fleet. What? Not only did he not report the news, but he also led the fleet to attack directly. This guy Sakaski. What on earth does he want to do? I'll ask Kizaru to rush to the New World immediately, and at the same time send a message to Sakaski to only monitor outside the war zone and not to intervene privately. I understand, but I'm afraid Admiral Sakaski won't listen. Tell him that if he disobeys orders, he will be like Kizaru in the future, always stationed at the headquarters on standby. Yes, Marshal. Sengoku was also furious. One by one, they all make me worry. Come here. Yes, Marshal. Hearing the shout, the messenger outside the door immediately entered. Send a message to Kizaru to set off to the New World immediately to meet Sakaski. This. The messenger looked embarrassed when he heard the order. What's wrong? Marshal, this is already evening. How can it be evening? Zhang Guo was stunned when he was halfway through his sentence. If it were other people, evening would not be a big deal, even in the middle of the night they would have to get up immediately. But that guy Huang Yuan. It's okay to get off work on time every day, but it's even difficult to find him after get off work. Forget it, I'll call him myself. He waved his hand and signaled the messenger to go out. Then, Zhang Guo picked up the Den Mushi again and dialed it out. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. No response. At the same time, somewhere in Marineford, Huang Yuan heard the Den Mushi ringing and took it out from his coat. Hello, this is Borsellino. Brew brew brew. Hello, this is Borsellino. Brew brew brew. What's going on? Why is the phone still ringing even though I've already answered it? Kizaru was confused. Then he hung up the Den Mushi and picked it up again. Hello, this is Borsellino. Brew brew brew. The scene just now was repeated. Kizaru raised his hand and scratched his head, unable to figure it out. Until a figure came over. Old man, you got the wrong Den Mushi. Ah, really, this black one is a wiretap. On the side, gendarmerie was speechless. Can't you get it right once, even just once? And old man, what are you doing? Phone, phone. Good guy. After Kizaru found out that he took the wrong den mushi, he didn't rush to take another one, but studied the black eavesdropping den mushi on the spot. And the other den mushi in his coat was still thinking about it. After a while of silence, Jean Doan had to remind him. It's just a pity. At this moment, the sound of the den mushi disappeared. At this time, Kizaru spoke with a nonchalant look on his face. I don't know who called, forget it, just wait for the other side to call again. Jean Doan was even more speechless. There are really not many people who would call you, old man, and 99 out of 100 are marshals of the Warring States period. In fact, what about taking the wrong den mushi and then being stupid for a long time? Are you pretending all this? From the beginning. You don't want to answer this call, right? Jean Doan was complaining crazily in his heart. Chapter 46, Using Oneself as Bait to Fish for Sea Kings. Luolan didn't know what was happening at the Navy headquarters. At this moment, he was looking at the system prompt, a little confused. Building features, energy level increased by 2 levels. Although it would not be so fast to process all the more than 2 billion treasures into Baileys, after all. It would take many days just to transport these things out, not to mention the processing speed of the black market. However, the last Bailey of those processed before was sent over. Not much, just more than 20 million. However, even with more than 20 million, you can do something. For example, when I was a D-level city builder, I didn't get the good free features of many D-level buildings, and I didn't have enough points to redraw. Now, with more than 2,000 points in hand, this regret can be made up, right? D-level features, 100 points per draw, very cheap. Luolan first set his sights on the cafeteria. The result. The first time, food satiety plus 50%, directly passed. What do you need this thing for? Do I look like someone who can't even provide food? The second time, food deliciousness plus 30%, passed again. The third time. This time was very unlucky. After more than 10 times in a row, Luolan still didn't see a feature that made him shine. Until the 15th time. Building feature, energy level increased by 2 levels. Energy level? Luolan was a little confused, and the subsequent increase was not a percentage. 2 levels? What kind of concept is this? This was the first time this feature appeared, and Luolan was a little unsure. He immediately checked detailed explanation. Not long after, he was already showing ecstasy. In fact, this feature is awesome. The so-called energy actually refers to the energy contained in the food. For example, give you a piece of pork and a piece of sea king meat of the same size. Can the energy they contain be the same? No, obviously not even at the same level. In the world of pirates, the more powerful the creature, the more powerful the energy contained in its body. And the higher the level of energy contained in the food, the greater the improvement to the physique after eating it. Now with this feature, even if you eat ordinary meat, it may achieve an effect close to sea king meat. What if you eat sea king meat directly? Luolan couldn't even imagine it. System, this is it, start imprinting. Ding, imprinting is completed. The current building characteristics of the marine canteen are, the energy level of food ingredients is increased by 2 levels. Imprinting is completed. Luolan nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he turned his attention to other buildings. About 5 minutes later, Luolan spent the remaining 800 points and successfully imprinted 2 D-level buildings again. They are Marine Dormitory, the building characteristics are 80% improvement in sleep quality. Marine Hospital, the building characteristics are 70% increase in pain recovery speed. Both attributes are good. Especially the Marine Hospital. Don't underestimate this 70%, it can definitely save lives at critical moments. Everything is done. Luolan turned off the system and then picked up the den mushi on the desk. Bulu. This is Tina. Sister Tina, it's me, Luolan. It's so late, what do you want to see Tina for? Tina's voice was a little confused. It seemed that she had just fallen asleep and was woken up by Luolan. Sister Tina, I want to ask, when will your warship return to the headquarters? Why do you want to return? Hey, didn't the headquarters approve your transfer order? Can the warship and personnel stay together? Why not? The marshal didn't order the warship to return. The people on that ship were all subordinates who had followed him for many years. As long as the marshal didn't give this order, Tina would not take the initiative to let them return to the headquarters. Well, whether they are human or not, Luolan doesn't care. What he cares about is. In that case, Sister Tina, let your people remove the sea floor stone from the bottom of the ship tomorrow. It's okay, but what are you going to do with it? Although Luolan didn't say why he wanted to remove it. But Tina couldn't think of any other reason. It's nothing more than wanting to build something with sea stone, and he doesn't have sea stone. What else could it be? However, Sister Tina, after removing the sea stone tomorrow, let's go fishing in the calm belt. Fishing? Tina was shocked. Luolan, you are so idle. Wait, what were you going to do in the calm belt just now? Tina, who was about to complain, suddenly reacted. Remove the sea stone from the bottom of the ship, and then go fishing in the calm belt? Could this kid want to? Just as you think, I'm going to hunt a sea king, preferably one over 300 meters. Submarines are not suitable for this mission, and my 16th branch's own warship is afraid that it will fall apart as soon as it sets out, so I can only use your ship. Speaking of which, Rhodes Island is only 3 nautical miles away from the New World. That is to say, even for that backward sailing ship, half an hour is enough to enter. If you are lucky, maybe a few hours can be done and returned, which will not take too much time. As for why you want to hunt a sea king, is there any need to ask? The cafeteria has such awesome features, it would be a waste if you don't experience it. Tina doesn't understand, why do you go hunting sea kings for no reason? It's very useful, you will understand after you pull one back tomorrow. Okay, I will ask them to bring the ship over tomorrow morning, and you can also arrange accommodation for them in the branch, otherwise living on the ship all the time is not a solution. No problem. But it will take a few days, after all, the current marine dormitory and worker dormitory are full, and a new one needs to be built. Luolan had no reason to refuse Tina's request. That is a veteran who has followed Tina and fought on the sea for several years, don't waste it. As for the headquarters wanting to go back in the future, sorry, you don't want to go back now, but it will be impossible in the future. Just like Tina, let her return to the headquarters in a year? After a year, will there be anyone who can snatch her from me? However, as Luolan said just now, the 2 dormitory buildings of Branch 157 are already full. Before the new dormitory building is built, they still have to. Can only live on the boat. The next day, Luolan, Ian, and Tina, on the medium-sized warship that was originally Tina's, hoisted the sail. Heading towards the doldrums. The sea stone on the bottom of the ship has also been removed. In other words, using oneself as bait. Fishing for sea kings. Colonel Tina, we have entered the doldrums. Everyone, be alert, prepare for the battle against the sea kings. Yes, Colonel. Tina's ship, Tina's people. Luolan did not intervene in the command, leaving everything to Tina. He stared at the sea, waiting. The appearance of the Sea Kings. Chapter 47 Hunting and Experimentation. Turn on the auxiliary wheels on both sides and continue to go deeper into the doldrums. After retracting the sails, the warship stayed at the entrance of the doldrums for a while, and then Tina gave the order again. In the doldrums, the sails are meaningless and cannot provide power to the warship. Therefore, other power devices are needed at this time. The Navy is now using a device that is hidden on both sides like a turntable. When needed, it will be unfolded and then rotated in the water to obtain power. Well, human power. And the speed is very slow, with a maximum speed of only about 3 knots. This device is not available on every warship. Only those warships that often need to cross the doldrums to perform missions or those at the general level will be equipped with it first. As for Tina, it is the first case. After all, the tasks she is responsible for usually require crossing the doldrums back and forth. This is why she has such a warship when she was a colonel. 1 hour later, under Tina's command, the warship stopped again. That's about it. If we continue to go deeper, it will be a bit dangerous. On the bow deck, Tina said. With the strength of Tina, Ian, and Loyal Lan, ordinary sea kings are not a threat. The 3 of them have the strength to defeat them alone. But this refers only to ordinary sea kings. What does it mean? After adulthood, sea kings can at least reach 200 to 300. Of course, as they continue to grow, they can grow even bigger. This species. But it is very long-lived. In the Com Belt, some sea kings are even older than the world government, and much older. And this kind of sea king is the royal family of its tribe. Each individual is more than 10,000 meters long. Therefore, a large part of the strength of the sea king can be judged by its body length. As for the rest, it is its form. For example, a sea king in the form of a tiger is definitely more powerful than a cow in the form of the same body length. This is why Tina does not recommend going deeper into the Com Belt. Because those powerful sea kings basically do not come to the edge of the Com Belt, but live in the depths. You know, there is no sea stone installed on the bottom of the warship at this moment. If a 1,000-meter class sea king runs out, the 3 of them may not be able to defeat it. As for the 10,000 meter level, just wait to die. Loyal Lan nodded. He certainly understood this. Besides, he was only going to hunt an ordinary sea king, so he wouldn't go to the depths of the Com Belt to seek death. Sister Tina, how big is the range of your observation haki now? About 300 meters, but if it's underwater, it's probably only 50 meters. Will sea water also block observation haki? Loyal Lan was a little surprised. This is also a new knowledge point that has not been mentioned in the original book. Quickly write it down. It doesn't have to be sea water, as long as it's water, it will block observation haki. So that's it. I haven't awakened my domineering yet, so I can't understand the kind of barrier that Tina is talking about for the time being. But I can still understand the general meaning. As for the principle, I'll let Silas and the others study it later. Here it comes. At this moment, Tina suddenly shouted. The next second, a huge creature jumped out of the sea dozens of meters in front of the warship. The waves it raised directly bathed the entire warship. Wolf. Wolf in the sea, should it be called sea wolf? Seeing the sea king in front of him, it was almost 200 meters above the water. Loyal Lan didn't know what to call it for a moment. Do you want Tina to come? Tina asked. No, Sister Tina, you just protect the warship, I need to do a few experiments next. Ian. Loyal Lan waved his hand. Then shouted. Yes, Colonel. Quick, everyone get ready to shoot. The next moment, 20 Marines brought by Loyal Lan from the 157th branch came trotting over. With a swish, they all raised their rifles and aimed at the Sea King. This musket should be useless against the Sea King. Seeing this scene, Tina was very skeptical. According to her own understanding, the skin of the Sea King is very tough and the musket bullets can't penetrate it at all. Even if Loyal Lan and his rifles are very powerful, they should not be able to hurt the Sea King in the end. At this time, Ian's right hand was already under his command. Shoot! Bang 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 bang! 20 gunshots sounded almost at the same time. Ah! All the bullets hit the head. Sure enough, it didn't penetrate the skin of the Sea King, but although it also penetrated the skin, it seemed to make it feel some pain, and it roared. Its eyes turned red in an instant, and it opened its bloody mouth and rushed over. Obviously, this Sea King was enraged. But Luo Lan and the other two were not in a hurry, and Ian gave the command calmly. Everyone, the left eye of the standard target. Shoot! Bang 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 bang! 21 gunshots rang out again. What, you ask why there was one more gunshot? Didn't you see Luo Lan holding a black pistol in his left hand on the bow deck? The next moment, the monster's left eye was hit by all 20 bullets. This time he failed to block the bullets, and his left eye was instantly blinded. The right eye on the other side was also hit by Luo Lan's 13mm armor-piercing explosive bullet, which exploded directly inside his eyeball, completely destroying the right eye of the Sea King. Losing both eyes, coupled with severe pain, it stopped sprinting directly and screamed there. Ian, continue. Yes, everyone, pay attention, aim at its abdomen, and shoot. Ian ordered again. And the sound of gunfire also rang out again. 5 minutes later, the sea surface was already dyed red with blood. And the wolf-shaped Sea King was also floating on the sea surface, completely dead. It didn't die easily, it suffered a lot. First, it was blinded, and then it was used as a target and tried all over its body. Only then did it finally kill it. Colonel, according to this test, the Sea King has no other weaknesses except for a few hard bone areas on the head and the eyes. If ordinary Marines want to hunt, it's still a bit unsafe to rely on rifles. Beside Luo Lan, Ian analyzed. It is impossible to let Luo Lan go out hunting every time in the future, so this test is largely to see whether ordinary Marines can complete this task alone after holding new weapons. Now it seems that it is still a bit difficult. The biggest reason is that it is impossible to kill quickly. You know, even if its eyes were blinded at the beginning, the Sea King still rammed the warship twice in the next 5 minutes, but each time it was kicked back by Tina. In other words, without the protection of the strong, ordinary Marines hunting Sea Kings alone, it is still very dangerous. Of course, Luo Lan has also tried many times during this period. Although except for the vital parts, other parts of the bullet cannot penetrate. But this refers to the Rhodes 1518 bullet. Because the 13mm armor-piercing explosive bullet in Luo Lan's black gun can penetrate its outer skin and cause certain damage. It seems we need to ask Silas to research a large-caliber firearm, A&D. Special bullets with greater power. Chapter 48 Amazing Effect. Although the Sea King was killed. But how to bring it back became a new problem. Although this thing will float on the sea after it dies, it cannot be towed by a medium-sized warship alone. Not to mention, this is the doldrums, and the warship can only rely on the auxiliary power wheels on both sides to move forward, which has less power than the sails. With a headache, Luo Lan had to bear the pain. He gave up most of the Sea King meat and asked the Marines to cut it on the spot and take the good parts back first. Then let the warship come again, if it is still there. If it is no longer there, well, that's all. At this moment, Luo Lan swore that after the shipyard was built, he would build a super large ship specifically for entering the doldrums to hunt Sea Kings. So, the entire deck of the warship suddenly became a large slaughtering site. And the huge pieces of Sea King meat that had been cut were continuously sent to the warehouse. In the end, the cargo hold was full and they began to pile up on the deck. So much so that when returning, the waterline of the entire warship dropped a lot. Even after the auxiliary power wheel was fully output, the warship could only drive at a speed of 1 knot. 3 hours later, they finally returned to Rhode Island. In a single room in the marine mess, a group of senior officials gathered here and sat around a large round table. Luolan, Tina doesn't understand. It's just a sea king. Do you have to do this? You specifically asked us to come and eat together. Yes. It's just a sea king. Although ordinary people have almost no chance to eat it, Tina. But I have eaten it many times, so I don't really care about this thing. Luolan laughed when he heard it, and didn't explain much. Soon, 4 huge basins and an even bigger soup bowl were brought up. Standard 4 dishes and 1 soup. Although there is no such custom in the pirate world, Luolan still set this as the standard. Even for ordinary marines, the standard for each meal is also 4 dishes and 1 soup. The only difference is that the portion is for 1 person and the bowl is smaller. Hey! Tina is shocked. Why does it smell so good? Whether it is the 4 dishes or the bowl of soup in the middle, all are made of sea king meat. Of course, Tina is not surprised by these, but he has eaten sea kings many times, and he also admits that their meat is better than ordinary meat. But it's not so fragrant. What's going on? He couldn't help but glanced at Luolan. This kid. Could it be that he was drugged? No, the meat of the sea king of the cow last time was also fragrant, but not so fragrant. It was Nami who spoke. Ian and Ace beside them also nodded frantically. Although they didn't drag the whole sea king back in Kokosia village, they did cut a large piece of meat, and everyone tasted it. I have to say that the taste is really good. But compared with the current one, it's garbage, okay. While the few people were shocked, the smart ones had already started eating. Look at Silas and Barton. Although these 2 guys are cyborgs, they are definitely foodies. They each grabbed a large piece of meat into the bowl and started to bite it. Hey, you two. When I was still sighing, you took action. How polite. Ace and Nami complained. But Silas and Ian didn't respond at all. Just kidding, if you have time to answer, you might as well eat a few more bites. The result is, the speed of the 2 eating meat is even faster. Seeing this, Ace and Nami stopped talking nonsense and joined the group. Luolan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Is it necessary? Just let the kitchen cook it after you finish eating. She stood up and forked a large piece of meat and put it in Tina's bowl. Sister Tina, try it. I promise it's different from the sea kings you've eaten before. Tina looked at the braised sea king meat in the bowl and smelled it. She couldn't help swallowing. She raised the knife, cut a small piece off, and then used the fork to elegantly put it into her mouth. This. She was stunned immediately. What kind of divine taste is this? The next moment, she threw the knife on the table and directly forked the whole piece of meat with a fork. Then, regardless of her image, she directly put herself. His mouth was stuffed like a bun. Good thing. Luolan was also stunned. He had known Tina for so many years, but this was the first time he saw her eat like this. By the way, is it really that delicious? So he cut off a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his movements became faster and faster. Until half an hour later, all 6 people lay on the chairs, gently stroking their violently bulging stomachs. Do you feel that your body is slightly warm after eating? Yes, it does feel like this. Don't be surprised, this is because the meat of sea kings contains a lot of energy, it will be fine after a while. Hearing the questions of several people. As an experienced person, Tina explained. But at the same time, he himself was full of question marks. That's right. When the physique is not strong and it is the first time to eat the meat of sea kings, basically there is such a situation. Therefore, it is not surprising that Nami and the others have such feelings. It is just me. Why do I feel this way today, and it is stronger than the first time I ate sea king meat? Luolan. Did you really drug me? No, I want to go out and vent. Suddenly, Ace yelled and rushed out of the room. This made Tina look at Loyolan more and more strange. Then, Nami and Ian also rushed out one after another. After that, it was Silas and Barton. Finally, only Tina and Loyolan were left. Loyolan, what did you put in the food? To be honest, Tina also felt full of energy and wanted to go out and vent, preferably to find someone to fight. Even now, her cheeks have turned red. Nothing was put in, but the energy contained in this Sea King is higher. Sister Tina, just go out and move around. It's not good for your health to keep holding it in. Tina was silent for a while. Then she stood up and glared at Loyolan fiercely. Then she walked out. Although she didn't run like the previous few people, her walking pace was obviously much faster than usual. Finally, Loyolan was the only one left in the room. Why don't I feel anything? Could it be? This Sea King meat with energy raised by 2 levels has no effect on me. It shouldn't be that bad. The next morning, after a loud bang, Loyolan's worries all night long disappeared without a trace. In one night, when all the Sea King meat disappeared, he actually increased his Tao power by 50 points. It's just so scary. As for why there is no reaction after eating, is it because after unlocking the gene lock, the quality of the body is better than that of the people in the pirate world? In addition, is it just the first time that such an effect occurs? Or has it always been there? It seems we need to test it a few more times. Chapter 49 Smoker arrives. Ian. Colonel. Arrange for someone to send some Sea King meat to Tana. Understood. After testing the Tao power value, Loyolan suddenly remembered something. Immediately gave an order to Ian. After all, Nami still has dozens of Marines who are training in Tana, and Loyolan can't suddenly call her back like yesterday. It's better to send a batch of them up. It also avoids letting Tana come back once a day, affecting everyone's training courses. And not long after Ian left, a red figure rushed straight towards Loyolan, leaving only a series of tall afterimages on the road. Loyolan, what did you feed Tina yesterday? Tina grabbed Loyolan's collar. Then she asked loudly. Many people stopped to watch. Sister Tina, what do you mean? Loyolan really didn't understand. What's wrong with me? Didn't I just eat some Sea King meat with higher energy? At most, I felt exhausted after eating it and needed to vent it. What else could it be? Don't play tricks on Tina. What did you add to yesterday's food? I didn't add anything. Impossible, just the Sea King meat, even if it's a kilometer level, there is absolutely no such an effect. Tina still feels a little shocked. Although she has not tested it specifically, her physique has definitely improved a lot. Just because she ate a meal of Sea King meat? Don't be kidding. Maybe, that Sea King is special. Really? I don't know if it's true or not, anyway. I definitely didn't add anything else to the food. Hearing this, Tina let go of Loyolan. She couldn't help but question herself. Could it be? Is that Sea King really special? Loyolan. What's the matter? From now on, Tina will eat Sea King meat for every meal. Sure. Loyolan agreed directly. This is nothing. Just what we brought back yesterday is enough for the entire branch to eat for 3 months. This is only about 1/3 of the amount of that Sea King. If we have a big ship in the future, we can bring back the whole head after each hunt. There is no shortage of food. We can even ask Silas to study whether the meat of Sea Kings can be made into pills and take 1 pill a day. Maybe it is really possible? Time flies, and 5 days have passed. Loyolan and Tina came to the old port of the branch. Yes, it is the dock that was hit by Tina's warship before. Therefore, the warship can no longer dock now, and can only be anchored 100 meters away from the coast, and then rely on small boats to send people up. At this moment, there is a warship parked there. Then, a small boat was lowered, and 2 Marines rowed over hard. Hey? Tina? Why are you still here? A series of question marks instantly stood up in Smoker's mind. After all, he had heard that Tina stayed at the 157th branch for a while because the warship was damaged. After repairing, she would go to the East China Sea Prosperity Zone. Now, time has passed, but why is she still here? Tina did not answer, but just walked over. Then, Private Smoker, don't you know how to salute when you see the colonel? Tina shouted with a serious face. Smoker was stunned. Luolan was trying hard to hold back her laughter behind him. Tina, stop it. Watch your words, Private Smoker, Tina is a colonel. Good fellow. Tina is addicted to pranks. Luolan thought about it and decided to add fuel to the fire, and also stepped forward. Standing beside Tina. Sister Tina, where did this third-class soldier who doesn't know the rules come from? Tina heard that he is from Rogue Town. What, the Marines in Rogue Town are so unruly that the third-class soldier doesn't even know how to salute when he sees the colonel. More than unruly, he dares to hold a cigar in front of Tina. Well, I think he needs to be retrained. Tina agrees. Listening to the conversation between the two. Especially Luolan, every time he mentioned the word third-class soldier, he bit it very hard. Smoker's head was full of black lines. You too. That's enough. Ha ha ha, Smoker, you guy, third-class soldier? I'm dying of laughter. Finally, Luolan stopped joking and burst into laughter. He couldn't hold it back any longer. Is Smoker, a private from the Department of Natural Sciences, okay? Colonel, the people have been sent, we will go back. On the side, the 2 Marines who had just rowed the boat came over, stood up, and saluted, and spoke. Luolan also saluted in return. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. After saluting again, the 2 Marines rowed the boat back. And Smoker also looked around. Until he saw the 2-story building that could be called a dangerous building. Luolan, are you sure this building can still be lived in? Let's go, I'll take you to the real 157th branch. What do you mean by real? Smoker was very confused. But before Luolan could answer, Tina spoke first. We've been friends for more than 10 years. Tina reminds you to be prepared and don't be scared. What a mess. I, Smoker, have seen everything in all these years. How can I be scared? Obviously, Smoker was very disdainful. Luolan and Tina did not explain anything. They led the way and walked into the forest. After more than 10 minutes, just when Smoker was getting impatient, suddenly, the scene in front of him became brighter. Then, Smoker's jaw dropped to the ground. What is this? It has been 2 hours since Smoker came to the 157th branch. He understood everything, but he was still shocked. At this moment, he was pulled to the parade ground by Luolan. Tina was watching from the side. Luolan, do you really want to compete with me? Smoker looked at Luolan with a very strange look. After all, everyone from this branch knows that Luolan is a waste of physical strength, and you can only get 5 points after training to the limit. Practicing with me? Are you really afraid that I can cripple him with just 1 punch? Of course, as the branch chief, if I don't know the strength of a new recruit like you, how can I arrange a position for you? Isn't it that you can test my strength? Smoker was speechless. Although Luolan's physique is poor, his spearmanship is unique in the headquarters. Even those who are much stronger than Luolan will be hit if they are not careful. But this does not apply to a natural system like me. Because, bullets. They are completely ineffective against me. Whatever, come on, as long as you are happy. Sighed slightly. Smoker finally said. At the same time, he also decided one thing. That is, be gentle and try not to hurt Loyal Lan. Chapter 50 Correcting Smoker's Shortcomings. On the training ground, Smoker acted a bit lazy. In fact, he had no interest in fighting with Loyal Lan at all. It was just bullying, okay? However, at this moment, Loyal Lan in front of him suddenly disappeared. Well, is this Shave? Smoker was stunned. Although he recognized that it was Shave, he did not enter the combat state, so he did not follow Loyal Lan's movement trajectory at all. And the most important thing was that he was still in a lazy and relaxed state, and could not enter the combat state instantly. Everything was too late. And the next moment, a hand just reached out from behind Smoker without any warning and rested on his shoulder. Smoker, who are you looking down on? After the voice fell, Loyal Lan moved his feet, and another 6-style Shave returned to the original position. He stood opposite Smoker again. Your body? Yes, it's been solved. When did it happen? About a month ago. A month ago? A month ago? Smoker was stunned. He recovered only a month ago, and then in a month, he trained from 5 Dao power to at least 300 Dao power. He can even use shaving skillfully. You know, even I don't seem to be as familiar with shaving as Loyal Lan. Of course, Smoker's lack of proficiency in the 6 styles is not because he can't practice well after so many years of practice, but because he doesn't pay attention to physical skills. This is also a common problem for most natural ability users. Even the 3 marshals of the Navy today, although their physical skills are not completely abandoned, they are definitely not top-notch. As for Smoker, his physical skills are even worse. But then again, Loyal Lan's physical skills are actually quite biased. Because he likes hot weapons and hates close combat, especially the kind of physical combat. So, even if he is learning the 6 styles, Loyal Lan does not learn all of them. He only learns the related moves of defense and evasion. Well, to put it simply, it is 4 of the 6 styles, namely shaving, moon step, iron block, and paper painting. As for the finger gun and storm kick, Loyal Lan simply dislikes them. In addition to the 6 styles, Loyal Lan also knows a physical skill. A physical skill that he created in the headquarters after spending a full 10 years. Gunfighting. Want to do it again? Come on. Smoker put away all his contempt and entered the battle state completely. Outside the training ground, Tina was watching. For Smoker who does not use natural abilities, Tina does not think he can beat Loyal Lan now. Even if he was completely serious, it was useless. But if he used the natural ability, without using real bullets, Tina couldn't figure out how Loyal Lan would win. After all, without the sea stone bullets, Loyal Lan had no way to deal with Smoker. At the same time, Tina complained in her heart. Smoker, this guy, after so much time. His physical skills are still so bad. It feels no different from a few years ago. I'm afraid. It's still more than 200 Dao force. And Loyal Lan, as far as Tina knows, has even reached the same level as her before. That is, Dao force is over 700. This kid, the progress is really terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be long before even I will be surpassed by him, right? Fortunately, I still have something that Loyal Lan hasn't learned, that is, domineering. Although it hasn't been long since I awakened, I'm not proficient in using it. But at least he would, right? Just as Tina was thinking this, Loyal Lan made a move. Although he usually didn't like a fist fight, this time he made an exception. After all, the purpose of this duel was to make Smoker realize his shortcomings. So, Loyal Lan rushed up with a shave, and then swung his fist at Smoker. Too naive, Loyal Lan. Even if you are stronger than me now, you still can't. Boom. Smoker elementalized. Then he was knocked out by a punch. Smoker was stunned. Tina outside the field was also stunned. What was I thinking just now? I can be domineering, but Luolan can't. So, can I still maintain the dignity of a sister for now? Damn it, when did this guy awaken the armament haki? Tina saw it clearly, just when he was about to hit Smoker, Luolan's right fist was instantly covered with a layer of black. If it wasn't armament haki, what else could it be? You know, more than a month ago, Luolan didn't even have armament haki, and his physique was not as good as that of an ordinary marine. And now? How could Tina not be shocked? Smoker didn't understand why Luolan's punch could hit him. This is unscientific. After sitting on the ground and shaking his head, Smoker looked up at Luolan. Then he was dumbfounded. Because Luolan's right arm in his field of vision was completely covered in black. Armament haki. Haki? How is this possible? Smoker, do you know what your problem is? If you only want to stay in the first half of the Grand Line, or in places like the Four Seas, then it's okay, after all. Even if you give any kid a natural system, he can dominate these places. But if you want to go to the New World, then, the battle just now is the common outcome you will suffer after encountering the pirates there. Even the 3 admirals of the headquarters today, although their physical skills are not top-notch, they are at least not bad. Even if it is Kizaru who is scolded by old man Zifa every day, do you think his physical skills are really bad? Don't talk nonsense, he is a guy who plays close to people all day long. Smoker's eyes widened. Am I being taught a lesson by Luolan? But at the same time, he had to admit that what Luolan said was not wrong. To be honest, I was not like this before. Although I was more inclined to the devil fruit when practicing, I also practiced physical skills. But later, when he was sent to the East China Sea, he found out he didn't need any physical skills at all. He could easily defeat all the pirates with the power of the devil fruit every time. It was also from that time that he had less and less time to practice physical skills, so that later, he completely gave up practicing physical skills. Luolan was right. He was completely restricted by the East China Sea. If he went to the New World like this, let alone the 4 Emperors pirate group, even those other pirates, anyone who can use armed color can easily defeat him. That's right, physical skills must be strengthened. Just like the 3 admirals, even if they can't be the top, they must not be bad. Okay, I know, next I will try my best to improve my physique to a higher level within a year. He clenched his fists. Smoker said in a deep voice. And Luolan? Actually, it really doesn't take a year. Chapter 51C Condition Control? In the training center of Branch 157. Smoker's jaw dropped to the ground again. The hall outside for Marines to train has double gravity, while the 8 single rooms inside can be freely adjusted within 20 times. As long as you practice here all year round, the growth rate of your physique will be absolutely terrifying. Smoker was simply dumbfounded. Immediately, he entered the single room assigned to him by Luolan and practiced his physique for the first time in a long time. And as time passed, when night fell, Smoker's jaw fell to the ground for the 3rd time. Tina, are you telling the truth? Smoker shuddered. What did he hear just now? Eating the meat in front of him, even if you don't practice, the first time you eat it can increase your Dao power by dozens. And in the later stage, although it is not as effective as the first time, you can also increase your Dao power by about 10 points every day by consuming this energy. If this is true, what is the point of practicing? After all, if you do nothing but eat, you can get 3650 Dao power points in a year. This is already the average Dao power value of the Lieutenant General of this department, okay? Don't think too much, this is a special Sea King, eating one less meal, so. Tina looked at Smoker and didn't waste time explaining in detail. Immediately joined the others and ate without image. As she said herself, eat one less meal. Similarly, eat one less piece, then lose one piece. At this time, who has the time to explain it to you slowly? Only Luo Lan, who was at the same table, could not help but smile bitterly. He silently muttered in his heart. Actually, I really won't skip a meal. Even hunting a 1000-meter class C king in the future will definitely be better than this. Besides, when I upgrade to B level, maybe I can build a B level restaurant or something, and then match it with the B level building characteristics. What if I get a food energy level of +3, or even +4 +5? Don't worry, not at all. Of course, Luo Lan would not tell these things, so others continued to eat like crazy, and even suffered a loss if they missed a piece. Time kept passing. Finally, a few days before Nami's half-month training ended, a full 1.6 billion Baileys were transported back. Although there were nearly 700 million Baileys that had not been processed and there was no time to get them back. But with these 1.6 billion, Luo Lan also felt relieved. To be honest, he was really nervous when he saw Nami now. I didn't know whether I made a profit or a loss by bringing this little girl here. After a series of operations, Luo Lan had 160,000 points in his hand again. Coincidentally, the construction team also received good news that the port had been completed. So Luo Lan took Ian, Tina, and Smoker to conduct the acceptance work together. After all, Tina and Smoker were more professional than himself in the construction and layout of the military port. Of course, the two were not clear about the project in the south of the island. Along the way, they kept asking one thing, that is, Luo Lan, you said that you hollowed out the mountains in the south and built a secret port? And is it the kind of port that covers more than 10 square kilometers and can berth dozens of large ships at the same time? It's not that we don't believe you, it's just that what you said is a little too unbelievable. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and didn't answer. At this time, it's useless to say more, it's better to lead the way and let them see it with their own eyes. However, when everyone came to the southern part of the island, Luo Lan himself was a little confused. Where is the port? I only saw a mountain range, okay? Even though I knew very well that the mountain range in front of me had been hollowed out, and the port was in it. But after looking for a long time, I couldn't find the entrance at all. Mistake. I shouldn't have told them that they didn't need to come to greet us specially, we could come here by ourselves. Now, it's a bit embarrassing. And at this moment, the ground began to tremble. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound was also heard from the front. The next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The mountain wall in front of them, which was originally normal, suddenly had a crack in the middle. Then, open to both sides. A huge entrance to the passage was revealed. Ahem, this is the entrance, follow me. Having saved his face, Luo Lan coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment, and then spoke seriously. The others followed blankly. A few minutes later, Smoker had completely forgotten how many times his jaw had hit the ground since he came to branch 157. Although it was inside the mountain, the entire space was still bright. There were more than a dozen large and small buildings on the shore, and on the sea, there were 5 spacious docks extending outward for a full 2 kilometers. The entire port covers an area of 15 square kilometers, which is almost 3% of the total area of Rhodes Island. It can be said to be quite large. Moreover, this is not just a military port, but a dual-use military and civilian port. Otherwise, there would not be 5 large warehouses on the shore. Tina, why do I feel that this port is better than the headquarters port in all aspects except size? Yes, Tina thinks so too. Soon, several people started to visit everywhere, and Luo Lan called the system. System, start extracting the architectural characteristics of the port. Ding, characteristics have been extracted. Architectural characteristic 1, self-repair of moored ships plus 1%. Architectural characteristic 2, accident rate of ship docking minus 30%. Luolan's eyes widened. It also has automatic repair, is it so awesome? But Luolan didn't know what this 1% meant. He quickly read the detailed introduction of the characteristics. In the end, he found that it was really awesome. According to the system's explanation, the self-repair characteristic was originally 0%, but with this characteristic, it is equivalent to 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%, because according to the system's calculation method, the degree of damage to a ship will be presented as a percentage. For example, a ship was damaged by artillery fire. After it was pulled back to the port, the system determined that its intact rate was 72%. Then when it docked for 1 day, the intact rate became 73%. After docking for 2 days, it became 74%. And so on, after more than 20 days, the ship was intact. Of course, for ordinary ships, Luolan thought that this kind of repair was too useless. It would be better to wait for the shipyard next door to repair it directly. Maybe it will be repaired in a day or 2. What really surprised Luolan was his Tana. Not to mention now, even in a year or 2, I am afraid that the pirate world will not be able to repair that ship. After all, that thing is too much beyond the current technology, even if you have a system. But with this feature of the port, can't you fix the bug? It doesn't matter whether your ship is beyond the current technology, anyway, it is a fixed 1% repair every day. I no longer have to worry about Tana being damaged and unable to be repaired. Simply great. As for the building characteristic 2, Luolan was considering whether to refresh it. You know, port accidents are extremely rare events, and a characteristic entry is used for this 30% reduction. And it is based on the original probability, a 30% reduction. For example, it was originally 1%, and it was reduced to 0.7%. Is this worth it? After a moment, Luolan made up his mind. Not worth it. System, refresh the second characteristic. Ding, building characteristic 2 has been refreshed. Building characteristic 2, local sea condition control within 3 nautical miles. %. Seeing this characteristic, Luolan directly burst into swear words. Chapter 52, the port is opened, and Smoker is shocked. Sea condition control. System, are you serious? Luolan quickly read the detailed description in the system. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Although there are limitations, this feature is really amazing. Starting from the port, it extends outward for 3 nautical miles. Within this range, Luolan can control the sea conditions. But it can only be controlled once a day, and each time can last for a maximum of 1 hour, and it is only limited to sea conditions. That is, tsunamis, whirlpools, etc., and do not include weather problems such as tornadoes and blizzards. But this is already amazing. If someone wants to attack Rhodes Island, let alone other directions, but in the direction of the port, Luolan can use this feature to instantly destroy all approaching ships. Or, when encountering extreme weather, this feature can also be used to artificially create a calm range of 3 nautical miles to ensure the safety of the port and ships docking. It's still very useful. System, start engraving characteristics. Ding, engraving in progress. Engraving completed. Next, Luolan spent another 77 million Baileys to refresh the remaining inappropriate building characteristics in the branch. All of them were refreshed. Shooting range, training efficiency plus 50%. Factory 1, production efficiency plus 30%. Factory 2, good rate is locked to 100%. Villa area, mental power slowly increases during sleep. Warehouse 1, Item status is permanent. Warehouse 2. More than a dozen D-level buildings. Luolan refreshed them all, nodding with satisfaction. And at this time, Tina and the other two also returned here after a simple tour. How do you feel? Luolan smiled and looked at Smoker. Among the three, Smoker is definitely the most experienced in port operations. After all, although the port of Rogue Town is not big, it is definitely not small in the East China Sea. As the director of Rogue Town, Smoker has been managing this port for many years. As for Tina, although she is in the headquarters, she has the largest port in the Navy. But she is the same as Luolan. She only uses the port and has never participated in management. So, she doesn't have much experience. If you want to ask, you have to ask Smoker. This guy is definitely the most professional among the few people here. Luolan, your port. I really don't know what to say. Smoker's expression is no longer as excited as before, but a little embarrassed. This makes Luolan confused. Could it be? Is there a big problem with the port? It shouldn't be, after all, it is a system product. What's the problem? The port is fine, but... Smoker paused and shook his head slightly before continuing to speak. But, to fully operate such a port, at least thousands of people are needed. Even if it is only the most basic functions, it will take about 200 people, and this. That doesn't even include the number of Marines used to surround the port. After listening to Smoker, Luolan also slapped his forehead. So that's what he was talking about? This is not a problem at all, okay? Smoker, don't worry about this. 1,000 port staff and 200 new recruits will arrive in Rhodes Island in the next few days, and this port will all be handed over to you in charge. How about it? Me? Smoker was dumbfounded. 1,200 people, and such an awesome port, all handed over to me to manage? In Rogue Town, I only managed more than 200 people, okay? Now that I have become a third-class soldier, I have more military power? Yes, leave it to you. Although there is only one submarine, Tana, and Sister Tina's medium-sized warship, our branch's shipyard has also started work. It won't be long, this place will be full of warships. Tana? Submarine? What is this? Smoker was stunned again. Luolan then remembered that he hadn't seen Tana in these days. Coincidentally, I have contacted 2 ships to return, and you will see them soon. Well, remember to hold your chin up, don't drop it again. The southern waters of Rhode Island. A medium-sized naval warship is approaching. On the bow deck, a major kept looking around with a telescope, looking confused. Are you sure the location Colonel Luolan sent us is here? Yes, I'm sure. The second lieutenant on the side responded loudly. But at the same time, he also showed a hint of doubt. After all, anyone can see at a glance that there is nothing on the southern coast of Rhode Island except for the continuous cliffs. Naval port. Don't be ridiculous, where is the naval port? At this time, the Marines on the side suddenly shouted. Major, there is a discovery on the port side. What's going on? This. I don't know how to say it, Major, you should come and see it yourself. Why are there so many weird things today? It's really a ghost. Putting down the telescope, the Major came to the port side of the warship with a curse. Immediately, the whole person was stunned for a moment, and the telescope in his hand fell to the ground. A huge black shadow slowly emerged from the sea 100 meters away from the port side of the warship. Its size is comparable to that of a sea king, at least more than 200 meters long, more than 3 times the length of his medium-sized warship. It makes people's scalp numb. And all this is not over yet. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound from the cliffs of the southern mountains of Rhode Island in front of the bow. The cliffs in front actually began to move to both sides. Finally, a huge entrance was revealed. At this time, everyone finally saw clearly that there was a different world inside, and there were even several docks and a large number of buildings. A&D. Major, I saw Colonel Tina, on the dock on the far left. What? Hearing this, the Major also quickly picked up the telescope from the ground and looked in the direction pointed by the lieutenant. Helmsman, hurry up, drive the warship in. No, Major. Why not? Look over there. The helmsman looked helpless and pointed to the side. The Major saw it and understood it instantly. The monster next to him was slowly heading towards the dock. If he started the boat now, he might hit it. And a wooden boat of more than 70 meters, hitting a monster made of metal. The Major didn't dare to think about it, the picture was too beautiful. Forget it, let them go in first, and we will go in later. Yes, Major. On the number 1 dock of the port. Loyal just asked you to hold your chin up. Tina looked at Smoker with disgust. His chin fell to the ground again. His eyes were wide open. What the hell is this? It's bigger than those super battleships in the headquarters, right? Smoker was dumbfounded again. In the headquarters, warships are roughly divided into 4 types according to size. They are small warships, medium warships, large warships, and super warships. Small warships are also called patrol ships, and almost every branch will be equipped with them. Medium-sized warships are the main battleships of the Navy, and the Navy on the Grand Line has the most equipment. Large warships are expensive, and the entire Navy has less than 100 of them. One is assigned to the Vice Admiral as a dedicated ship, and the other is the Navy's Demon Slayer fleet. As for the last super warship, this is even rarer. There are only 5 in the entire Navy. This kind of warship is not only large, but also very distinctive. Each of them is designed individually according to the owner, especially the bow, each with its own style. And the 5 owners are Navy Marshal Sengoku, Navy Hero Garp, Navy Admiral Akainu, Navy Admiral Aokiji, and Navy Admiral Kizaru. However, the Tana that Smoker saw at this moment was nearly 100 meters longer than the super battleship in his memory. It's simply outrageous. Chapter 53, The Unhuman System. As the branch entered a period of rapid development, Loyal also realized a serious problem, that is, the problem of personnel. In the case that the true nature of Branch 157 could not be exposed for the time being, Loyal was destined to be unable to recruit soldiers openly. Although he could recruit people through the system, but it was okay to use a whole group of apprentices for the time being, but if he wanted to find a higher level one, his points were really not enough. Because the talents of the D-level biochemicals recruited from the system, whether they were Marines, workers, or scientific researchers, were locked. Well, ordinary talents, basically working for a lifetime, in the end, they would only be the kind of lieutenants. That is, although they would grow, the growth rate was very slow. And it was impossible for a genius to appear. The most terrible thing was that it happened yesterday. The system suddenly informed that a bug had been fixed. From now on, except for the S-level cyborgs, the following 4 levels of cyborgs. All of them cannot rely on building characteristics to get upgrades. What does it mean? For example, the Sea Kings processed in the Marines' cafeteria cannot enjoy the effect of increasing their energy by 2 levels when they eat them, and they are still just ordinary Sea King meat. Another example, in the training center. They also cannot enjoy the gravity bonus and always remain under normal gravity. As long as it is related to building characteristics, they cannot enjoy it. Fortunately, Loyal was still thinking yesterday that he could recruit 100,000 apprentice Marines and then serve them with Sea King meat. After a year, it will be 100,000 Luchis directly. Good guy, this unhuman system directly shattered his beautiful dream. Loyal extremely suspected that the system must have monitored his thoughts, otherwise how could the timing be so coincidental? And this is also the reason why Loyolan wants to solve the problem of soldiers as soon as possible. Can't rely too much on the system summons. In the port dispatch building. In a small meeting room. Do you have any good suggestions for recruiting soldiers? Recruiting soldiers, are you still worried about recruiting soldiers? Smoker was shocked. With the conditions of the 157th branch, as long as you are willing to recruit soldiers, countless people in the world will break their heads to drill into you, okay? Is there still a need to worry about this? Obviously, Smoker forgot that everything here cannot be made public. Tina even looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Smoker still didn't realize the problem. Loyolan sighed deeply. Smoker, if the things here are made public, guess what will happen next? That must be, Finally reacting, Smoker was stunned in the middle of his words. It seems that you have thought of it. Yes, first of all, Branch 157 will be confiscated, and then I should be arrested and sent to the 6th floor of Impel Down. Well, I will be tortured every day until all my secrets are squeezed out and I am no longer useful. So, do you think I can use the facilities of Branch 157 to advertise and recruit soldiers publicly? Don't talk about this. Even if the secrets of Branch 157 are not made public, just running out to set up a recruitment point will also arouse suspicion, and finally send people to spy on the secrets here. You know, the nickname of Branch 157 is, the Navy Nursing Home. After listening to Loyolan's words, Smoker slapped his forehead. His expression was slightly embarrassed. It's not that he is stupid, but he is still in an excited state and has not fully recovered. Only then did he raise his opinion without thinking. Loyolan, do you have any requirements for conscription? For example, physical foundation or something? No, no requirements. Hearing Tina's question, Loyolan shook his head. As long as he is not a cyborg, even if he is a waste. Come here, I can still serve him to become a lieutenant general in 1 year. Don't doubt it, just serving him with Sea King meat every day can increase his Dao power by 3,650 in 1 year. This does not count the improvement of training. It is not an exaggeration to turn into Lucci in 1 year. Although the fighting skills may not be as strong as Lucci, what about 10 people, 100 people, or even tens of thousands of people? By then, before the original story begins, I will directly overthrow the world government. Don't even give Luffy a chance to go to sea. Ding! New bug found, the system is repairing. Ding! Bug repaired, energy level items weakened to a certain extent, please check the specific situation by yourself. Loyolan was confused. Yesterday, I imagined recruiting 100,000 D-level Marines, and then relying on the meat of Sea Kings, raising 100,000 Rob Lucci in a year. As a result, the system suddenly popped up and said that it would fix the bug. I endured it. As a result, today, I just thought about it, biochemical people don't work, then I will recruit ordinary people, and then use the same method, and there will still be 100,000 Rob Lucci in a year. But this system is not human. It popped up again and said that this is a bug. System, you are a bit too much, right? Compensation, you must compensate, or unbind. Loyolan yelled fiercely in his heart. This time, the system was silent. Ding, sorry for giving the host a bad experience. As compensation, the system will provide an exclusive S-level gift package. Bah, who wants you? Wait, what level of gift package did you say, S-level? Ding, yes, the gift package has been distributed to the personal space. Ahem, bugs will affect the experience, system, you did a good job. Coughed twice. Loyolan directly staged a really fragrant drama. As for the weakened part, Loyolan has also seen it. In short, it is. The effect of the first use remains unchanged, but the effect of the later use will continue to decay. It may be able to increase by 10 points at the beginning, but after a period of time it will become 9 points, and after a period of time it will become 8 points. Until the end. It becomes 0, can no longer be upgraded. As for changing a Sea King, can it be reinitialized? The answer is, it depends on the situation. For example, the energy level of the Sea King hunted this time is 5, so after being processed by the Navy Canteen, it is 7. If you hunt another Sea King, and the energy level of its flesh is 5, eating it will also have no effect. Because your body is completely immune to energy of level 7 or below. Unless you hunt a Sea King with an energy level of 6 in its flesh. This may mean that you need to hunt a more powerful Sea King. It may be 500 meters or 1000 meters. The specific you will know after trying it. As for the S-Class gift package system, open the compensation gift package immediately. Ding! The gift package has been opened, and the host has obtained the following items. Super Naval Academy, S-Class, *1. Island Class Thruster, S-Class, *1. C-Class Instructor *20. B-Class Instructor *1. His. Chapter 54 King's Landing Plan. 2 S-Class buildings appeared at once. No, it's an S-Class building and an S-Class device. This is a bit outrageous. Luolan hurriedly checked it out. Super Naval Academy. Level, S. Site selection requirements, leveled ground. Construction requirements, 1S level construction team, compensation gift package items, with 1 corresponding construction team. Working hours. 20 days. Material, standard building materials, compensation gift package items, with 1 standard building materials. Blueprint price, points, compensation gift package items, with 1 points. Special effect holes, 5. Island level thruster. Level, S. Site selection requirements, islands with an area of less than 1000 square kilometers. Construction requirements, 2S level construction teams, compensation gift package items, with 1 corresponding construction team. Working hours, 60 days. Material, standard building materials, compensation gift package items, with 1 standard building materials. Blueprint price, points, compensation gift package items, with 1 points. Special effect holes, 5. The reason why the Super Naval Academy is S-Class is not because of how awesome its architecture is. On the contrary, this set of buildings is very ordinary, without any outstanding features, and the real reason why it is S-Class is actually it comes with complete teaching materials inside. And it is a complete teaching material for hundreds of subjects. For example, there are subjects that specialize in teaching intelligence, subjects that specialize in teaching musket shooting, subjects that specialize in teaching navigation, and so on. In short, all the subjects you can think of can be found here. And there are also the most complete teaching materials in the world, and even books corresponding to various subjects. In its internal library, there are as many as hundreds of thousands of volumes. As long as there are corresponding instructors. No matter what you want to learn, this will be a holy place. Even Luolan himself is considering whether to go to the command department inside to study after it is built. As for the other S-Class building, no, it is more of a device than a building. Because this island-class thruster is a huge propulsion device installed at the bottom of the island. Don't get me wrong, it's not something too high-tech, it's just big enough and there are enough of them. 98 propellers in total. Each set has a diameter of more than 100 meters. No wonder it costs more than 200,000 standard building materials. Fortunately, it was given in the compensation package, and the system covered all the points and building materials required for construction. Otherwise, Luolan couldn't afford it now. And when it was built, Branch 157 became a movable island. This is so helpful. Luolan's mouth slightly raised, feeling so happy. And at this time, Luolan, did you hear what I said? Luolan just remembered that he was in a meeting. As a result, he was so excited just now that he completely forgot about it and only checked the 2S level things. Tina glared at Luolan fiercely. So what I said just now was in vain. Sorry, Sister Tina, I just remembered something and lost my focus. Humph, Tina just said that we can take advantage of Tana's strengths and attack proactively while pirates, and bring back those who are harmed by pirates and are willing to join us. Okay, this is also a way, but we have to give it a name, and we can't wear navy uniforms when we go out. Luolan thought about it and thought that this was also a way. But there is one thing, it is impossible for me to bring everyone back, otherwise what is the difference between it and conscripting men? Therefore, the disguise work must be done well. There can't be any exposed places. Tina suggested that when we go out for activities, the name of the organization should be the Binding Organization. No, this is too ugly, let's call it the Smoke Legion. Listening to Tina and Smoker's suggestions, Luolan was very upset. This? What kind of name is this? Also, do you have to use your own characteristics as the name of the organization? King's Landing. Well, the name of the organization is King's Landing, that's it. After thinking for a while, Luolan didn't care that the two kept shouting out one weird name after another. He decided directly. Immediately, two resentful eyes shot over at the same time. Luolan smiled bitterly and pretended not to see it. Okay, after the name is decided, the next thing is the uniform. I will have someone design it later and produce a batch as soon as possible. Sister Tina, you are responsible for selecting 150 people from the current Marines to join the King's plan with Nami and the members of the Tana group. 3 days later. Officially set off. Luolan began to arrange the work. But Smoker was unhappy. Luolan, why don't you let me go? Smoker, your characteristics are too obvious. Even if you can resist not using natural moves, you can't solve the problem of passive elementalization of natural moves when attacked. Luolan shook his head. That's right, if this guy goes, he will be recognized too easily. Besides, you just took over this port. It will take at least 10 days or half a month to arrange everything. Luolan added. Smoker had no way to refute, so he sighed and stopped talking. Tina nodded, indicating that she understood. There are currently 78 Marines training with Nami. Add the 150 people that Luolan asked Tina to select, that's 228 people. Therefore, the initial personnel of the King's Landing project, including Luolan and Tina, is 230 people. 3 sets of replacement clothes for each person, that is, a total of 690 sets of King's Landing uniforms. All of them were rushed out on the second day. Ordinary Marines wear black uniforms, which are basically just modified from the original Navy uniforms. At the same time, each person is also equipped with a set of masks, which are somewhat similar to the dark masks in the village in the comics next door. This can also be regarded as Luolan's bad taste. However, Luolan's own uniform and Tina's uniform are somewhat different. She still wore whatever she wanted inside, but wore a black coat outside with the 2 characters King's Landing printed on the back. What's more interesting is that before putting on the black King's Landing coat, Tina actually changed into a white suit like Luolan, which shocked Luolan and Smoker. You know, for more than 10 years, Tina has always been wearing a burgundy suit and has never changed. But now. And Tina's explanation was very direct, and it was even impossible to refute it. She wore a burgundy suit before because it matched the white coat. She wears a white suit now. That's because the King's Landing coat is black, and it's awkward to wear burgundy inside. So, she changed to white. Okay. This reason is irrefutable. Just like that. Time quickly came to 3 days later. All 230 people in the King's Landing plan have boarded Tana at this moment. In the bridge, Tina sat in the captain's seat, and next to her was Nami. As for Luo Lan, he sat behind Tina, in the position of the ship's advisor. Immediately, Tina waved her right hand. Let's go. Chapter 55 Alrita Pirates. East China Sea Prosperity Circle. At this moment, a cruise ship was desperately trying to escape, and behind it was a fully armed pirate ship. Shells kept falling. But on the cruise ship, there were only a batch of muskets. The crew fought back hard, after all. The ones chasing them were the notorious Alrita pirates, which had risen rapidly in the East China Sea in the past 2 years. It was rumored that every time Alrita plundered, no one was left alive. And, she especially liked to use her iconic the mace directly smashed the person into a meat pie. It was so miserable. It was a pity that the muskets in this world were not only weak in power, but also short in range. The effective killing distance was usually only a few dozen meters. Therefore, their counterattack could not pose any threat to the pirates at all. On the contrary, their ship had been hit by 3 shells, one of which hit the main mast. At this moment, the mast was obviously cracked, and it would not be surprising if it broke completely at any time. Damn it, what did the 153rd branch of the Navy say? They said, they were already arranging it, let us wait patiently for rescue. Bullshit, they are arranging it, it's been almost an hour. The captain cursed. When they met the Alrita pirates, they were less than 20 nautical miles away from the 153rd branch. As a result, they had been fleeing for more than an hour, always in the direction of the 153rd branch. Even now, it is less than 10 nautical miles away. But the result? These Navy told me that they were still preparing to sail. Are they kidding? Call the Navy headquarters directly and accuse the 153rd branch of inaction. Yes, the ship. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a shell fell and landed right on the stern deck. The captain, the first mate, and several crew members who were shooting with muskets were all affected. They fell to the ground and wailed. The most terrible thing is, first mate, the captain saw that the den mushi in the first mate's hand just fell in front of him. But the den mushi had no reaction. I don't know if it was stunned or dead. After all, the den mushi is still a living thing in essence. This is really the end. You know, in the pirate world, den mushi is not a cheap thing. It is not a popular thing at all. The one in front of you is useless, and there is no spare one on the ship. So, at this time, they have lost the means of contacting the outside world. Finally, after 20 minutes, the cruise ship was taken by Alrita, and everyone was pulled out and knelt on the deck one by one. Then, boxes of property were moved to the pirate ship. For Alrita, today is definitely a big harvest. Because this cruise ship is almost full of rich people. Although it has not been carefully counted, more than 100 million Baileys will definitely not escape. In Tana's bridge. On the main screen, the image in the periscope is displayed. It is the picture of the Alrita pirates looting the cruise ship. What's going on with the 153rd branch? They actually let pirates rob at their doorstep. Luo Lan was puzzled. In the original work, although Monka was not a good person, he was not a coward either. How could he not dare to come out and repel the pirates after something like this happened? You know. That guy was very brave, even brave enough to directly defeat Garp. Wait. Speaking of which, according to the timeline, Monka should have just been hypnotized, and it hasn't even been a year. Although he was specially promoted from a marine to a colonel for his contribution in capturing Crow. But the rank is just a rank, not strength. Originally Monka was just an ordinary marine, and it is normal that he can't reach the level of 2 years later. Just as Luolan was thinking about these things, Tina was also ready to take action. The first and second squadrons are ready and can fight at any time. Tana, surface, let the first squadron prepare the rubber boat, and the second squadron prepare fire support. Yes, Colonel. The next moment, a large amount of seawater was discharged. The huge figure began to rise slowly until it appeared on the sea surface. Immediately, Marines continued to rush out of it. Some prepared the rubber boat, and the other part was deployed on Tana's back, aiming their guns one by one. In just less than a minute, 50 Marines had already paddled the rubber boat hard and rushed towards the pirate ship 100 meters away. All this, Alrita did not notice anything. And when a pirate finally discovered that there was an extra ship behind his pirate ship, it was too late. The Marines of the second team on Tana suppressed the firepower and directly shot the pirates to death. The remaining ones were suppressed and could not raise their heads. One team took advantage of at this time. He went directly along the side of the ship and boarded the pirate ship. This time, it was really like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. These Marines, each of them has hundreds of Dao power points. After all, these are not biochemical Marines, and they have eaten sea king meat for almost 10 days. Although the effect is declining every day, now it has exceeded 100 Dao power points. How can these pirates compare? Before Alrita returned to her ship, the more than 20 people who stayed behind were all killed. I was stunned. Are these pirates under my command so weak? And who are these guys? They are all wearing black uniforms and animal masks. I have never heard of such a force in the East China Sea. But no matter who it is, if they dare to attack me, they must not be let go. Little guys, kill them. The huge mace pointed forward, and the more than 30 pirates who had followed Alrita to the cruise ship suddenly screamed and rushed back. One by one, they jumped over from the side of the ship. However, as a burst of gunfire rang out, the pirates who jumped into the air suddenly paused one by one, and then fell into the sea. Finally, a pirate holding a knife completed the jump and landed on the side of his own pirate ship. He shouted loudly, "Kill!" However, the next moment he found something wrong. Because the air was too quiet. Looking back, my goodness! Didn't 30 people rush together just now? Why am I the first one now? Like a robot, he turned his head back and saw dozens of guys in black uniforms pointing their guns at him. I surrender. The pirate was very decisive. He threw the knife in his hand directly, then knelt on the ground and raised his hands. However, the next moment, a bullet had penetrated his forehead. If you want to ask why, it is. His knife was already stained with blood, fresh blood. Therefore, he had no right to live. This is also the rule set by Luolan. Any pirate who has harmed civilians and Marines will be killed on the spot. Not even qualified to go to jail. So, Alrita was the only one left in the entire pirate group. Oh, yes, she was not alone. There was another pink-haired girl in the lower cabin of the pirate ship. Trembling. Chapter 56 Kobe, do you want to be a Marine? Behind a box in the cargo hold. A pink-haired girl was trembling. Who are those? So many pirates, they couldn't even resist, they were all killed. After they deal with the above, they will definitely come down to search, they won't kill me too, will they? If I tell them that I'm not a pirate, I just took the wrong ship a month ago, came here inexplicably, and was finally used as a coolie. Will they believe it? I'm afraid not. After all, I just went to the opposite ship to help move boxes, many people saw it. Kobe was worried. I just hope that when the other party comes down to search, they won't be too careful, so that I can hide. At the same time, whether it's the hostages on the cruise ship, or the Marines on the pirate ship in Tana, all were stunned. Just now, they all aimed at the pirates who were boarding and shot them all. There was a loud thump from the cruise ship. Why do I say loud noise? Because that sound. It was like a huge rock hitting the water. I have to say that Alrida's weight is really amazing. At the same time, Alrida disappeared. The Marines who reacted immediately rushed from the pirate ship to the side of the cruise ship on the other side, raised their guns and fired at the bottom. Cease fire! Everyone, cease fire! A voice came from the air. It was Luolan who came with the moon step. After all the Marines stopped firing, Luolan also smiled bitterly. It seems that I have to popularize common sense to them in the future. For example, the killing distance of ordinary bullets in water is only 1 meter at most. Therefore, if you keep shooting at the bottom like this, even if you shoot in the right direction, you can't hurt anyone. Unless Alrida does not dive at all. Instead, it was close to the sea surface. After using the observation haki that had just awakened, Luolan was also a little surprised. It had actually run 30 meters away and dived about 10 meters. You are responsible for the aftermath. In addition, there is a pink-haired guy in the lower cargo hold of the pirate ship. Find him and wait for me to come back and deal with him. Yes. After giving the order, Luolan stepped on the moon step and went in the direction of Alrida. After about 3 minutes, in the perception of Luolan's observation haki, Alrida began to float up. Finally, her head emerged from the sea and she breathed frantically. After all, she was a human being and could not breathe underwater like a fishman. It was good enough to be able to hold on for so long. Damn it, I will avenge this sooner or later. Bang! Before he finished speaking, a bullet pierced his forehead directly. Slowly, it sank. Now, not 2 years later, Alrida has just experienced the first bounty. The amount is 1 million. Originally, Luolan had thought that 1 million is also money. But seeing Alrida in reality, good fellow. For 1 million, I have to go down to fish her out, and my eyes will be polluted all the way. Forget it. We don't need this 1 million. Luolan turned around and left. Half an hour later, all the valuables on the pirate ship have been emptied. Even the things they just robbed from the cruise ship are the same. Give it back to them? Don't joke, those who can get on this kind of cruise ship are all extremely wealthy people. Just consider it as a reward for saving you. At the same time, the aftermath of the cruise ship has been done. All the injured have also received corresponding treatment. Then, Luolan led his men away. A few minutes later, Tana dived in front of everyone and finally disappeared. In Luolan's room, a pink-haired man was brought over by a marine. Don't kill me, I'm really not a pirate. How do you know that if you're not a pirate, I won't kill you? Luolan asked with a smile. Because, just now, apart from the pirates, you not only didn't kill anyone else, but you even treated the injured. Not stupid, what's your name? Kebi. Kobe replied. Although not as scared as before. But the body and legs are still trembling slightly. After all. Although the other party didn't kill anyone other than the pirates. But I was seen by many people moving boxes with the pirates. Maybe. Kebi, do you want to be a navy? Hey! I was stunned instantly. What did I just hear? The other party asked him if he wanted to be a marine? What was going on? Answer me. Do you want to be a marine? Yes, I dream of becoming a marine. Very good, take him down, and you will be responsible for taking care of him before we go back. Luolan looked at the marines at the door and ordered. Yes, Colonel. Kobe was taken out with a confused look on his face. The same question kept flashing through his mind. Colonel. So they are Marines, but why are they wearing black clothes? Speaking of which, Luolan had a struggle in his heart whether to accept Kobe. After all, this guy's performance in the original work, especially during the war at the top, was very disgusting. As a Marine, he shouted to shake the morale of the army when the battle was the most intense, so that the navy missed the best opportunity. But thinking carefully, the reason why such a situation occurred was ultimately because of Luffy. It was the encounter with Luffy that caused Kobe's position to become problematic. But if Kobe had accepted Luffy before he met him, after his own training, he might not be unable to become an excellent marine with a firm position. It must be said that King Luffy is really the biggest cancer in the pirate world. Therefore, Loyal decided early on that he could accept Ace, but would never accept Luffy. He too poisonous. In the bridge, Tina looked unhappy. Originally, she was going to go out to command on the front line. But the result? As soon as she stood up, she was pushed back by Loyal. So, later equals only then would it be Loyal who appeared on the cruise ship instead of her. If it is always like this in the future, wouldn't it be boring to be the captain? After all, I can only stay here and sit in the command chair and watch. Okay, Sister Tina, actually what Loyal said makes sense. He has a point. Tina is super upset. Look, you are Tina at the beginning, then won't it be exposed in a minute? Tina is not. After being said by Nami, Tina immediately wanted to refute. However, she was stunned before she said half of the words. Because of the word Tina, she unconsciously shouted it out again. Tina doesn't believe it. Impossible, Tina can definitely change. Why Tina? 3 sentences in a row. Before each sentence, Tina wanted to use the word I. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she immediately said the word Tina. On the side, Nami covered her mouth with her hands. From her strange expression, it can be seen that she was having a hard time holding back. Tina immediately glared at her fiercely. Humph, sooner or later, Tina. You will definitely change. Chapter 57 Axe King Monka. It is said that Tina kept trying for several hours that day, but in the end, she just couldn't say the word I. Tina was sitting on the captain's chair on the bridge, sulking. Sister Tina, what's wrong? It still doesn't work. Loyal, get out of here, Tina. Giving Loyal a vicious glare, Tina cursed in her heart, this kid is really too bad. He would mention this matter every once in a while. It was definitely intentional. In fact, Loyal really did it on purpose. After all, there aren't many things that can tease Tina. It's hard to catch a handle, how can it be so easy to get away? However, Loyal, who wanted to say a few words, was interrupted by the helmsman. Captain, we have arrived at the target location. Surface to the periscope depth. Understood. The next moment, as the drainage of the ship began, Tana gradually surfaced. Loyal, what are you going to do in branch 153? To confirm something. About why they didn't send out warships. Well, there are things in this regard, but there are other things. After confirming the safety of the surrounding area, release an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Loyal nodded. Then said. Tina didn't ask any more questions and made arrangements directly. Anyway, in her impression, Loyal has always been so mysterious. Wanting him to explain it to you in detail. It's simply unrealistic. We have reached the periscope depth, and we are starting to receive images and transmit them to the main screen. At this moment, the helmsman's voice sounded again. The huge main screen in front of the bridge also lit up, and the image on the sea surface appeared. After confirming that there were no ships around. Surface, release the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and dive again to the periscope depth. Yes, Captain. After hearing Tina's order, the bridge crew immediately got busy. After a while, Tana's back, which emerged from the water, slowly unfolded. 2 catapults appeared, and on one of the catapults, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was ready. The next moment, it was ejected. After doing all this, Tana closed the upper shell. started to dive again. The reason why it took several hours to arrive even though the distance was only 10 nautical miles. That's because you can't see anything at night. Now it is early morning, the time is just right. At this moment, a picture has appeared on the main screen in the bridge. And this picture made many people cover their mouths. There were 3 wooden stakes erected on the parade ground, and 3 people were tied to the stakes. Judging from their clothes, the 3 were all Marines. At the same time, a colonel wearing a sleeveless justice coat was whipping the 3 with a whip. On the side, dozens of Marines all lowered their heads. Adjust the radio. Yes, Colonel. On the ship. All Marines called Tina the captain, and Luolan still called her the colonel. After hearing Luolan's order, the Marines who were controlling the drone, the soldiers immediately responded. He immediately lowered the height of the drone and adjusted the radio. Finally, about a minute later, the sound from the scene was transmitted. Everyone listen to me, if they disobey my orders, the 3 of them will end up like this. Yes, I am the greatest. My orders are justice. With the axe in his right hand raised high, Axe King Monka shouted. Since becoming the branch chief of Branch 153, these people have been dissatisfied with him and even disobeyed his orders. Monka endured for more than half a year, worked hard to practice, and constantly strengthened his strength. Now, the entire branch is no match for him. Last night, he finally broke out. Taking advantage of the sudden incident last night, he deliberately ordered everyone not to attack as a test. And it was these 3 guys who took the lead in disobeying orders, leading dozens of Marines to seize warships and prepare to attack. As a result, of course, they did not succeed and were directly captured by Monka. That's why we have this scene. Now Monka is preparing to use these 3 people to establish his authority, so that he can completely control the 153rd branch with fear. From now on, in this 153rd branch, he is the king. Asshole Monka, you let the pirates plunder outside the branch last night, but you ordered not to attack. What kind of greatness is this? What kind of justice is this? What kind of navy is this? That's right, you have lost your justice, and you are no longer the Monka we knew a year ago. Colleagues, you are Marines representing justice, and you must never bow to this guy. The 3 people tied to the stakes cursed. But unfortunately, the dozens of Marines around them still bowed their heads. Even many of them were trembling. Monka sneered and swung the whip again. Then, screams continued to echo in the bridge of Tana. Luolan, Tina can't help it. Standing up in a flash, Tina's face was full of anger. And Luolan grabbed his arm. Wait! Luolan, you bastard, are you going to watch those 3 Marines being beaten to death? No, I mean, you change your clothes and go as the captain of the Navy headquarters, Tina. What do you mean? Tina was stunned. It's actually easier to handle this matter as a colonel of the headquarters. Just report the situation to the headquarters afterwards. Luolan knew it very well. Now the 157th branch is not strong enough. Killing some pirate groups as the king's organization will not attract much attention from the navy and the world government. After all, it does not have the strength to kill the 4 emperors, and it does not pose a threat to the world government. But if a naval branch is attacked in broad daylight, the blame that was finally put on the Revolutionary Army will fall. On the contrary, although Tina was temporarily transferred to the 157th branch, her warships and her Marines were still there. I went out for a walk in the East China Sea and happened to find the situation of the 153rd branch. This is not. It is completely reasonable. No one would associate it with the 157th branch and Luolan. By the way, bring those 3 Marines back to me. I understand. Tina nodded. Then she went back to her cabin to change clothes. Red women's suit, burgundy gloves, and a white coat of justice. After Tana resurfaced, Tina, who had changed her clothes, stepped on the moon step and headed towards the 153th branch. And Monka, who knew nothing about this, still whipped the 3 people one after another. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the result of disobeying my orders. I represent greatness. After whipping a few more times, Monka looked around. He found that all the Marines were still lowering their heads and trembling. He immediately laughed wildly. However, greatness? Tina doesn't think so. Suddenly, a voice came from the air. Monka looked up suddenly. Then his eyes shrank slightly. I saw a tall red figure, who kept stepping on the air and stayed in the air. The justice coat behind him was blown by the wind. Who is it? Chapter 58. What happened a year ago? Wearing a navy justice coat. This outfit looks like at least a colonel. After all, in the navy, even a lieutenant colonel is only wearing an ordinary navy uniform, and only a colonel is qualified to wear the coat of justice. However, Monka was not panicked. After all, he was also a colonel. As long as they were not colonels from the headquarters, he did not need to be afraid of people of the same level as him in the East China Sea. No matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in the affairs of the 153rd branch. Once things are settled here, I will file a complaint against you through the internal system. These words. It really made Tina laugh. You know, although she has been transferred to the 157th branch, the order does not say that she has been transferred, but that she has been temporarily loaned to the 157th branch for 1 year. And her file actually still belongs to the headquarters. When the Navy of the Four Seas meets the Navy of the headquarters, it is never a joke to be demoted by 2 levels. It is even more than 2 levels. Haven't you seen the Iron Fist Hobadai who has the same nickname as Garp in the original work? He is just a captain of the headquarters, but how arrogant is he in the East China Sea? This is the capital from the headquarters of the Navy. Not to mention Tina, the elite colonel of the headquarters. You ask who Tina is? Tina is a colonel of the headquarters of the Navy. Everyone, arrest Monka immediately and detain him. Tina will personally report what happened here to the marshal. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Especially the 3 people tied to the stakes, who showed a hint of excitement. But, humph, all Marines of the 153rd branch listen to my order, and immediately kill this female pirate who pretended to be a navy on the spot. Those who disobey orders are traitors of the Navy and will be executed afterwards. Even if you are really a colonel from the headquarters, what does it matter? I, Monka, have never received such a notice. Who knows if you are a pirate pretending to be a pirate? When you come to the 153rd branch, you are the leader, so you have to coil up for me. With a fierce look in his eyes, Monka gave the order. He even threatened all the Marines present. It must be said that this threat is really effective. Many Marines who wanted to take action just now hesitated at this moment. Whether that woman is a colonel from the headquarters, and whether she can beat Monka, these are all unknown. And Monka's terror and the threat just now are indeed real. So, there were about 7 or 8 people at the scene, who came to the wooden stake and pointed their guns at Monka. At the same time, there were about 20 people who went behind Monka and also raised their guns. The 2 sides immediately confronted each other. Of course, there were still dozens of people who did not take any action, and they were still hesitating. But no matter what, Monka's side was definitely the advantage on the scene. After all, the number of people was twice that of the other side. Humph, move. Jia you can. Just as Monka was about to order an attack, Tina, who was still relying on the moon step to stay in the air, had landed on the training ground without knowing when. She opened her hands and shouted. The iron rods like fences continued to extend until Monka and the nearly 20 Marines formed a circle. Then, it began to tighten, binding everyone tightly inside. What the hell is this? I can't move at all. Don't step on it, my toes are about to be broken. Damn it, who is pushing my ass? For a while, the group of Marines who were bound made a commotion. Monka tried his best to break free, but he couldn't do it until his face turned red. Damn it, if my right arm wasn't bound and I couldn't use the axe, this mere iron rod. Monka expressed his dissatisfaction. But Tina ignored him. Put handcuffs on them and lock them all up. Yes. No one hesitated at this moment. Whether it was the 7 or 8 people on the wooden stake or the dozens of people who were still hesitating, they all stood up and saluted, and shouted loudly. Immediately, they rushed forward and took advantage of the fact that Monka and others were tied up, handcuffed and legged them, and served them all at once. Tina didn't care much, but came to the wooden stake. At this moment, the 3 people had just been untied and were lying on the ground weakly. But when they saw Tina coming over, they all stood up and saluted. You 3 are very lucky. After saying this, Tina jumped directly, and then stepped on the moon step to go out of the branch. Only the 3 people with confused faces were left, messy in the wind. I am very lucky? What does it mean? I totally don't understand. Tana Bridge. Tina came in dressed in a navy uniform. The matter is settled, what should we do next? After all, it is a 4C branch. To be honest, Tina does not have the power to arrest Monka directly. Luolan was speechless. Didn't you just get mad and insisted on going? Why did you become cowardly after the matter was settled? Although we can't convict Monka for what happened last night, there is a way. Luolan thought for a while and then said. After all, we can't tell the headquarters directly, because we found that the cruise ship was attacked by pirates, and we went to see it because we knew that 153 did nothing. Otherwise, we will definitely be suspected. After all, so many people saw that the person who took action was the Junlin organization. What way? Tina smiled. She knew that Luolan must have a way. Sister Tina, this Monka was just an ordinary marine a year ago, but do you know how he jumped nearly 10 levels in a short period of time and became the Colonel Branch Chief of the 153rd Branch? Tina is shocked. Jumped nearly 10 levels in a year, from a private to a colonel? How could such a thing happen? Even though this is the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest sea. Luolan smiled and immediately told her everything about Monka's capture of CLO. After listening, Tina was also shocked. But it always felt a little strange, the people on the entire warship. Whether it was the branch chief at the time, or the other colonels and lieutenants, they were all dead. But the last week ordinary marine captured Chloro. This sounds a bit strange. Luolan, is there something wrong here? Of course there is a problem. Chloro is very smart. In terms of intelligence, he is not inferior to Anti. Moreover, his self-created body movement is as fast as the Navy's 6-style shaving. Can an ordinary marine take him down? Hiss. Tina didn't know much about Donghai and Chloro. But after Luolan's words, Tina also realized it. Chloro is definitely not a simple character. How could such a person be taken down by Monka? There is definitely something wrong inside. Back then, CLO was tired of the pirate life and wanted to live a peaceful and respectable life. But obviously, for a wanted pirate, this was destined to be just a dream, until one day, a warship of the 153rd Branch found CLO and chased him. Luolan briefly talked about it. What happened a year ago? How CLO killed all the Navy and why did he leave Monka alone? Finally, how did he hypnotize a pirate and Monka separately to create a perfect escape plan? Tina was stunned by what she heard. She even suspected that you made all this up? It's really too outrageous, isn't it? And Luolan continued to talk. After doing everything, he went to Ziluabia village, lurked in a rich family, gained their trust little by little, and finally, he became the housekeeper of that family, and planned how to make all the people in that family die accidentally step by step, and finally inherit all their property. Chapter 5900 Strategies of CLO. Luo Lan, how do you know these things? After hearing about the things that happened a year ago, Tina's face was full of strange expressions. Really? Even if these things are true? But how did Luo Lan know? The Intelligence Department investigated it not long ago. Intelligence Department? Yes, just talking about the East China Sea, the Intelligence Department of our 157th branch is very powerful, okay? Luo Lan boasted seriously. It's a good thing that Ian didn't come with him this time, otherwise he would definitely complain crazily. No. Our intelligence department is really not that powerful. I don't even know about CLO's incident. Colonel, I've been taking the blame for you every day, right? Tina still doesn't understand a little bit. Since Monka is useless, and after the CLO incident, he was only promoted to second lieutenant, then how did he get promoted from second lieutenant to colonel in less than a year? He was promoted 5 levels in a row. That's right, the biggest problem is here. Before the CLO incident, he was still a third-class soldier. Even if he was promoted to second lieutenant. But how could he be promoted to colonel in less than a year? From second lieutenant to colonel, the military merits required in between are not less. Actually, I don't understand this either. Luo Lan shook his head. Although according to the original book, it was because he kept making great contributions that he quickly rose from second lieutenant to colonel. But this is obviously illogical. After all, this guy's basic strength is there. How can a Navy man make merits without strength? Can he persuade pirates to surrender with his mouth? There is something you don't know, Tina is shocked. I really don't know, but I have a guess, do you want to hear it? What guess? Tina instantly became interested. Even Luo Lan didn't know, it's rare to have to guess. If I were Klo, and Ziluobia village was under the jurisdiction of Branch 153, plus Zhongjiao's hypnosis. Believe me, I would definitely squeeze out all the value of Monka. On the one hand, let Zhongjiao add the content of hypnosis to him, and try his best to become stronger and strive for the position of branch leader of Branch 153. On the other hand, add the hint that he will completely control Branch 153, that is, he will be the king of Branch 153. In this way, even if there are any problems with my future plans, I can threaten Monka with the handle and make him cooperate. Isn't Klo himself Monka's biggest handle? Hiss. Tina couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fortunately, this guy is a member of the Navy. But according to Luo Lan, Klo might really have such a plan. Sure enough, the smarter the person, the dirtier the heart. I understand. I'll take care of the follow-up matters. In addition, the 3 people you want are being treated for their wounds in the 153rd branch. Let's go to Ziluobia village first and bring them back when we come back. Hearing what Tina said, Luo Lan also nodded and did not object. Grand Line, Navy Headquarters. Marineford. Marshal's office. Dong dong dong. Come in. Marshal. With permission, a Marine holding a folder opened the door and walked into the office. What's the matter? This is the report that Colonel Tina just sent over. It was originally supposed to be handled by Vice Admiral Val, but now Vice Admiral Val has been withdrawn, so... Well, just put it on my desk. Yes, Sengoku. The Marine saluted. Then, he stepped forward, put down the document, and turned to leave. Didn't Tina go to the 157th branch? What else could have happened? After the Marines left, Sengoku also picked up the document and read it carefully. About a few minutes later, bang! A loud noise came from the office. The Marines outside the door trembled with fear. In the office, Sengoku was furious. The matter of the 16th branch has not been completely resolved, and the 153rd branch has had another incident. Crow. I remember this guy. Crane said that this guy was too smart and might be a threat to the Navy in the future, so he wanted to send someone from the headquarters to solve it, but later he was actually captured by the Marines of the 153th branch. At that time, I thought Crane was exaggerating, but now it seems everyone was deceived by him. Thinking of this, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi. Brew brew brew. I'm Sengoku. Immediately give Tina an order to take full responsibility for the Klo matter. I want to see him alive or dead. Also, isn't Garp going back to the East China Sea for vacation? When he comes back, ask him to stop by the 153rd branch and bring Monka back. Picking up the phone, Sengoku didn't even give the other party a chance to speak, and directly issued an order. Then he hung up the Den Mushi. Ziluo village. On the coast, Klo was wearing a black butler uniform. He raised his right hand and habitually supported his glasses with his wrist. It has been more than half a year since Kaya's parents were eliminated. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them died in a row within a year, it would be too conspicuous. Now I have 10,000 ways to make Kaya die without anyone noticing. But for the sake of safety, it is better to wait for another 2 or 3 years. As for the 153rd branch, the original plan was also going smoothly. Now we just have to wait for Monka to use absolute terror to destroy all someone is in control. Then, my plan will be completely completed. A peaceful, yet respectable life. It is already waving to me. Crabadle. At this moment, a female voice came from behind. From the sound, the girl's health seems to be very poor, and she sounds like she has no strength. CLO slowly turned his head. The cold face just now has disappeared, replaced by a kind face. Miss, you are not in good health, how can you come here? Crabadle, give it to me. Coming to CLO, Kaya took out her hands hidden behind her back. It was a box wrapped in gift paper, very beautiful. Miss, this. Have you forgotten that today is your birthday? My birthday? Miss. CLO's eyes became slightly moist. Let's go back quickly. I asked Meili to prepare a birthday dinner. Cough, cough cough cough. Kaya started coughing violently halfway through her speech. CLO hurriedly carried her on his back and walked into the village. But at this moment, Kaya could no longer see CLO's worried expression. Now it has become a little distorted. Chapter 60 Ziluabia Village. In the villa, Meili saw Kaya's pale face being carried back by CLO. He was also very anxious. He quickly helped Kaya to the bed with CLO. Meili, how could you let the young lady go out alone? Do you know how dangerous it is? Sorry, Crabadle, it's my fault. He was in the kitchen just now, preparing the cake for the evening. That's why he didn't notice that his young lady actually slipped out. However, a mistake is a mistake. Meili bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Forget it, you should be more careful in the future. After all, the lady's body can't stand any fatigue and needs long-term rest. I understand. When Kuro was talking to Mary, Usopp was playing house with 3 little ones on the coast, playing the so-called Usopp Pirates game. Remember, from today on, you have to call me Captain, remember? Ah! At this moment, it was 2 years earlier than the original. And those children? They didn't even know anything, it was just a simple house game. But no matter what, the 3 little ones were still having a lot of fun. Until one of the children raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Captain, the Navy is here. So into the play. Hearing what Carrot had said, Usopp was stunned for a moment. But he didn't think much about it and just opened his mouth and shouted. What are you afraid of? We have 8,000 men under our command. We don't need to be afraid of a few Marines. As he spoke, Usopp turned his head in the direction pointed by Carrot Head. As a result, he was stunned before he finished his words. 3 strange boats that were not made of wood had rushed up on the beach, and there were about 10 Marines on each boat. Among them, there were even 2 wearing Navy Justice coats. Although Usopp was not yet 17 years old as in the original work, he was already 15 years old. He had learned a lot about the Navy. Of course, he knew that the Navy with such cloaks were all high-ranking officials. But in the East China Sea, the colonel was indeed a high-ranking official. He turned around and ran towards the village. "Hide well, I'll go to warn." Hearing this, the 3 children looked at Usopp's back, and all tilted their heads. "Captain, why do you want us to hide?" "I don't know. Aren't the Navy good people? My parents say so. My family says so too." Usopp ran all the way. Finally returned to Ziluabu village 3 minutes later. He shouted as soon as he opened his mouth. "Pirates are coming, ah, the Navy is coming. The Navy is coming." However, this kid, is he changing the lines because we haven't reacted recently? That's not right. Even if he changed the lines, what the hell is the Navy coming? Or, let's react a little, otherwise this kid can shout for a long time. That makes sense, but the Navy is coming, how should we react? As soon as these words came out, several villagers nearby were stunned. If it was Usopp who shouted that the pirates were coming, they could still pretend to hide back in the house and close all the windows. But the Navy is coming. How should I react? I really don't know. Just when the villagers were confused. Located in the center of Ziluabu village, in a luxurious villa. But Klo habitually lifted his glasses with his wrist. "The Navy is coming. I didn't hear that the 153rd branch would come to inspect today. Is it another prank by that kid? But it's not right. If it's a prank, why did you shout that the Navy is coming?" Klo was a little puzzled. But to be on the safe side, he still made all the preparations. He took out a long suitcase from under the bed in his room. Luolan, and Tina. At this moment, the 2 walked in front, followed by 30 Marines. And everyone changed back into Navy uniforms. After a while, they entered the village of Ziluabu. All the villagers were stunned. It turned out that Usopp didn't play a prank this time. 2 Navy officers, "I am the village chief of Ziluabu village. You are here this time." The village chief looked about 50 years old. Not long after Luolan and others entered the village, he came to greet them. He spoke carefully. It can be seen that he is very afraid of the Navy. This is not a good sign. You know, Luolan grew up under the red flag in his previous life, and soldiers have always been called the cutest people. How could he be afraid? "Village chief, where is Kaya's home?" "Kaya? She is a good child, she will never." "Don't worry, we are not here to arrest people. To be honest, we are here to help her." Luolan interrupted the village chief and said. Hearing this, the village chief seemed to be relieved. "Everyone, please follow me." Luolan left a group of Marines to guard the entrance of the village, and then took the others to follow the village chief and walked into the interior. About 6 or 7 minutes later, the group arrived at the center of the village, and a villa caught their eyes. Dong dong dong! The village chief walked forward and knocked on the fence door outside the wall. Soon, the door of the villa inside opened, and a man wearing a black butler's uniform and a bunch of sheep horns on his head walked out. "Mary, these Marines said they have something to do with Miss Kaya." The village chief greeted directly. Mary walked over and opened the fence door on the outer wall, with confusion on his face. "Excuse me, everyone, is there anything you want to do with Our Lady?" "Luolan, is it him?" Before Luolan could answer, Tina's voice came from the side. She looked up at the window on the second floor of the villa. There was a man wearing glasses, looking down through the window. "Luolan, who had read the original novel, immediately recognized his identity. Who else could it be but Chloe? He immediately used his observation haki to sense it. Sure enough, there were 2 more people in the villa. In addition to Chloe, there was another one on the 3rd floor. It must be Kaye. Leave the one above to you. I'll go and ensure the safety of the girl on the 3rd floor. Okay. Tina nodded. Then there were 2 whooshes. The 2 disappeared in front of everyone. And almost at the same time, 2 sounds of broken glass were heard. At this time, everyone reacted and looked up, only to see that the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors had all exploded. In addition, there were constant violent collisions on the 2nd floor. As for the more than 20 Marines outside the villa, they immediately dispersed. Although they did not carry the Rhodes 1518 rifle, they all took a fighting stance. This scene directly shocked Melly and the village chief. On the 3rd floor of the villa, Luolan sat beside Kaye's bed. Who are you? Where are Crabadel and Melly? Kaye was a little panicked, but she still managed to stay calm. Even though she is only 15 years old, she is indeed a strong girl. Don't worry, it will all be over soon. Reached out and rubbed Kaye's head. Luolan stood up and took out the black jackal. Pointed it at the ground and activated the observation color at the same time. The next second. Bang! Chapter 61 Tina's Gaokan Array. The 2nd floor of the villa. Cold sweat broke out on Kuro's head. After just a few moves, he was sure that this woman was very dangerous. Especially that strange ability. If he wasn't fast enough, he would be hit by it if he wasn't careful. This. Should it be the ability of the devil fruit? Kuro is not simple. According to the original work, before he faked his death and escaped, he was pursued by the world government, bounty hunters, and the navy. Every day he was either assassinated by the world government or surrounded by the navy and bounty hunters. But even so, for a long time, no one could do anything to him. In addition to being very smart, his own strength is also very strong. As for being defeated by Luffy, if you really want to say the reason, it can only be the plot. After all, Oda personally said that Kuro's IQ is second only to Beckman, and the speed of his self-created ladle death is comparable to the shaving in the 6 styles. Is such a person really someone Luffy could beat at that time? Obviously, apart from the plot killing, there is no other reason. It is precisely because of this that after the fight, Tina did not complete the quick kill, and the 2 ended up in a tie. Speaking of which, Kuro really can't resist the Kanken fruit because its speed is too fast. It takes time to activate the Kanken fruit, and it takes more time to completely bind the enemy. But if the opponent is fast enough, he can dodge before he is bound. Therefore, before Tina develops more uses for the Kanken fruit, the few tricks she knows now are really useless to Kuro. She can only rely on simple physical skills to suppress it. So, although it seems to be a tie, but the situation is somewhat unfavorable for Kuro. After all, his self-created ladle death. In such a small space, it can't be used at all. What was used before was also the basic silent step. Must leave the room as soon as possible and go outside. With determination, Chloe started the silent step and rushed to the broken window in an instant. This sudden change, coupled with Chloe's speed, so Tina didn't react for a while. However, just when Chloe had reached the broken window and was about to rush out, a dull gunshot suddenly sounded. The 13mm caliber armor-piercing bullet smashed the ground on the 3rd floor and attacked Chloe directly. The next moment, Chloe jumped out of the window. But at the same time, he also left his left arm at the 2nd floor window, outside the villa. Seeing Chloe jump from the 2nd floor, his right hand tightly covered his left arm. At the same time, a lot of blood continued to flow. Melly immediately ran to Chloe, his face full of worry. The 20 or so Marines who stayed outside also rushed over and surrounded the 2. Crabadel, what's going on? The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Crow, has a bounty of 16 million Baileys. He escaped by faking his death a year ago and came to Ziluo village. He killed Kaya's parents a year ago and pretended that they died of illness. The ultimate plan is to kill Kaya and seize all her property. Crow didn't say anything. But Luo Lan and Tina had come here without knowing when. Mary was shocked after hearing what Luo Lan said. Captain Crow. Hasn't he been arrested and sentenced to 1 year in prison? Yes, Crow was very famous in the East China Sea for being too cruel. Therefore, the fact that he was arrested and executed was widely publicized at the beginning, and few people didn't know about it. The one who died before was just a guy who was hypnotized by CLO and thought he was CLO. And the real him came here quietly. No. This is impossible. Melly was shocked and stepped back step by step. CLO still covered his left arm with a sinister look on his face. This time, I really stepped on a big stumble. In addition to that woman, that man is not simple either. Although I don't know what weapon he used just now, he can hit me accurately through a layer of ground, and the bullet that penetrated the ground can still break my left arm. Where did these two monsters come from? Looking at Luo Lan's empty hands, CLO thought to himself. Not far away, Tina clenched her right hand, and a black javelin-like thing condensed in an instant. After playing a gunflower casually, she aimed at CLO. Although Luo Lan did not make a move. But he was also ready as for CLO. He was also ready to fight to the death. Although the loss of an arm would reduce the attack range of Xiao Si, but it was not that he could not use it. Stop! Just then, the door of the villa was opened. Kaya, who had run from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor at some point, shouted. Then, she kept panting. For her, running at such a speed was a heavy burden on her body. Crabadel, tell me in person that they are all lying, right? You didn't kill my parents, right? You are not a 100-point CLO, right? Tell me. Kaya shouted the last sentence. For her. Crabadel and Melly were the two closest people to her after her parents passed away. But suddenly one day, someone told her that Crabate was actually a pirate, and even his parents were killed by him. How could she accept this? Moreover, if she had to choose one person to trust between Crabate and Luo Lan, a stranger, then, she would definitely choose Crabate. As long as Crabate said in person that what the Marine said was all false, all lies. That would be enough. However, Kaya did not wait for the answer she expected. Crow suddenly sneered. Kaya, why are you still so naive? Yes, I am Beiji Crow, and I came here, just as they said, after getting rid of my pirate identity, I was going to seize your family's property, so that I could live peacefully and respectfully from now on. Boom! Crow's words were like a thunderbolt, and instantly exploded in Kaya's mind. This? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, slapped to death. A low shout. Crow's figure disappeared instantly. All disperse. A razor blocked in front of Kaya. Tina, with the same razor, blocked in front of Melly. The other Marines also quickly dispersed. Luo Lan was also a little troubled by the move of Xiao Si. Silent Step was fine, because it was a controlled move, and the observation haki was also very easy to capture. But Xiao Si. Observation haki is really not easy to capture. Because this move is completely uncontrolled, even Klo himself doesn't know who he is attacking. However, just like Klo's speed can restrain the Kin fruit. Conversely, the Kin fruit also completely restrains the Xiao Si move. Sister Tina. Tina understands, the Yu-Kin array. A circle of huge fence-like iron bars was released. Instead of gathering them up as usual, they were all firmly stuck in the ground, surrounding the entire front yard. The next moment, Klo hit the iron fence hard. was forced to stop. Chapter 62 The Buried Genius, Melly. Luolan had said this to Tina before. The best way to deal with Klo in an open area is to add obstacles to him. Because once his scoop death is activated, even he can't control it, let alone create obstacles. Tina's Kanken fruit is really suitable. First use the to surround the outside. Then make some thick iron bars and check them everywhere in the circle. In this way, Klo's scoop death trick is directly blocked. And at this moment, Tina is doing just that. After completing the first step, he quickly jumped into the air, continuously creating black iron bars as thick as wooden stakes, and smashed them downwards. Soon, dozens of iron bars were erected in the fence made by Jiaokan. CLO. His whole face turned black. This is simply too disgusting, isn't it? I surrender. With his only remaining arm raised, CLO surrendered decisively. His greatest advantage is that he is smart enough, and this is also his value. Well, a huge value. Therefore, as long as he surrenders and submits, it may not be easy for the Navy to say, but the world government will definitely not kill him. On the contrary, the two people in front of him, the woman has the power of the devil fruit, and can also completely counter his strongest means. As for the man, he is also very mysterious. Until now, he still doesn't understand how he broke his arm just now. In this state, if he wants to get from these two people, there is almost no possibility of escaping. In this case, the only feasible option left is to surrender. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with CLO's logic. After all, he is a smart man who is second only to Beckman in IQ by Oda. If he is really willing to work for the world government, the five elders will definitely not refuse. But it's a pity. Now it's Luolan who captured him. Sending a very smart person to the world government? Don't joke. Capture him. Yes, Colonel. Luolan waved his hand, and the Marines rushed forward. CLO did not resist at all, allowing these Marines to use all the handcuffs and shackles on him. You caught me today, but tomorrow, you will stand in front of me and salute, ha 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 ha. CLO was tied up, but he was not worried at all. He even laughed wildly. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Really? Execute on the spot. The Marines of Branch 157 did not hesitate at all, and two of them immediately drew their swords and stepped forward. After all, Luolan had said long ago that anyone who killed civilians and Marines would not even be eligible to enter prison. These words were firmly engraved in the hearts of every Marine. No. You can't execute me privately. I still have a price. Puff. Two swords pierced into CLO's body almost at the same time. One pierced through the heart, and the other pierced through CLO's neck. Life was cut off instantly. It's better to die than to die. Next, Tina was responsible for leading a group of Marines to appease the villagers. Luolan came to Kaya's house and sat face to face with Kaya in the living room. Melly quickly served a cup of tea. Luolan did not speak directly to Kaya, but, Mary, I heard that your dream is to design a ship yourself. Hearing this, Mary was stunned. He did dream of designing a ship himself, but after all, his main job was the lady's housekeeper, so the progress was very slow, and he didn't know when he could really do it. But even the lady didn't know these things. How did this naval colonel know? Mary, is this true? Even Kaya raised her head at this time. There was a hint of curiosity on her face. Miss Buman, I do have such a dream, but it's a pity that I haven't learned how to design a ship professionally, and I don't have much time, so it's hard to say whether I will have the opportunity to achieve this dream in this life. This surprised Luolan. Mary has never learned how to build a ship, he is completely an amateur. But such an amateur guy, 2 years later, actually relied on self-study to build the Mary, and it was the kind with a ship spirit? Good guy, how terrifying is your shipbuilding talent? No, this guy must be taken in by himself. Then send him to the shipbuilding department of the Naval Academy for in-depth training. You know, in the Naval Academy, the textbooks and books of each subject are the best in the world. Not to mention sailing ships, even ironclad battleships are also taught. Otherwise, how can a building that is not surprising be called S-level? Mary, if I tell you that there is an academy in this world that most people don't know about, and you can systematically learn all the knowledge from designing to building a ship in it, do you want to go? No. Mary shook his head decisively. Why, isn't that your dream? If I leave, what will the lady do? So, I can't go. There was no struggle in Mary's eyes. Even Luolan had to sigh, this guy's loyalty to Keiya's family definitely reached the maximum value. However, this was expected, Luolan was not worried. What a pity, there is also the most advanced medical technology in the world there, enough to cure Keiya's illness. I was thinking that if you go with me, you can. Oh, forget it, I'll arrange for someone else to take care of Keiya. Luolan looked regretful. But Meili and Keiya were dumbfounded. Colonel, can the lady's illness really be cured there? That's right. Then I'll go with the lady. Meili said excitedly. Luolan looked at Keiya. What do you think, Keiya, do you want to go with me? Then I can go back. Are you coming? Unlike Meili. Keiya asked a question. A very crucial question. After all, Luolan just said that it was a place that most people in the world didn't know about. Obviously, this is not a place that can be made public. So, after going there, even if the disease is cured, can you still come out? Keiya, I won't lie to you. You will definitely not be able to leave at will for 1 or 2 years at the shortest, or 3 or 5 years at the longest. But, just like Meili went to learn shipbuilding, there are hundreds of subjects there, all of which can learn the world's top knowledge. You can also choose to study after the treatment is over. So, it won't be a waste of time. Luolan didn't lie to Keiya, because there was no need, and he didn't bother to do so. If you really don't want to come, you won't force it. Okay, I'll go. After thinking for a moment, Keiya nodded. Although she couldn't come back for a few years, she could heal her body and learn the world's top knowledge. It seemed. She couldn't find any reason to refuse. At this moment, a certain fragment flashed through Keiya's mind. That was when she was in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Don't worry, it will all be over soon. Luolan touched Keiya's little head and spoke. I don't know why, Keiya felt that she believe him. Chapter 63 Ian, the branch will give you a wife? After arranging the aftermath of Ziluabia village, Luolan took Keiya on the boat. To be honest, it's not that he thinks Keiya will have great achievements in the future, but this strong girl left a deep impression on him in the original book. So, since he came here, what's wrong with helping out? At this moment, Luolan did not realize how much of a surprise this little help he did would bring him in the future. As for Meili, because he had to help Keiya deal with the property, he would set off again in half a month. After all, he didn't know when he could return to Ziluabia village, and he didn't know where he was going. Therefore, in addition to keeping the house, the rest of the property needed to be converted into Bailey and taken away. Who knows if Luolan's life there costs money? Of course, when you go to the 157th branch, you will have a room and food. Why would you need to spend money? But Luolan did not explain much, and it was fine to take the property away. Otherwise, there would be no one to take care of it here, and who knows if it will still be there in a few years. So let the intelligence department take over in half a month, and then send it to Rhodes Island. Anyway, the S-Class Super Naval Academy will take about 20 days to build, right? Even if you go now, you can't start studying. Luolan's room in the Tana ship. Brew brew brew. The den den mushy suddenly rang. This made Luolan sigh. Sometimes the Den Den Mushi is really super black technology. Tana is obviously sailing 500 meters underwater. But it will not hinder the connection between the two groups of Den Den Mushi at all. If this was in the previous life, wouldn't it be a strategic level device? When I deal with Enelu in the future, I can really try it and throw the Den Den Mushi directly to the moon. See if it can still be connected. Okay, I thought too much. Luolan picked up the Den Den Mushi. I'm Luolan. Colonel, this is Ian. What's going on? Is there something going on in Rhodes Island? Luolan frowned slightly and then asked. He knew his little follower too well. As soon as he heard the tone of the voice, he knew that there must be an emergency. Yes, our patrol submarine found a ship that had just arrived in the East China Sea after crossing the Calm Belt. The ship has now bypassed Rhodes Island and is heading towards the East China Sea Prosperity Zone. And based on our tracking and observation, it has been preliminarily determined that this is a ship of human traffickers. Human traffickers? Or from the Grand Line? Keep tracking and get the intelligence network moving. I want to know whether this ship is here to buy or sell, and its identity. Understood. Luolan put down the phone. On the wall touch screen, he tapped a few times. Soon, the screen lit up. Tina's face appeared. Sister Tina, ask Tana to stop immediately. We won't go back for the time being. Something happened. Tina frowned. Yes, a ship of human traffickers. We have just crossed the Calm Belt and arrived in the East China Sea. The number 2 submarine from the branch is currently tracking us, and Ian is also investigating the other party's background. Luolan, the human traffickers from the Grand Line, be careful when you act. After all, there are only a few of them, and none of them can be dealt with by us now. Tina persuaded. What is the prospect of the 157th branch? It will be very strong in the future, and may even be strong enough to compete with the world government. But now, it is not very strong. There are only 2 colonels with a Dao power of thousands, several subordinates with a Dao power of hundreds, and more than 200 marines with a Dao power of hundreds. This strength is absolutely powerful in the East China Sea, but it is not good enough in the Grand Line. And Tina, who has been carrying out missions on the Grand Line for many years, is naturally quite familiar with the forces there. People who do human trafficking business? 80% of the market is controlled by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the remaining 20% is either controlled by some underground giants or some big pirates. In short, among this group of people, the 157th branch cannot deal with any of them now. So, Tina would persuade. It's okay. We can use Junlin's identity and put the opponent in the prosperous circle before taking action. No one will suspect us in a short time. Of course, wait for the intelligence department to confirm the opponent's identity first. If there are really strong people who we can't deal with, I won't rush up to die. Luolan shook his head. This made Tina feel relieved. But she didn't hear Luolan's muttering in his heart. That's right, he won't go up to die. But there are still ways to kill the other party. So, Tana stopped moving forward. Just stop there and wait for Ian's news. As for the human trafficker's ship, there is no rush. After all, it takes at least 10 days for an ordinary sailing ship to go from Rhodes Island to the Prosperity Circle. Once the intelligence department takes full action, the speed is also quite fast. It only took 3 days. Ian had already investigated the situation and reported it. In Tana's tactical meeting room, Luolan directly started a telephone conference. What, you ask how to hold a telephone conference in the pirate world? This is not simple, just take a Den Den Mushi and dial it, and throw it aside. Speaking of which, Luolan had tried to do this before, and it was very interesting. When different people in the conference room spoke, the Den Den Mushi would instantly imitate the faces and voices of different people. And when several people spoke at the same time, the Den Den Mushi's performance. That really amazed Luolan to this day. Colonel, according to what we have found, 2 celestial dragons will arrive in the kingdom of Goa for fun recently. In order to please the nobles of the kingdom of Goa have united and contacted to order a batch of various slaves as gifts. It is said that the total cost is even more than 1 billion baileys, and the ship we found should be here to deliver the goods. Please the celestial dragons? That's right, these guys like slaves the most. Especially those non-human race slaves, and beautiful female slaves. And these can't be bought in the East China Sea. Do you know which organization they are looking for to buy? Don Quixote family. Sure enough, it was them. Luolan had such a hunch from the beginning. This time it might be related to Doflamingo, and it turned out to be him. Well, after all, it is a business worth 1 billion baileys, and it is indeed worth him to arrange someone to go to the East China Sea. But, Ian, do you know which one of the Don Quixote family is on the ship? Our people overheard a code name when those nobles were talking to each other. Code name? Yes, it seems to be BABY5. I have checked all the bounties that his family has ever had, and I haven't found a person who can match it, so no need to look for it, I already know who it is. Luolan interrupted Ian. Nonsense, BABY5 has never been rewarded, so it is impossible to find any results from this aspect. However, this woman has no record of burning, killing and looting. She has never even been rewarded by the Navy. Although I don't like her very much, but... Ian, let me ask you something. Colonel, you say. Speaking of which, you are old enough, do you want to be given a wife? What? Ian, who is in Rhodes Island, is confused at the moment. Chapter 64 The Name of Axe King Monka. Bobby's Y5 pretty? She is pretty. Does she have a good figure? That is also pretty good. But Luolan was not very interested because this woman was too clingy. However, in order not to waste the resources of beautiful women, he decided to digest them internally after taking her down. So, Ian became the first choice. After all, he has been his loyal follower for so many years, so he must be given priority. For Ian, I really worry about him. After the meeting ended and hung up the phone, Luolan gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Luolan, they still need 8 days to enter the prosperity circle. We can't stay here forever, right? At this time, Tina asked. Of course we won't waste time here. Let's take advantage of this time to go to this area. Luolan shook his head and immediately drew a circle on the nautical chart. Is there anything here? The intelligence department has reported it before, but the exact location has not been determined. This time, it's just right to go and take a look. Maybe we can really encounter it. Explain it to Tina. He glared at Luolan. Tina was angry. This guy always makes it impossible for others to understand. He must be doing it on purpose. Okay, there is a remnant of Roger's pirate group in this area. If you can meet him, just capture him. What? Someone from Roger's pirate group? Tina was shocked instantly. Which of those people from Roger's pirate group can you and I beat now? Don't be ridiculous. The remnant of the old era on that ship, even if it is a ship doctor, I'm afraid it will take a general to deal with it, okay? And capture him by the way? You are getting more and more arrogant now. Take the head and catch it. Don't worry, this guy is not strong, he was just an intern back then. Luolan knew what Tina was thinking and explained. It would have been better if she didn't explain. As soon as she explained, Tina was furious. Intern. Don't you know that the most powerful person on that ship is the intern now? If he glares, we too will be done, okay? Tina thought the intern Luolan was talking about was the one in the New World. She immediately lost her composure. That guy can only be taken down if the 3 admirals attack together, okay? What's the difference between the two of us and suicide? Well, after all, when it comes to the interns of Roger's pirate group, basically all the Navy only knows Shanks. As for Buggy, he was not recognized until the war at the top. Otherwise, the Navy would have sent people to the East China Sea to encircle and suppress him long ago. That's why, after hearing about the intern, Tina thought directly about Shanks, without considering other possible reasons. Calm down, Sister Tina. No, Tina can't calm down. The intern I'm talking about is not Shanks. No matter who it is, Tina will never allow you to go. Wait, Tina didn't hear clearly just now, what did you say? I said, there is more than Shanks in the Roger Pirates intern, there is another one, his name is Buggy, his strength is really lame. Luolan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then explained. Did you lie to Tina? Really not, that guy's fruit is very good, but he doesn't know how to develop it, and his mind is full of treasure hunting, and he doesn't practice much at ordinary times, his strength is really lame. Luolan nodded quickly. Then explained. Although many people in the previous life suspected that Buggy was hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In fact, there are many unreasonable places in this statement. No matter what happens 2 years later, 2 years ago. That's really not possible. But anyway, Buggy's devil fruit can not only affect himself, but also other people or things. This alone. It is already a super abnormal fruit. Moreover, such characteristics can also bring out unlimited imagination. So, while this guy is still very weak, just catch him and put him in the underwater prison. When we are ready in the future, kill him and take the fruit. Is there really such a person? Tina still expressed doubt. Luolan was too lazy to explain. Anyway, Tina would know it naturally after finding the person. With Tana's speed, it didn't even take a day to reach the target area. In the bridge, Tina, as the captain, was commanding a group of the bridge crew members searched for the target. At this time, Luolan also walked in. Sister Tina, how is it? It's not that easy. Do you know how many ships are nearby? How many? More than 5,000 ships within 100 nautical miles, not including those that cannot be detected by the island owners. Tina said unhappily. After surfacing, radar is indeed a good thing. However, although it can detect all ships within hundreds of nautical miles except for some special cases, but there is no way to determine which one is the Buggy pirates. We can only release drones and approach one by one to confirm. Not to mention those ships that cannot be scanned by radar because they are blocked. You know, this is the prosperous area of the East China Sea with numerous large and small islands. This is not an easy job. Don't limit yourself to the Buggy pirates. As long as you find a pirate group, attack as the King's Landing organization. Since we're here anyway, let's just spend a few days to clean up this place thoroughly. In fact, Luolan didn't care whether he could find Buggy this time. It was just because since he had to wait for many days, he didn't want to waste it. At the same time, even if Buggy was not found, he could use these days to clean up all the pirates in this area. So, the pirates in this sea area were immediately in trouble. The people of King's Landing, at least, have a Dao power of over 100. How could these East China Sea pirates fight against them? Even if there were pirates with a bounty of tens of millions occasionally, they would never be Tina's opponents. Even Nami was busy and happy. After all, after each pirate group is killed, someone has to count the Bailey and treasures on the ship and store them in the warehouse, right? In this regard, Nami took on this important task without hesitation. Even if she was so busy that she didn't even have time to sleep, she didn't complain at all. Luolan couldn't help but sigh. Nami is really a good comrade. Until one time when Luolan wanted to go to the warehouse to persuade Nami to rest, this lady was just like a thief. She drove him out. It was the second day after Loyolan and Tina swept the pirates. A sailing ship over 100 meters long slowly docked at the military port of the 153rd branch. Garp walked down the gangway while picking his nose. Vice Admiral! Nearly 100 Marines stood up straight in an instant and shouted in unison. That was Vice Admiral Garp of the headquarters. He is a naval hero who came out of our East China Sea and personally captured the pirate King Roger. The Marines of the 153rd branch were so excited that they trembled all over. Well, where are the people? Damn Sengoku, I finally took a vacation to see my grandson, but you immediately arranged things for me. What do you mean by on the way? I came here for a while, and at least 3 days of vacation were gone. No, I must talk to that old guy later and extend the vacation. I will return to the headquarters 3 days later. Garp complained in his heart, and then asked. After a while, under the escort of several Marines, Monka, whose hands and feet were shackled and even his mouth was sealed, was brought over. Do you have to lock him up like this? Vice Admiral Garp, Monka is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful. Okay, take off those burdens and leave a pair of handcuffs. Okay. The Marines of Branch 153 hesitated at first. But then they thought, that was Vice Admiral Garp, he could defeat Pirate King Roger, not to mention Monka. Then, they did as Garp said. Vice Admiral Garp! Vice Admiral Garp! After everything was done, the Marines prepared to report to Garp. But after shouting several times, there was no response. So they looked carefully. Oh my goodness! Vice Admiral Garp actually fell asleep? All the Marines had confused words written on their faces at this moment. No one noticed. Monka, who had just been freed from most of his restraints, had a fierce light in his eyes. Arms. Veins bulged. Axe King Monka, become famous today. Chapter 65 Roronoa Zoro. As a person who has been hypnotized, Monka has no fear of Garp. In addition, seeing Garp actually fell asleep, he immediately exerted force. I don't know if there is a problem with the quality of the handcuffs, or for some other reason, but he actually broke the handcuffs. He rushed forward and swung the axe. For a moment, bright red blood was spilled, and Garp, a naval hero, just fell down like that. This scene shocked all the Marines present, so much so that no one reacted for a long time. When someone finally came to their senses, they saw Monka rushing to the beach and jumping down with a plop. Dozens of Marines with rifles also rushed to the place where Monka jumped into the sea and fired wildly at the sea. If Loyolan saw this scene, I guess he would complain about their lack of common sense again. In short, after a commotion and gunshots, everyone was a little at a loss. Vice Admiral Garp was chopped, and his life or death was unknown. In addition, Monka escaped again. How to explain this to the headquarters? At the gangway of the warship, 2 military doctors were sweating profusely, taking out gauze to bandage Garp. But the next second, the Marines who had just recovered a little, got angry again. Garp, who seemed to them to be dead or alive, suddenly sat up. Hey? Did I fall asleep again by accident? Sorry, I've been sleep deprived recently, ha ha ha. Hey, did any of you play a prank on me with red graffiti while I was asleep? By the way, where is the person that Sengoku asked me to escort? Why did you bring him here? Everyone's jaws fell to the ground at this moment. Should we say he is worthy of being a Navy hero? In a way, he is really awesome. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. At this time, no one knew that soon after, this scene today would be interpreted more and more outrageously. So much so that, finally, Monka, who had disappeared for a long time, was actually given the name of Axe King Monka. Even Morgans wrote a piece of gossip, comparing Axe King Monka with the 4 emperors, calling him the hidden 5th emperor of the sea. Some even say he is the leader of the 5 emperors. After all, if he can defeat Garp with one move, then ask the other 4 emperors of the sea, who can do it? Luolan didn't know about the episode that happened in branch 153. At this moment, they are constantly sweeping the pirates in the entire sea. In the bridge of Tana, Tina is speechless. What's the situation with your pirates in the East China Sea? Fitness pirates. Hot dance pirates. And that pirate group called the Sleepy Pirate Group. Each one is more weird than the other. Tina was speechless. Although there are many weird pirate groups on the Grand Line. But compared to what she had seen in the past 3 days, it was nothing. It felt like many of them didn't really want to be pirates, they just picked up a name and went out to sea with a pirate flag. In short, they were just having fun. No wonder the East China Sea Navy was so bad, and there were so many pirates, but the entire prosperous area. Still one of the richest money bags of the world government. Is that how feelings work? Speaking of this, Roland was speechless. To be honest, apart from those pirate groups with bounties, there are really quite a few of the rest that are of this type. In the eyes of many people, men should go to sea when they become adults, and pirates represent freedom. It's not for no reason, this kind of thinking is quite prevalent in the East China Sea. So all kinds of weird pirate groups like this were born. Take the fitness pirate group for example, they just arrested everyone and interrogated them. As a result, that is a group of fitness coaches, occasionally under the name of fitness pirates, collectively go out to sea for a few days, fishing, and so on. It is indeed quite speechless. In these 3 days, Junlin has attacked more than 50 pirate groups, among which there are more than a dozen like this. No wonder Tina rolled her eyes. Captain, no one has found another pirate group, but... At this moment, the Marine operating the drone on the bridge group suddenly reported. But what? I will transfer the drone image to the main screen, you can watch it yourself on the ship. The next moment, the main screen in front of the bridge changed. It was a bird's eye view without anyone on board. Just looking at the sails, you can tell that it is a pirate ship. At this moment, the ship is a bit lively. It is not that the pirates are having a banquet, nor are they robbing others. But there is a man holding a knife with both hands and speaking. The guy who was still biting the third knife in his mouth was slashing at the others. Is this an internal conflict? Tina turned to Luolan and asked. And when she turned her head, she happened to see Luolan's facial expression. Excited? No, it's excitement. No, is this guy so excited to see the internal conflict among pirates? Tina was very puzzled. Indeed, just as Tina guessed, Luolan was indeed a little excited now. Because he had recognized who the guy with 3 swords was. Pirate Hunter. Rorano Zoro. That's right, he has the aura of a major supporting role and will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Although Zoro is not the protagonist, he is also not a supporting role, but the main supporting role. Remember, there are 2 words main. How could Luolan let go of such a talent? No, he must join the 157th branch. If he agrees, it's fine. If he doesn't agree, then knock him out and take him back first. Luolan's heart was burning. Tina, I'll go here myself, you continue to identify other ships in this sea area. You go? Is this person special? Yes, not only is he not a pirate, but he will definitely take Hawkeye's position in the future. Do you think he is special? What? Tina's eyes widened. Who is Hawkeye? He is the world's #1 swordsman, and he is the world's #1 swordsman who is far superior to other swordsmen. It is rumored that his strength can even compete with the 4 emperors or the admirals of the navy. And the guy in the unmanned shooting screen, Luolan actually said that he will definitely take Hawkeye's position in the future? Isn't this outrageous? It's simply outrageous, okay? After being stunned for a while, he wanted to ask Loyolan carefully, but found out. This guy had left the bridge at some point. On the pirate ship. Zoro chopped down the last pirate. After putting away the 3 knives, he took out a stack of wanted posters. He looked carefully. This captain is worth 2 million berries. I don't know what the Navy thinks, and they offer a price of 2 million for such strength. Zoro shook his head. No matter what the reason is, as a bounty hunter, I just need to collect money. After all, I haven't opened my business for a long time, and I'm almost starving. But he didn't notice that the bottom of the wanted poster didn't say dead or alive, but only live. Chapter 66 Reject. Then knock him out and take him away. Zoro searched the entire ship from front to back. But he only found 50,000 berries. I have to say that this pirate group is really poor. But it doesn't matter. As long as they hand over the captain's body to the Navy, they can get 2 million Baileys. It's enough to make him not worry about money for a long time. At this moment, Zoro is in a good mood. However, I say, isn't it not good for you to kill that guy like this? The sudden voice behind him startled Zoro. He stood up and pulled out the Wado Ikimonji. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is, didn't you read the bounty carefully? He pointed to the bounty that Zoro threw on the deck when he stood up. Loyolan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Immediately, he also fell down and stood in front of Zoro. Is there anything wrong with the bounty? Problem? That's a big deal. Look at what's written under the character's photo. I'm not blind. It says the name and the bounty. No, you're really a little blind. There's another line of words between the name of the wanted criminal and the mission photo. Take another look. Loyolan spread his hands. Zoro picked up the bounty and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, there was indeed a line of words between the name and the photo above. Only live? Turning his head to look at the corpse of the pirate captain not far away. Zoro was dumbfounded. Only live? Wouldn't that mean he'd worked in vain again? Why say again? Ever since Zoro left Shimatsuki village and started working as a bounty hunter to make a living. This kind of situation always happens again and again. Basically every 10 times there were 9 times, but in the end, no bounty was received. And the reasons were more bizarre each time. The worst thing was that even if there were no problems in the few times, the bounties that were received were for some very low bounty criminals, such as 100,000, 200,000, or even a few thousand berries. This guy. He is really not suitable to be a bounty hunter. Who are you? After being depressed for a few seconds, Zoro recovered. The Wado Ikimonji in his hand pointed directly at Loyolan. This guy is really weird. It was obviously on the sea. And there were no other ships around. How did he get on the ship? And his clothes were somewhat similar to those of the Navy, but they were different. Especially the color. Compared with the white of the Navy, his main color was black. My name is Loyolan, and I'm here to recruit you. I haven't heard of you. Are you a pirate? Zoro shook his head and asked. These days, there are basically 3 types of people on the sea. Navy, pirates, and others. Since he is not a Navy, then pirates are the easiest to guess. It doesn't matter what faction I am. What matters is that I can help you quickly enter the realm of swordsmanship. Otherwise, with your current situation, even after a few years, you will still be just a third-rate swordsman and can't become a swordsman. In addition, the 3 swords you have, except for the Wado Ikimonji, are just okay, and the other 2 are no different from garbage, and I can provide you with better swords, even better than the Supreme Greatsword 12 works. Only in this way can you have the hope of challenging and defeating Hawkeye in the future and taking the throne of the world's greatest swordsman from him. Who is he? Why is he so clear about what he wants to do? But I have to say that it has been 2 years since I left Shimatsuki village. Although I have experienced a lot of fighting, the speed of progress has become slower and slower, and recently it has even stagnated completely. Could he really have a way to help me solve the problem I'm facing now? If it's true, let alone saying he's not a pirate, even if he is a pirate. At most, I'll be a pirate myself in the future, so what? You know, Zoro hunts pirates not because of a sense of justice, but he simply thinks that doing this business can accumulate fighting experience and make money to support his livelihood. Can you really do this? Of course. Okay, I can join, but you must at least fulfill part of the promise within a year, otherwise I will leave. No problem. Loyolan agreed directly. After the Super Naval Academy is built, Zoro will be sent directly to the Kendo department to study. At the same time, after the sword-making workshop is completed, a few swords can be customized specifically for Zoro. Although S-level swordsmiths cannot be afforded for the time being, A-level ones, we can still get one. Loyolan didn't believe that the sword made by the system building and the powerful building characteristics, coupled with the A-level swordsmith, would be bad. By the way, what if I refused just now? Reject. Then I'll knock you out and take you back first. Hearing this, Zoro was very upset. He has become famous in the past 2 years. He thinks he is quite capable. Can you knock someone out just by knocking him out? Why, don't you believe it? After jumping onto Zoro's raft, Loyolan turned around and asked with a smile. Immediately, a whip kick blew up the pirate ship. It was like a fatal hit by a large yield artillery shell. It was directly torn into pieces. Countless wood chips and debris flew all over the sky. Then it fell like rain. At this moment, Zoro's chin fell heavily on the raft. After all, his vision at that time was still very limited. When had he ever seen such a scene? Although the pirate ship was not big, it was just a small sailing ship, and the materials used were not very good, but anyway, it was more than 30 meters long, okay? Is this thing something that can be kicked to pieces? Well, this guy can really knock himself out directly. So, you are the Navy. Entering Tana, Zoro's jaw dropped to the ground once every 10 steps on average. Of course, it's not his fault. In addition to Loyolan, even Tina couldn't escape a similar fate the first time. After all, it was like coming from a world, crossed to another world. It was impossible to understand how this monster could exist. It was not until after settling down that Zoro heard about its origin from Loyolan, the 157th Navy branch. So, these people, and this ship, are they all from the Navy? Yes, we are indeed the Navy, no, to be precise. We are a group of forgotten Navy, the headquarters will not care about us, and we will not report to the headquarters what we do. Well, it doesn't matter where you come from, I only care about one thing. Zoro spread his hands. Indeed, whether it is the Navy or the pirates, Zoro doesn't care. I know, Kendo, right? Yes. Then let me ask you first, how much did Koshiro tell you about the realm of Kendo? From apprentice to swordsman, and then to swordsman. Wait, do you know my master? Suddenly reacted. Zoro's eyes widened. Chapter 67 Ian, who is both a self-righteous and a self-righteous person. Do you still know my master? Zoro's eyes widened. But it was obvious that he was overthinking. No, I just know him, but I haven't seen him. Is that so? Okay, as for the successor of the swordsman, did Koshiro tell you about it? No. Zoro shook his head. Let alone the successor of the swordsman, even the swordsman, his teacher only mentioned it briefly, without going into too much detail. Is that so? Let me explain it to you briefly. First, you are an apprentice, then a swordsman. You already know all of this, and after the swordsman. It's the swordsman. In the apprentice stage, you basically practice the basics, and after this stage, you can start to learn various derivative sword moves. As for the swordsman, there is a hard standard, that is, cutting iron. When you can do this, you have half a step into the realm of swordsman. And to completely enter the realm of swordsman, you also need to control the sword energy, and be able to use the sword energy as a basis to release flying slashes. Only when you do this, you can be considered a true swordsman. Flying slash. This is a term that Zoro has never heard of. However, he recalled that when he was a child, late at night, he happened to see the sword that his master and Shiro slashed in the woods. A white light flashed and spread out in a fan shape in front of him. In an area of dozens of meters, all the trees were cut off. Now that I think about it, could this be the flying slash that Loyolan mentioned? What about after the swordsman? Zoro has become interested. After all, these are things he has never heard of. After the swordsman, that is the great swordsman, and your target Hawkeye is a great swordsman, and at the same time he is at the top of all the great swordsmen. As for the difference between the great swordsman and the swordsman, it actually involves the sword intent. To give a simple example, the swordsman's flying slash is just a slash, while the great swordsman's flying slash. Not only is the sword energy more condensed and more powerful, but it can also be more perfectly controlled by the sword intent, and even the sword energy can be transformed. More specific, when you go to my place, there will naturally be places to learn. After all, I'm not a swordsman, and that's all I know. After the swordsman, there is a great swordsman? Good guy, today is an eye-opener. Great swordsman. I will achieve it one day. As for the position of Hawkeye, I will definitely take it. Zoro made a vow in his heart again. Loyolan stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he walked out of the room. Loyolan can only say this much about Kendo. No matter how much, Loyolan doesn't understand, and it will mislead the students. It's better to wait until we return to the 157th branch and let Zoro go to the Super Naval Academy for further study. Kendo and martial arts. Which one is the strongest? Loyolan doesn't know, but he knows one thing. Whether it is Kendo or martial arts, they are not as good as hot weapons. A nuclear bomb will hit you, whether you are the Four Emperors or I'm, you will die. It's that simple. Of course, Loyolan can't make this thing now. As for whether it can be made in the future with the help of the system, Loyolan is also unsure. But even if there are no nuclear bombs, it doesn't mean that other hot weapons are rubbish. On the contrary, hot weapons that can kill the strong in the pirate world, there are too many. Another few days passed. Although the buggy pirates were not found, the pirates in that sea area, they were really unlucky. They were cleaned up. The flagship of the 157th branch, Tana, also came to the edge of the prosperous zone again. At the same time, a medium-sized sailing ship also entered the East China Sea prosperity zone from the desolate sea. On the bow deck, a woman was lying on the side of the ship with a cigarette in her mouth. A gust of sea breeze blew, and Baby 5's face was full of sorrow. Just before she set off, her fiancé died again. Why say again? Because this is her 58th fiancé. Like the previous 57, he was killed by Doflamingo less than a day after proposing to her. No. After returning this time, I must successfully assassinate Doflamingo. Baby-5 made up her mind. At this moment, she didn't know that a net had been laid less than 5 miles ahead of her, just waiting for her to get in. At the same time, Tana had already surfaced. The original catapult platform was full of Marines wearing Black King's Landing uniforms. And even Ian appeared here. Ian, do you remember what I said? No, Colonel, is this really the case? Ian's face was a little hesitant. Why, you're not willing to get a long-legged beauty for free. That's not what I meant, it's just, she's a pirate after all. Don't worry, you've read the information, she hasn't done anything like burning, killing, and looting, and the most important thing is that when BABY5 came of age, Doflamingo was already one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in other words, she hasn't fought with the navy. Luolan explained. If she really killed civilians or the navy, Luolan would not show mercy even if they were beautiful women. This is also considered Baby 5's good luck. When Doflamingo was hostile to the navy, BABY5 was just a little girl. She didn't get involved. When she grew up, Doflamingo became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There was no need to fight with the navy. Okay. But isn't it too despicable to use a character weakness to get her? Oh my! Luolan directly covered his forehead with his hand. I'm not going to mess around with Ian anymore. I'll ask you again, do you want BABY5 to be your wife or not? If you want, do as I say. If you don't, I'll kill her in a minute. I found you a beautiful wife, but you're still giving me this and that. I gave you face? The next moment, Ian's expression was a little awkward. Colonel, you said she didn't kill civilians or marines. Isn't it a bad idea to kill her directly? No, I'm willing to sacrifice myself to save her, even if for a lifetime. Hearing this, everyone around rolled their eyes. Okay. Now Luolan saw it clearly. Ian, this guy, is really a double-faced person. He ignored him immediately. Sister Tina, after we get on board, BABY5 will be handed over to Ian, and we will each lead our own people to quickly take over the entire ship. Tina understands, but can that guy really do it? Tina showed a hint of contempt. It was really Ian's performance just now that was a little too much. Don't worry, I have already given him the killer lines. Unless he remembers the lines wrong, there is no possibility of failure. Luolan was very confident. Let's get started. Chapter 68 today, right here, get married right now. Ms. BABY5 is so beautiful. Do you think she will agree if I propose to her? A pirate looked at the back of BABY5 at the bow, and his 2 eyeballs had completely turned into the shape of a heart. This scared another pirate. You're going to die. Do you know that anyone who proposes to BABY5 will not live for more than a day? No, I have to stay away from this guy, otherwise I will be easily affected. As he spoke, the pirate moved 2 steps to the side. What are you afraid of? We are not in Dressrosa now. Even if we die, we can still enjoy ourselves for a month. Hearing his companion say this, the pirate who was getting farther away couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You! Really awesome! But he didn't have time yet and said nothing. There was a pain in the back of his neck, and the whole person collapsed. Fortunately, a strong arm caught him and gently placed him on the ground. Not only him. Another pirate who dreamed of proposing to BABY5 also suffered the same fate. All this was not discovered by anyone. It was not that he could not attack by force, but Luolan did not want to give anyone on the ship a chance to contact the outside world. Ian, next, Sister Tina and I will take people to the cabin, and you will stay here. Once there is a commotion below and BABY5 starts to act, then it will be your mission. Do you remember that killer line? Hearing this, Ian nodded. Luolan waved his hand, and together with Tina and others, he quietly entered the cabin. After everyone left, Ian hid on the side, staring straight at the back on the bow deck. She smiled foolishly. The operation in the cabin went smoothly. Except for the slave cabin at the bottom, all other cabins had been cleared. No noise was made. On Ian's side, the situation changed. After enjoying the sea breeze, BABY5 turned around and walked towards the cabin. Seeing this, Ian also put away his silly smile and got down to business. She stood directly in front of BABY5. Who are you? Why don't I remember you on the ship? I. Luolan had clearly told Ian the killer lines long ago. And they were just a few simple words. But at this moment, Ian's face turned red and he couldn't say anything. If Loyal Lan was here at this moment, he would have to kick him a few times. It's so embarrassing. The next moment, a black sickle was already on Ian's neck. Ian came to his senses and found that the huge black sickle was actually Baby 5's right leg. And Baby 5 just kept kicking high. His future wife's legs. So long. Ian even drooled. But soon, Baby 5's next words made him completely sober. Don't you want to say it? Then there's no need to say it. Immediately, the black sickle transformed from Baby 5's right leg moved towards Ian's neck. And started moving. I need you. What? At this moment, Baby 5 seemed to be cast into a state of immobilization. His body froze instantly, motionless. The black sickle was only 0.01 millimeters away from Ian's neck. You said, you need me. Yes, I need you, please marry me. The black sickle on the neck slowly turned back into Baby 5's attractive long legs. Get married. When? Two blushes climbed directly onto Baby 5's cheeks. Ian was stunned for a moment. Although Loyal Lan told him that this was a killer line. But is the effect so good? I have been single for more than 20 years and never knew that women are so easy to chase. Wait for a while. Today, can't it? Ian was stunned for a moment. Is it so urgent? Of course. However, before Ian could reply, Loyal Lan's voice suddenly sounded. At this time, Ian and Baby 5 found that Loyal Lan and Tina were walking out of the cabin. Today, right here, right now. Loyal Lan added again. At this moment, Baby 5 no longer had any mission in mind. She didn't care who Loyal Lan was, and how could she come out of the cabin. She only cared about when she could marry the man in front of her. On the other side, Tina was stunned. Although she knew the task that Loyal Lan had assigned to Ian. But she would just follow Ron down for a few minutes, and when she came back, Ian and Baby 5 were already talking about marriage? This is simply. The outrageous mother opened the door for the outrageous, isn't it outrageous? So, Loyal Lan, who had been prepared, immediately asked people to return to the small submarine and deliver the prepared things on board. After a series of arrangements, the joyous atmosphere came out immediately. After a simple ceremony, the two were sent to the newly decorated bridal chamber. Everything is done, call it a day. The next day, after transferring all the slaves to Tana and beating up Ian, Loyal Lan and Tina began to return. What, you ask why Ian was beaten? Who told this guy to show off his affection with Baby 5 after getting up? And once he started showing off, it was endless and he couldn't stop at all. The key is this guy's expression, not to mention how wretched it was. Loyal Lan, who couldn't stand it, beat him up directly. Loyal Lan, if you just pry away Doflamingo's people like this, he won't let it go. Tana Bridge. Tina was a little worried. However, Loyal Lan didn't care at all. First, it will probably take several days for the news of the slave ship being hijacked to reach Doflamingo. Second, if he wants to arrange for someone to come and investigate, it will take nearly a month. After all, from the New World to the East China Sea, tut-tut. Not to mention, he can't find us in a short time. Even if he really finds out in the future, it will probably take several months. At that time, are we afraid of Doflamingo? Hearing this, Tina nodded. That's right, with their current strength and speed of improvement. In a few months, we really won't be afraid of Doflamingo. However, Doflamingo will definitely send people to the East China Sea to investigate next, and we're afraid it won't be easy for us to continue. It's okay, when we go back, Smoker will go out, to the South China Sea. Loyal Lan waved his hand, still not caring. In his opinion, you came all the way to investigate the East China Sea. That's okay, I'll stop here in the East China Sea first, and continue to deal with the difficult ones. When you trace it to the South China Sea. Sorry, we have finished the South China Sea, you can trace it slowly, and then we will go to the West China Sea. After the West China Sea, we will go to the North China Sea. Well, there is also the Grand Line, which can also be visited. In short, relying on Tana's 50 knots speed, you can only chase after it forever, and it is the kind that you can't catch up even if you die. Chapter 69. Don't do anything. Ian, do you still want to do it? If you don't want to do it, get out of here immediately. In the office, Luolan roared loudly. It has been 3 days since I returned to the branch. At this moment, Luolan has regretted it a little. You said that you were fine, but you had a brain twitch to give Ian a wife. As a result, after having a wife, Ian has directly changed into a different person. Apart from sleeping, 90% of the rest of the time is spent with BABY5. Oh no! Even when sleeping, these two guys are always together. And now, this may be even more so. Even when they come to the office to see me, they are still together. Luolan raised his hand to cover his forehead, and a headache came. No, this kid must be treated. Tomorrow Smoker will take the King's 2nd Squadron out to sea, you go with them. Yes, Colonel. Well, BABY5 will stay, let her study with Silas for a while. No, X2. Bang. It has to work, it's decided, get out. A slap on the table. Luolan shouted. Speaking of which, if Baby 5's fruit ability is combined with the training of the 157th branch, it will definitely be ridiculously strong. After all, she usually transforms cold weapons, or some simple hot weapons. In the end, it's also because of lack of knowledge. After all, she has to understand the structure of the weapon before she can transform it. If she learns from Silas, in the future, she will have a close-in weapon in her left hand, a missile in her right hand, and a big Evon on her head. So, who else? So, knowledge is a good thing. You can't learn it without suffering losses or being fooled. Bulu bulu bulu. Not long after Luolan drove the two out and closed the door. Den Den Mushi remembered. I'm Luolan. Colonel, this is the intelligence department. The ship we arranged to pick up people from Ziluo village just reported that the target person wants to bring one more person. One more person, who? A 15-year-old boy named Usopp. Our people have investigated his background in Ziluo village. His father is named Jesus Bulletin, who went to sea to become a pirate very early, and we are highly suspicious of him. I suspect that this Jesus is the chief sniper of the 4 Emperors' red hair. No doubt, it's him. Hiss. Hearing Luolan's confirmation, a gasp was heard from the Den Den Mushi. Obviously, this result still scared the person on the other side. That involves the 4 Emperors. Colonel, that person. It's okay, notify Ziluabia village, you can bring him back. Understood. Usopp? After hanging up the phone, Luolan leaned back in his chair. Speaking of which, I really forgot about this guy when I went to Ziluabia village. In fact, Luolan has never been able to understand these characters in the pirate world. Jesus Bulletin abandoned his wife and children to become a pirate. When his wife was seriously ill, this guy might have been having a party with Shanks, laughing non-stop. But the result? Usopp actually worshipped Jesus Bulletin mindlessly. Good guy, Luolan really can't understand it. So, this guy can be used, but before using him, he must be educated first. Otherwise, even if he comes, he will do odd jobs for the rest of his life. But then again, why did Mary suddenly want to bring Usopp? If I guessed correctly, I'm afraid Usopp took the initiative to ask Mary for it. But what is the purpose of doing this? Is it elegant? Thinking of Kei, Luolan also picked up the justice coat and walked out of the office. 157th Branch, Naval Hospital. Although it is only a two-story building, it occupies a large area. Coupled with the strong architectural characteristics, and more than 20 professional doctors from the system, the level of treatment here is not bad at all. After a while, Luolan walked into a ward. Inside, the doctor was doing routine rounds and kept asking the girl on the bed about some situations. Kei, how are you today? Brother Luolan. Colonel. Hearing Luolan's voice, Kei and the doctor responded one after another. I feel completely well. What, completely well? Luolan was stunned. At most, it took only 3 days. Although he had not been back to the branch for more than 10 days, he had been busy dealing with various things and used the remaining time to practice madly, so he did not pay too much attention to Kei's situation. But he was cured in 3 days? This should be impossible. Kei, you must not be stubborn. You must be fully recovered before you can be discharged from the hospital, understand? Brother Luolan, I am really fully recovered. If you don't believe me, ask Dean Orson. Kei looked very cute with a pissed-off look on her face. Luolan turned to look at Orson. Orson, A-level talent. Loyalty, 100, permanent lock. Professional field, medical. Orson is not an ordinary doctor, but the director of the Navy Hospital. Before he could afford S-level talents. A-level, that is definitely the ceiling. Moreover, according to Luolan's judgment, A-level talents can already be compared with the peak of this world. In other words, Orson's medical level, if placed in the world of pirates alone, is definitely the ceiling level. Of course, there are also talents who exceed the ceiling level in some fields in the world of pirates, such as scientific research field. Vegapunk is an existence that exceeds the ceiling, and is at the same level as Silas. Colonel, Miss Kai's problem is actually caused by congenital pre-body. Yes, and it is most likely due to premature birth. Premature birth leads to congenital weakness, general fatigue, physical fatigue, easy to get sick, etc., right? Our Luolan is also knowledgeable. Although I have never studied medicine, I have heard of congenital weakness caused by premature birth in my previous life. Yes, just like the Colonel said, it is actually not difficult to treat in this world, and there are several ways. First of all, the simplest and most direct way is to let Miss Kei eat a devil fruit, and it is best to eat an animal-type devil fruit. Although other types can also be used, except for the animal type, other types will not directly enhance the physique after eating, so if you want to achieve the best effect, the animal type is still suitable. Secondly, you can strengthen your physique through physical exercise and slowly reverse the problem of congenital weakness. This method is more troublesome. One is that it takes a long time, and the other is that there must be a professional to guide you. After all, based on Miss Kai's previous situation, where is the degree of exercise, it is very difficult to grasp it yourself. The last method, which is only our 157th branch can do, is don't do anything. No, what do you mean? The first two methods were said seriously, but when it comes to the third method, how did it become don't do anything? Colonel, have you forgotten what we eat in the cafeteria every day? Cafeteria? Wait. Oh my goodness, so this is what do nothing means? That's right, what Kei needs is to strengthen her physique, and in branch 157, isn't it easy to strengthen her physique? Just as Orson said, do nothing and eat every day. Her physique will increase. Before the increase is completely ineffective, it is still no problem for you to have a Dao force value of about 200. It really means you don't have to do anything. Chapter 70 Life Paper and Precision Guided Weapons. Although it was only 3 days, but Kei's physique has been greatly enhanced, even far more than that of ordinary people. Naturally, all the problems in the past are no longer problems. When Luo Lan asked what Kaya wanted to study in the future, the answer surprised him a little. According to what he originally thought, Kaya would most likely want to study medicine and become a doctor in the future. However, it may be that she lacked the experience of the next 2 years and knew the root of her illness, so her thoughts were a little different. She wanted to learn knowledge and understand the secrets of the human body. Well, although it is still somewhat related to medicine, it is not all. It is better to say that another profession is more suitable for her. That is, Luo Lan, I will fight you. As soon as she walked out of the hospital, Luo Lan heard a cry. Well, you don't even need to look to know. This must be BABY5. After all, this woman is too much, and she attacks her almost every day. The reason is also quite speechless. For example, it's already afternoon, and you still drag Ian to a meeting and don't let him go home. Another example. You actually let Ian work more than 10 hours a day, and you must reduce it to 1 hour a day in the future. In short, BABY5 just doesn't like Luo Lan. And when she doesn't like it, she will come and attack. Although she will fail every time. Explain, why this time? After calmly avoiding the attack, Luo Lan asked speechlessly. You force a newlywed couple to separate for a month, and you still ask me why? BABY5 continued to work. Well, it was indeed the things that happened in the morning. Luo Lan was completely speechless. How about this, if you tell me one thing, I will promise to go with Ian. Really? The 6-barreled Gatling gun on her right hand just changed back in less than a second. She looked at Luo Lan with surprise. Of course it's true. Okay, tell me what it is, and I will definitely do it. It's just a simple question, and you don't have to do anything. Luo Lan shook her head. Life paper. I know, didn't you ask before coming here? I don't have it yet. Hearing the 3 words life paper, BABY5 interrupted directly. After all, before returning to branch 157, Luo Lan specifically asked her if she had made life paper herself. No, what I want to ask is, how is life paper made? Speaking of which, even if Luo Lan is a time traveler, he still doesn't know how to make this thing. After all, the plot of The Pirate Before the Time Travel didn't mention it. The only thing I know is that you have to use your own nails and other materials. This old lady knows that I heard that there is a very special tree growing on an island in the New World. This tree is used as the material, and the target person's nails are mixed together to make paper, which is life paper. And the reason why nails are used instead of other parts of the body is because it will affect the manufacture of paper. Oh my god, this is the reason why nails are used? But it seems understandable. Just like making paper normally, if you throw a piece of meat into the material, you will definitely not be able to make paper in the end. And grinding the nails into powder and mixing it in will not have much effect? If I understand it correctly, it's probably this meaning. But since it is not difficult to make this thing, why in the New World, only those who are relatively strong can have life paper? Luo Lan asked. After all, those who have this thing are all strong. And the original book also said that as long as you bring your nails and go to a special store to make it, it will be fine. In other words, there is no threshold to make life paper in the New World, and it should not be limited to the strong. Isn't this natural, because life paper is essentially a lock on the same source of domineering? In other words, if you don't awaken domineering, then no one can help you make life paper. Domineering, so that's it. Hearing this, Luo Lan also understood. Why in the original book, anyone who has life paper is a strong person with a certain strength. Isn't this nonsense? How can someone who can awaken domineering be not strong? And this is probably the reason why BABY5 doesn't have life paper. After all, she didn't awaken domineering. Let me confirm again, people who haven't awakened Haki will definitely not have life paper, right? Of course, I don't think so. Luolan was speechless. After talking for a long time, I have come to a conclusion. And you told me that it doesn't seem to be the case? I once heard Doflamingo say that if you pay a price, even people without haki can make life paper. And this price is simply unaffordable for ordinary people. It seems that at least 1 billion Baileys are needed. As for whether it is true or not, and how it is done, I don't know. Luolan nodded. This news is important, but not that important. At least, I already know the normal method of making life paper. Well, if you want to make life paper, the difficulty is not the method, but the material. That's right, it's that special tree in the New World. But unfortunately, BABY5 doesn't know where this tree is, and it seems to be a secret in the entire New World. Therefore, only special shops can make life paper. Or occasionally, very little material is sold at a sky-high price in the black market. Apart from this, there is no other way. If you want to ask, why Luolan cares so much about life paper? In fact, the reason is very simple. If this thing is used well, it is a navigation device of black technology. Or the kind with precision guidance. For example, find a way to get the nails of the target, and then make a large number of missiles. No matter where you escape, just use missiles. Well, the kind with zero error. Of course, these are just Luolan's imaginations. Whether they can be realized depends on Silas's research. However, if Silas cannot get this kind of material, he will have no way to start his research. Luolan, do you have any questions? If not, I can go with Ian tomorrow. Go ahead, go ahead. It's better for you two to go to Ho-Ho Smog than to stay in the branch and fight me. Luolan waved his hand in disdain. But BABY5 was really excited and left in a hop. Although BABY5 doesn't know where that tree is, the world government and the navy may know something. Do you want to? He looked up at the sky. Luolan was very entangled. Chapter 71 And I want to. After a while, Luolan retracted his gaze and shook his head helplessly. No, in a short period of time. It's still a bit unrealistic. Then he took out the Den Den Mushi. Bulu bulu bulu. This is he. And he. Smelly boy, it's been a year, you finally called me. Sorry, and he. Luolan was sincere. Okay, what do you need this time? And he. I want. Stop, what do you want to do? Don't I know? He, and he knows me best. Luolan smiled and thought of the days in the headquarters. Every time he took the initiative to find he basically asked her to help him get something that was not easy to get through normal channels. Actually, I want to ask, and he, can you get some materials for making life paper? Life paper? What do you want this thing for? He was stunned for a moment. After all, Luolan was assigned to the 157th branch. There were not many Marines over there, and almost no pirates. Why do you want that thing? Nothing, I'm just bored here, so I want to do some research to kill time. Are you sure you just want to kill time? Obviously, he didn't believe Luolan's words at all. In fact, she knew this guy too well. I can get some things, but remember, you are a navy. No matter what you want to do, don't forget this, okay? His meaningful words came from the Den Den Mushi. Luolan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. And he. Could she know something? It shouldn't be possible. I'm just being too suspicious. That's right, that's it. And he, of course I remember, don't worry. Okay, at most 1 month, I'll let Zywin bring the things to you. Thank you, and he. Luolan hung up the Den Den Mushi with satisfaction. But soon, his face changed drastically. Jun's sister is here to deliver the goods. Oh my god, with her strength, once she gets on the island, won't her observation haki cover most of the island? This is really going to kill me. I'll call her now and ask Aunt Crane to send someone else to deliver the goods. Is there any hope? New World. Dressrosa. King's Highlands. Dover, our ship to the East Sea has an accident. What happened? Hearing Treble's words, Doflamingo's expression remained calm. As if this was an unrelated matter, he asked calmly. BABY5 can no longer be contacted. Have you asked someone to check? We have asked our people in the East Sea to check based on Baby 5's last contact location. There should be results within the next few days. Treble nodded. Tell me the result. FFFFFFFFFFF. You dare to touch our Don Quixote family's ship, you are so brave. After Treble left, Doflamingo showed a cold face. The murderous aura continued to dissipate. 2 days later, the shipyard of the 157th branch was completed. Loyolan bought 1 A-level shipbuilder, 2 B-level shipbuilders, 10 C-level shipbuilders, and 200 D-level shipbuilders. Another nearly 20,000 points spent, Loyolan felt a pain in his heart. Moreover, this is not enough. Because the next step is to plug the 2 vacant feature slots. Unless you are extremely lucky, it will inevitably be another large amount of points expenditure. System, come out to work. Start extracting the building characteristics of the shipyard. Ding, extraction completed. Building characteristic 1, construction efficiency plus 80%. Building characteristic 2, finished product speed plus 80%. Building efficiency, and finished product speed? After reading the instructions, one is the shipbuilding speed, and the other is the increase in the speed of the finished product after it is built. To be honest, the second one is a bit outrageous. As for the first one, Loyolan didn't feel much. Didn't I see Espagu and Frankie build a medium-sized sailing ship from scratch, and also carry out fine decoration of the whole ship? Guess how long it took in total? 3 days. Just 3 days. In this world, whether it is building a room or a ship, it is so outrageous. The main reason is that the physical fitness of the indigenous people is too strong. Those foremen in Carrera can even carry the keel everywhere. What else can we say with this performance? Therefore, the construction speed is not very attractive to Loyolan. System, keep the building feature 2 and refresh the building feature 1. Ding, deduct 1000 points from the host, and the building feature 1 has been refreshed. Building feature 1, finished products anti-strike ability plus 70%. Refresh again. Loyolan refused without thinking. Defense? If he is really done by the strong in this world. Not to mention increasing by 70%, even 700% is useless. It is a feature that looks awesome but has a useless design. Ding, deduct 1000 points from the host, and the building feature 1 has been refreshed. Building feature 1, the weapons carried by the finished product, the range plus 100%. Range. Does it mean the naval gun? With this doubt, Loyolan began to check the description of the feature. Soon, it suddenly lit up. According to the system's instructions, that is, any weapon fired from the ship can enjoy this bonus. Even a rifle in the hands of a Marine. As long as the Marine has both feet on the deck. Wow! I just heard Silas's report. The latest sniper rifle has been developed and is ready for mass production. It uses 12.7 caliber bullets, and the accurate range can even reach more than 2 kilometers. If this is mounted on a warship, it can be accurately sniped at more than 4 kilometers. Moreover, it is not that you can't hit it outside the accurate range, it's just more of a test of your level. As for the maximum range, according to Silas, it can even reach more than 6 kilometers. Tisk tisk, if this is placed on the sea, plus a 100% range increase. The picture is too beautiful, I dare not think about it. System, these are the two, start engraving. Ding, engraving completed. Luolan nodded, looking satisfied. Next, Luolan brought the A-level ship worker Kai Luo to his office. Kai Luo, can you design a ship? Simple ones are fine, but if they are too complicated, I can't do it. After all, I'm not good at design. Hearing this, Luolan also nodded. He had expected it. After all, there is a building called Ship Design Bureau in the system. It's just that the buildings are all in line, and he hasn't built them yet. What if I ask you to build a ship that doesn't need to be too complicated, just a little bigger and big enough to carry? If there are no other requirements, this is quite simple. Okay, you take everyone to build one first. How long will it take? 1 day. Kai Luo thought about it seriously. Then he came to a conclusion based on the manpower he currently has. Luolan was dumbfounded. What? Chapter 72 Stun the Newsbird again. Luolan was stunned. But then he thought about it and realized that his requirement was that the boat was big enough, had enough space inside, and could be driven. It didn't even need to be fast, and he didn't even need sails. Just install a few pairs of auxiliary wheels. Anyway, Rhode Island is only 3 nautical miles away from the doldrums, and it doesn't need to go anywhere else. Even if it is only 1 knot, it is acceptable. In this way, more than 200 ship workers in the shipyard can make a boat in 1 day. It seems to be enough. After all, in the original book, 2 people built a super complicated boat in 3 days, and it also came with fine decoration. In comparison, the boat he asked for was really simple. Colonel, there is only one problem left. What's the problem? We don't have the materials. Luolan suddenly reacted. Indeed, how can such a big ship be built without materials? There is such a large forest on the island, can the wood in it be used? No, especially the keel. If we use the wood from Rhodes Island, both the strength and toughness will not meet the requirements. If we insist on using it, it will greatly reduce the life of the ship and it will not be able to withstand the harsh sea conditions. Hearing this, Luolan sighed slightly. Trouble. But soon, he seemed to think of something. Kai Luo? You said it will affect the lifespan, to what extent? Well, according to my estimation, even if it has been sailing in a calm environment, the lifespan is only about 1 year at most. 1 year? Do I need this ship to live for a year? No, I just want to build a transition ship first so that I can go into the doldrums to hunt sea kings and bring back all their flesh and blood. Moreover, the port has the characteristic of self-repair plus 1%, which means that 1% of the overall damage of the ship is restored every day. In other words, if this ship sinks every time it goes out, it is equivalent to having an infinite lifespan, right? As for not being able to withstand bad sea conditions, I am only 3 nautical miles away from the doldrums, and there is no wind in the doldrums. Nor are there any bad sea conditions. Isn't this completely no problem? Kai Luo? Just use the trees on the island. Pick the right ones and cut them down and start working immediately. As for future needs, I'll find a way. All problems have been solved. Luolan felt relieved and gave the order directly. Yes, Colonel. Luolan can indeed use this method to manufacture some not so important ships. But the shipyard will manufacture warships in the future. Let alone the steel battleships that Luolan expected, even the navy warships in this world would be useless if they couldn't find the right materials. The worst thing is that this world seems to have gone crazy. All the best materials, whether wood or other, are all concentrated in the Grand Line. There is nothing in the 4 seas. For such a thing, it is impossible for me to ask Aunt He for help. After all, the amount required is too large, and it will become larger and larger in the future. How to solve it? Maybe that guy can help. After thinking for a long time, Luolan finally made up his mind. After all although he has always relied on the black market to buy various materials, this amount can only barely meet the previous consumption. If you want to build ships on a large scale, or get some advanced materials, the previous method of buying from the black market secretly is not very useful. After thinking about it, the only way is to cooperate with that person. One day later, on an uninhabited island in the East China Sea, a familiar scene was staged again. A news bird flying over the island was suddenly surrounded by a giant net shot from below. After falling to the ground, it was knocked unconscious before it could beg for mercy. When it woke up, the giant net that caught it had disappeared. And on the ground, there was only a letter. It said, "Morgans himself." The newsbird did not dare to slack off and flew back immediately. It had heard that just 2 months ago, a colleague who was also selling newspapers in the East China Sea had encountered a similar incident. In the end, that colleague received a reward from President Morgans. Could it be that this kind of good luck is finally going to fall on itself? The two wings flapped wildly, so fast that they were almost burning. At this moment, it just wanted to fly back faster, even if it was only for a second. After a short while, the letter did appear in Morgans' hands. Morgans was very familiar with this note. He immediately rewarded him with a newsbird, and then opened it to read. "Meet directly. Interesting, this is very interesting, let me see who you are." 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The sword forging workshop. It was also completed. This building is not big, and the construction time is only 3 days. After issuing the startup order of the Ship Design Bureau to the system, Luolan began to extract the building characteristics. This time, he was lucky enough to complete the imprinting without refreshing. Building Characteristic 1, Finished Product Compatibility plus 50%. Building Characteristic 2, Finished Product Quality plus 80%. The first characteristic means that after the sword is forged, the compatibility with anyone will be increased by an additional 50%. As for the second one, it is a simple quality improvement. In addition to the characteristics, Luolan also purchased an A-level, 3 B-level, and 20 apprentice swordsmiths. More than 10,000 points again. Luolan had to sigh again that points really don't last long. If this continues, he can only extend his evil hand to Nami again. After all, there are nearly 1 billion Baileys piled up in this little girl's warehouse. "Sato, what level of swords can you make now?" Luolan asked Sato, the newly recruited A-level swordsmith. "With the materials currently available in the branch, we can only make ordinary quality. If we want a famous sword level, or even better, we must have better materials." Well, it's back to the material issue again. Luolan is also helpless about this. Calculating the time, it's tomorrow until the appointment with Morgans. I hope we can reach an agreement and solve this problem by then. How about this, Sato, you lead the team to forge ordinary sabers first, and ensure that each marine in the frontline combat sequence has one. As for better materials, I'll figure it out soon. Yes, Colonel. After answering, Sato immediately led the team to work enthusiastically. That night, Tana returned to Rhodes Island. As soon as Smoker got off the ship, he started complaining constantly. He had just arrived in the South China Sea and had not had time to do anything, but Luolan called him back. "Okay, stop cursing, I'm going to the Grand Line, and I'm going to get it tomorrow. There's no other way except Tana. After I come back, you start again." Having said that, he ignored Smoker who was still cursing. Luolan entered Tana directly. A few minutes later, Tana, which had just docked, had already set off again. Chapter 73 Luolan and Morgans. Grand Line. Only about 20 nautical miles away from the Magic Valley town. And deviated from the straight route between islands, relying on the recording pointer. A not-so-big sailing ship is parked here at the moment. "It's almost time, why haven't you come yet?" On the deck, a birdman was pacing back and forth anxiously. Because he ate the bird fruit, the devil fruit in the form of the albatross, Morgan's body is full of albatross characteristics. The most appropriate sentence to describe it is an albatross in human form. However, at this moment, the ship shook unnaturally, and Morgans rushed to the side to take a look. I saw a huge steel beast like a monster, gradually emerging from the sea. What the hell is this? Damn, why didn't I bring a camera? Morgans habitually touched his clothes and remembered that both parties agreed not to carry anything that could be photographed. Whether it was a camera or a surveillance phone bug. Otherwise, how could he not have a camera in his clothes when he carried it with him 24 hours a day? You guys, if the situation is not right, take me to the sky immediately, understand? Not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend, Morgans ordered loudly. The 7 or 8 newsbirds on the side also nodded continuously. Although Morgans has the bird fruit, he actually can't fly at all. The pair of bird wings behind him. It's no different from a decoration. Finally, when the metal monster completely floated up, a hatch on its back was quickly opened. Hey, you are Morgans, right? You are such a good guy. He wore a white suit and a black coat. The words Junlin were engraved on his back. Who else could it be but Loyal Lan? Of course, Loyal Lan was wearing a mask at the moment, so Morgans couldn't see his face. But for some reason, Morgans felt that this masked man seemed a little familiar. Are you the one who sent me the message? Yes, it's not convenient to talk here. I wonder if President Morgans dares to come in with me. Loyal Lan pointed to the open hatch below. Are you really letting me in? Then, I'm really here. There was no hesitation or fear. Morgans was even a little impatient, with the words "let me in" quickly written all over his face. Such a large metal creation. He had never heard of it before. I'll have to take a good look after I get in. The only pity is that I didn't bring my camera. Otherwise, I would have taken pictures of this thing inside and out. Excited, Morgans jumped directly onto Tana, and then followed Loyal Lan into the ship. The hatch snapped shut. Tana began to dive. On the sailing ship, the sailors and newsbirds were all messy in the wind. Follow Loyal Lan all the way. Morgans saw many people. All of these people were wearing the same uniform. The style was somewhat similar to that of the Navy, but the color was black. In fact, to be honest, Loyal Lan's King's Cloak was similar in style to the Navy's Justice Cloak. It's just that the colors were different, and one was Justice, and the other was King's Cloak. For a moment, Morgans was a little suspicious. Was this secretly made by the Navy? But soon, he denied this idea. Because, this is impossible. Such a huge metal monster, even Vegapunk can't build it. Especially along the way, the various devices in the corridor and the glowing screens on the walls. It has nothing to do with this world. Finally, after walking in the ship for almost 2 minutes, the two finally entered a meeting room. Can you tell me who you are? Of course, if it's inconvenient, just assume that I have no problem. As soon as he sat down, Morgans couldn't help but speak immediately. There's nothing wrong with saying it. Our organization is called Junlin. Junlin. These 2 words are rare on the sea. No one dared to say it out loud. Even the 4 sea emperors did not dare to say that they ruled the sea. This organization called Junlin has great ambitions. While taking out a small notebook and constantly recording, Morgans thought so in his heart. Morgans, I don't want to waste time, you take a look at these 2 documents first. 2 information bags were pushed directly in front of Morgans. Morgans put down the small notebook and pen. Picked up one of the file bags and opened it to read. A few minutes later, picked up another file bag. A few minutes later, Morgans suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Are these all true? Yes, are you interested? Interest. I am very interested, how about it, make an offer. Morgans was full of excitement. For him, reporting news is the greatest pleasure in life. The 2 pieces of information Luolan gave him were enough for him to hype for a month. And they were the kind of content that was very popular. Don't worry, I have a lot of information that is similar to these 2, or even more explosive. I can provide you with all of these, but we still need to talk about how to cooperate with each other. Luolan leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. As if he was not in a hurry at all. I will buy out all the information at twice the highest market price, how about it? Luolan shook his head. 3 times. Luolan still shook his head. 4 times, no, 5 times. If it's higher, forget it. He directly gave the price 5 times the highest price in the industry. But is this the Bailey that Luolan wants? Definitely not. Morgans, the price can be as you said, but the payment method needs to be changed. How to change it, you decide. I don't want cash, but these. As he said that, Luolan pushed another document over. There were hundreds of materials on it, and the price of each material was noted. I want these things. After each transaction, I need to exchange the part I deserve for the corresponding materials, and then deliver them to the place I specify. In addition to using raw materials instead of cash, if I have more needs, you have to help me purchase additional materials. Of course, I will pay for the additional part. After that, Luolan just watched, waiting for Morgans to digest it slowly. Okay, but I will take 30%. After all, helping you raise money from the black market, plus transportation, etc., all these require money, and it's not a small amount. 30%. I agree. Luolan nodded. You know, the 157th branch has been buying things on the black market or dealing with stolen goods for more than a year. So, they are very familiar with these things. 30%, it can be quite conscientious. Okay, now that the terms are discussed, can you tell me how much information of this volume you have in your hands? Of this level, there should be 1 or 200 copies. 1 or 200 copies. Morgans was stunned. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Chapter 74 Weird Ships. What is the concept of 1 or 200 copies? Morgans estimated that even if he took out 3 things every month, it would be enough for the world to continue to be popular for several years. No one will be able to shake his position in the news industry. Look at the 2 pieces of information in his hands. One is about a little-known pirate in the Whitebeard Pirates. But the intelligence actually said that he could leave a scar on Red Hair Shank's face, and Red Hair was not careless at the time. More importantly, it was said that this guy had a special body structure and could eat 2 different devil fruits at the same time, becoming a dual fruit ability user. And another piece of intelligence was even more exaggerated. It was said that Red Hair had been to the East China Sea, and when Garp was away, he frantically indoctrinated his grandson about the pirate market. In order to achieve the best effect, Red Hair even blocked one of his arms. Good guy, each of these news will explode. And it will continue to explode for a long time. And Luolan had said before that he had more explosive news than this level. Of course, I can't give you everything at once. The first time, I will give you 10 pieces of information. As he said that, Luolan handed over another stack of information bags, a total of 8. Add the 2 copies before, there are exactly 10 copies. I will give you 3 copies every month. How to report, which one to report first, I will not interfere. Once I find out that you leaked my information, then the cooperation will be terminated immediately. Morgans nodded slightly after listening. After all, even if all of them were given to him at once, the World Economic News could not publish them all. Using 2 or 3 copies a month is the most appropriate. Moreover, the first time I gave myself 10 copies. Which means that I can have a choice when using these information. instead of reporting what the other party gives me every month. So, no problem at all. Isn't it just protecting the informant's information? Don't say I don't know who you are at all. Even if I know. I have never revealed the informant's information, even if the world government puts pressure on me. Morgans said very confidently. Luo Lan also believed this, not because he believed that he would not betray him, but as long as the benefits he offered were big enough, Morgans would not betray him. So, what was the biggest benefit for Morgans? Of course, it was all kinds of news that would allow him to write explosive news. And what Luo Lan could provide to Morgans? It was news of this level, not just one or two. So, as long as Luo Lan had news to provide, Morgans would never betray him. As for helping Luo Lan raise various things, for Morgans, this was really not a big deal. After all, this guy was one of the emperors of the underground world of the pirate world. The matter was discussed. Both parties were very satisfied. Morgans couldn't wait to return and write a close-up. Oh no! On the way back, this guy had already started writing furiously in the cabin. 2 days later, Luo Lan returned to branch 157. After handing Tana over to Smoker, he boarded another ship in the port. This is a very strange ship. There is no superstructure, not even a sail. And in the lower cabin, there are no cabins for eating, sleeping, etc. There are only empty warehouses. The whole ship is 183 meters long and 47 meters wide. In this era, it is definitely a behemoth. Let's go. With Luo Lan's order, 3 huge power wheels were deployed on both sides of the ship. It slowly turned. If you look inside the ship at this moment, you will find dozens of marines are divided into 6 groups, surrounding something like a millstone. They are pushing together. Although this thing is super heavy to push. But for Luo Lan's marines whose Tau power values are all around 200, it is really not a problem. After a while, this strange ship without sails reached a speed of about 5 knots. This speed is much better than what Luo Lan originally requested. About 3 hours later, the ship has penetrated nearly 10 nautical miles into the doldrums. Along the way, there were several attacks by Sea Kings, but without exception, they were either driven away by Luo Lan or knocked unconscious. It's not that Luo Lan can't kill those Sea Kings, but there is no need. After all, Sea Kings are a precious resource, and hunting is restrained. Except for the target, don't kill them if you can. Keep them, and wait until they are fattened up later. According to Sister Tina, after going deep into the doldrums for more than 10 or 20 nautical miles, the number of Sea Kings above 500 meters gradually increases. Then let's take a look here first. Order, stop the ship. With a wave of his right hand, Luo Lan ordered. Yes, Colonel. Soon, the 6 pairs of power wheels stopped turning and retracted. The speed of the ship also slowed down little by little, and finally stopped completely. Luo Lan stood at the bow and started to use his observation haki. Instantly, he sensed all the space within a radius of 1 kilometer with himself as the center. Speaking of which, it is impossible for the observation haki that has just awakened not long ago to have such a large range. But because Luo Lan has lived 2 lives, his mental power is far superior to that of ordinary people. Maybe this will not be helpful when using armament haki, but observation haki. The increase is too large. Moreover, this range is still growing rapidly with Luo Lan's daily practice, and the growth rate is getting faster and faster. In Luo Lan's perception, another Sea King has entered his perception circle of observation color. But Luo Lan is not very satisfied. Because this Sea King is too small. It is only about 200 meters long. But just when Luo Lan started to shake his head, another Sea King broke into the perception circle. But it still does not meet the conditions, with a body size of only more than 300 meters. A distance of 1 kilometer may be a little distance for humans. But for sea kings, that is not a distance at all. It is not even as long as some older sea kings. Therefore, Luolan has made preparations for the 2 sea kings to jump out of the water in a few seconds. At that time, he will directly take action and knock them out. But at this moment, the 2 sea kings that were originally rushing towards Luolan suddenly changed direction. And they were speeding up crazily. It was as if they had encountered something terrible and were running for their lives. About 10 seconds later, in Luolan's observation color perception, a huge monster suddenly entered his perception circle. This is good guy, although I only sensed a part of it. It is at least 700 to 800 meters long. The prey is finally here. Chapter 75 Famous Sword Blood Fang. Just less than 100 meters away from the bow, a sea king rushed out of the sea. The part exposed above the sea alone is about 400 meters. The total length is estimated to be between 800 to 900 meters. It is actually an ancient species. After seeing this sea king clearly, Luolan was also slightly surprised. Although many people know that there are ancient species of devil fruits, few people know about it. The strength of sea kings is related to their size as well as their species. Basically, as long as it exists in this world or has existed before, you can find it in sea kings. For example, common pigs, cows, sheep, rabbits, etc. Or relatively rare ones, such as tigers, lions, leopards, etc. Of course, there are even rarer ones. That is, they have long been extinct and are only species that once existed. Just like the one in front of you. Saber-toothed tiger. That's right, the long fangs, plus some tiger characteristics. It is undoubtedly a saber-toothed tiger. Under the same body size, those sea kings in the form of lions and tigers must be stronger than those of cows and sheep. And those of the ancient type must be stronger than lions and tigers. In other words, this 800 or 900 meter sea king is definitely the most powerful of this level of sea king. It may even be stronger than some sea kings above 1,000 meters. Just because he is an ancient sea king in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. He glanced at the big ship below and the little guys on it. The sea king in the form of a saber-toothed tiger didn't take it seriously at all, and pounced on him with his bloody mouth wide open. However, it came quickly and went back even faster. Luolan jumped up and kicked the big guy out with a whip kick. And smashed him into the sea. What, he's dead already? Was he said he was very strong? Luolan's eyes widened as his observation haki could no longer sense the life of the sea king. Well, the last time he came to hunt the sea king, he only had a few hundred strength points, and when he set out a few days ago, he had measured more than 2,600. Now it's estimated to be almost 3,000. It seems reasonable to kill a sea king of 800 or 900 meters with one punch. Even if it is a so-called ancient species. Don't just stand there, start working. If we delay for too long, it may attract dozens or even hundreds of them to snatch food. Luolan shouted, and the hundreds of marines on the deck who were stunned immediately took action. They jumped onto the sea king one by one and started cutting it. After a few cuts, a piece of flesh and blood of 1 meter square was cut off, and then a marine picked it up and threw it onto the deck of the ship dozens of meters away. Afterwards, the marines who stayed on the deck quickly sent it to the cargo holds on the lower level. The Dao power value of each one increased to about 200, and they worked more efficiently. This efficiency has increased by at least 10 times compared to the last time. Looking at the lively scene, Luolan nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he maintained his observation haki at its maximum range to prevent other sea kings from appearing to snatch the spoils. 1 hour later, with everyone busy, about a quarter of the flesh and blood of the sea kings were loaded onto the ship. Not only the lower cargo hold, but also the deck was completely filled. At the same time, the 2 fangs that were more than 30 meters long were also lying on the deck at this moment, taking up a lot of space. Luo Lan couldn't help but sigh. This ship. It's still too small. As for the remaining flesh and blood, they can only be left here, which is cheap for other sea kings. Anyway, the effect is limited now, and these should be enough for everyone. The effect of eating completely subsided. Return. Yes, Colonel. The 6 auxiliary power wheels were unfolded again and slowly turned. With the ship full of spoils, they began to return. Due to the serious overloading, although it only took 3 hours to come, it took 7 hours to return. It took only 2 knots. Even on this journey, the hull kept making sounds of being overloaded, which really made Luo Lan sweat. Back at the port, A-level shipwright Kai Luo and A-level swordsmith Sato, who received the news, had already been waiting here. Kai Luo was stunned. Colonel, you really dare to let this ship pull so many things? If I'm not mistaken, the keel is probably cracked by now. No one knows this ship better than Kai Luo. It definitely can't withstand any big noise. It can only float on the water and then drive in places without strong winds and waves. As a result, you directly filled the cargo hold and piled up a small mountain on the deck? It didn't sink, it's really a miracle. Luo Lan was a little embarrassed by Kai Luo's look, and raised his head and scratched his head. At that time, I completely forgot about this. But it's okay. The cracked keel can be repaired automatically at 1% every day when it is parked in the port. For other problems, let Kylo arrange for people to repair them. After arranging Kylo, Luo Lan looked at Sato. Sato, did you see the 2 Sea King fangs above? Yes, Colonel. Well, I tried it before, and that thing is harder than steel. Do you think it can be used to forge swords? It's hard to say, I have to take a look first. Okay. Luo Lan nodded. Bringing these 2 fangs back was originally to see if they could be used. If not, it's okay. Soon, Sato came to one of the fangs, looked at it with a magnifying glass, and knocked on it a few times. It was a lot of trouble. Colonel, I did some preliminary research and it should work. We need to try it to know the details. Sato's eyes were full of eagerness. Bai Lulan also smiled and nodded, letting him handle it himself. And left him 30 marines to be responsible for carrying. 2 days later. Early morning. On the training ground, Ace and Zoro were arguing about who was stronger, martial arts or kendo. They started fighting. Outside the training ground, there were hundreds of people watching the excitement. Some people were cheering for Zoro, while others were cheering for Ace. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Compared with Ace now, Zoro is really a bit different. After all, Ace did not participate in several actions and has been hiding in the training center to practice. His Dao power value has exceeded 1,500. And Zoro? He just came here not long ago and has eaten Sea King meat for less than 10 days. The power value is about 500. And he hasn't learned to cut iron yet. Apart from other things, Zoro can't break the iron block that Ace has learned. The result? It was doomed from the beginning. At this time, Sato ran over breathlessly holding a long box. Colonel, you are here, I finally found you. Please look, this is the first knife we made with the fangs. It's called Blood Fang.